Makia, and I am the chair of the Department of Music and Dance. And it's my pleasure to welcome you to this year's edition of the Bach Scholarly Symposium. I think today's topic, late style and the idea of summation in the works of Bach and Beethoven, is really terrific and an interesting one. And it's particularly interesting to me as an aging composer to hear thoughts about what happens at the end of a composition's life and the ideas that you will be discussing today, I think are very fascinating. I want to thank Aaron Knight for her organizational skills in the works together. Bach. I want to thank all of you for being here. Terrific and an interesting one. I want to thank all the particularly interesting to me as an aging composer to hear thoughts about what happens at the end of a composition's life and totally enjoy yourself and to have a fantastic experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sal. I'd like to begin by thanking our sponsors for this event, the Department of Music and Dance, the College of Humanities and Fine Arts, the Fine Arts Center, and the Vice Chancellor for Research and Engagement. I would encourage you all to look at the recordings of Bach's music that have been released this past week by the festival organizers. I'd like to say a huge shout out to Tony Thornton, Elizabeth Chang, and Bill Height for organizing that. And I'd especially like to thank all of you for coming and welcome you today to our Bach Symposium and Festival. If you could all please mute yourselves during the presentations, that would be appreciated. There will be time when you'll be able to talk after the presentations and the question and answer sessions. I'd like to begin by introducing our first moderator. Ellen Exner is a specialist in music of the 18th century, and we're especially proud to have her here today because she is an alum of the University of Massachusetts Amherst. She got her bachelor's degree in music history as well as Russian language and literature, both cum laude, I might mention. Then she went on to get an MA from Smith College and a PhD in historical musicology from Harvard University. She's also vice president of the American Bach Society, and her current book project re-examines the 18th century roots of Mendelssohn's 1829 Berlin performance of J.S. Bach's St. Matthew Passion. Let's welcome Ellen.
Thank you, Erin. Good morning. It's lovely to be back on campus, even virtually. As Erin said, if you have questions or comments for the speakers, you may use the chat function, which should be available on the right-hand side of your page, or hold your cursor over the reactions bar and you'll see a little hand to raise. And I will try to make sure that your questions get addressed by our speakers following their both presentations, or doing questions after both presentations if I've understood it properly. Okay, we've got two lovely papers this morning by people whose topics actually and lives kind of intersect in an interesting way. Christina Blanken will be speaking to us on Bach's identity, long identity as an organist, and her occupation at the present is as an organist, but also as a very busy member of the new Bach edition team. And Ruben Phillips, who will be speaking to us second, will be speaking about the material culture of holding a Bach edition and what that meant to Donald Francis Tovey. So those are interesting connections to observe as we go. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Christina Blanken, who studied historical and systematic musicology, as well as German at the universities of Göttingen and Vienna. She received her doctorate in 1999 on Franz Schubert's oratorio Lazarus and the Viennese oratorio at the beginning of the 19th century. From 1999 to 2005, she was research assistant in the Bach Source Research Project Göttingen Bach Catalog at the Johann Sebastian Bach Institute in Göttingen. She's been working at the Leipzig Bach Archive since 2005. After initially working on the Bach Repertory Research Project, in October 2011, she took over the management of the research section to the Bach family. In this role, she oversees the issues of documents and musical editions, as well as the Bach Digital portal. In addition to music of the Bach family in general, her current research focuses on the transmission of music for keyboard instruments by J.S. Bach and the transmission of the music of the Bach family in the Old Austrian cultural area. In 2011, she published a 2-volume source catalog, The Bach Sources in Vienna and Old Austria. Her current project, together with Christoph Wolf and Peter Olney, is a new and revised Bachwerksverzeichnis catalog. Wow, Christina, you're busy, which will be finalized at the end of the year. She's been working as a church musician since 1990, and let's welcome her and her paper this morning. Thanks, Christina.
Thanks, Ellen, for introducing me so nicely. So it's my first truly digital symposium, so I don't know what will happen and if I will be able to show you my PowerPoint. Let's try this. I have to be so presentation from the beginning. So a week ago, I watched the funeral service of Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh. Every single musical detail was in the right place, it seemed to me. The service was kind of durchkomponiert, with pieces which since centuries belong to the Anglican tradition of these kind of ceremonies, William Croft, with pieces which Prince Philip had commissioned long ago for other ceremonies, Britain and Love Lady. And to me, the overall impression was perfection. Of course, the grandiose architecture of the St. George's Chapel had played a part. Lectures, prayers, and music showed a strong connection. They showed strength and comfort through strict liturgy. And the liturgy allowed some wonderful sidekicks, the bagpiper reminding us of Philip's Scottish upbringing and one of his titles, and the worldly military signals before the benediction functioned in a similar way. Bach pieces in the beginning and in the end framed this ceremony. Philip's funeral ceremony was kind of Baroque in style. A Baroque service, not only in Germany, was also durchkomponiert, if you allow me the illusion. We compare this impression with a Passion service on Good Friday in Leipzig. The St. John's or St. Matthew's Passion should fit into the liturgy. Or take the Köthen Trauermusik ceremony, or the commemorative ceremony for Christiane Eberhardine. For both, we have detailed descriptions of the special funeral architecture in the church and of the procedure for which the music has been planned very carefully. And it reminded me also of Buxtehude's performance of Templum Honoris and Castrum in Honoris, which Bach attended. 1 week ago, all the commentators to whom I listened to in the different TV broadcasts did not talk about the music at all, which shaped this overall impression of harmony. The commentators obviously did not acknowledge the function of the liturgic elements and the secrets of well-fitting kind of proprium and ordinarium of the ceremony. The pictures alone were so overwhelming. After this introduction, let me start with some preliminary remarks on this paper. I have deliberately taken a very broad approach to the subject of this paper. In doing so, I also accept its strongly hypothetical approach. The work on the new Bachwerkeverzeichnis and the edition of Bach's great organ chorals for the Neue Bach-Ausgabe revidiert mean that I have to acquire as broad an overview as possible of the genre of organ chorale in the 18th century. In the process, the question of Bach's approach to the composition of early works, keyboard works like Neumaster chorales, came up again and again. In general, the question of the dating of the organ works and their differentiation from music for everyday use, we call it Gebrauchsmusik, is important. keyword for me, how does one differentiate concerta works from genuine Bach works? This led me to choose an approach of looking at the organist Bach in his environment in a more differentiated way, as a performer of his own works and as a composer of works for his own performances, for his pupils, for colleagues, and for posterity. Let's start with a general perspective. Church music making in relation to hierarchy and liturgy. At first, figural music. The director of figural music must procure a repertoire for a regulated church music. This means, in plain language, in my interpretation, that for every proprium, every de tempore occasion, the best possible music can be played that is adapted to the text, to the expressions of the special Sunday or feast day or Memorial Day. For this procedure, of course, the librettist and the composer are important. How good the regulated church music is depends on the quality and musicality of the text and on the quality of the collaboration. A librettist must be able to take into account the needs of the composer. This concerns the large-scale form of dramaturgy of the cantata or of the passion, as well as a certain pictorial or emotional quality of the text. And this is a finely balanced interplay in which there can be a lot of sand in the gears, especially due to hierarchical, I don't know how to pronounce this word, hierarchisch, hierarchic, I'm so sorry. Also, eine hierarchische Struktur. Every one of you knows probably good German. The problems I show here. All this concerns songs, also hymns, the duration of the music, the theological orientation, the preference for singing voices, etc. A musician who has to design a church service is permanently in this structure of relationships. Second part, organ music. Organists, if they do not also lead ensembles for figural music, have more freedom, could set stronger personal accents. Organistic ability, personality, expressive will, and knowledge of liturgy and church year proprium go hand in hand, with the possibility of prepared improvisation at the organ. An organist can react individually to the situation. Sometimes he can also set a counter accent to the sermon. The communicative character of organ music cannot be emphasized strongly enough. In the free organ music, at least at the beginning and end, he sets the accents with regard to the festivity of the service. In the choral prelude and in the congregational accompaniment, he comments on the proprium. The higher the organist's technical skills, the better the knowledge of the proprium and church year and its special text, the more specific is the musical service. I prepared something here in German. For me, it was too difficult to translate. I see Bach, das Amt, so the position and the requirements which followed from this Amt as organist or director of music, the organs, the instrument, and the liturgy and the hierarchy. And there are certain differences between composition and so improvisation. And to me, this a threefold relationship should be taken into account when regarding Bach's organ music. Without question, Bach was an organist personality from the beginning of his career. His understanding of liturgy, of the proprium, and of the requirements and the special features of the church year was, I assume, already developed in Ohrdruf. His brother Johann Christoph, 14 years his senior and a pupil of Pachelbel from Erfurt, had been organist at St. Michael's in Ohrdruf since 1690. When Johann Sebastian came to Ohrdruf 5 years later, at the age of 10, he took an active part in the church music as a choir pupil of Cantor Elias Herder. For then 5 years, Johann Sebastian is in training with his brother and with Cantor Herder. Here he can get to know the customs of the organist and the cantor's office, as well as at the cantor's duty, as well as the choral music repertoire. Together with the Lüneburg time, Bach completed at least 8 years of church music apprenticeship. What does this imprint in the subordinate church music services as a child and youth mean later for his own organ playing? What does it mean for his later understanding of these duties? And what does it mean for his compositional work for the organ? Did this triangular relationship, or this three-way relation, organ playing, duties, composition, changed in Bach's biography in the course of his life? This is my research question for today, for this paper. And in the end, there is a question whether this means a personal development in Bach's work towards a kind of summative work, which, according to the title of this symposium, is what it's all about. At a starting point, let's take the well-known problems that Bach had in Arnstadt with the consistorium and the superintendent. I won't read it all, most of you will know it, and for the others, you can read it from the screen. It's the different opinion on choral accompaniment. It's the too long organ playing, and it's a problem Bach wants to be organist and does not want to lead a choir of bad choir boys, and then does not want to do Figuralmusik. There appear to be two categorical causes for this dispute. An Autorität, as the 70-year-old superintendent Johann Gottfried Olearius was, he wants to force Bach into a strict system by virtue of the hierarchy. He is 50 years older than Bach and was formerly responsible for the direction of church music at St. Marien in Halle, so he could not only play the hierarchy card, but also that of effectual competence to judge Bach's musical offenses. Olearius would have said that Bach improvises too long. That was an issue. Choral preludes or preludes for the service. After this criticism, as reported by a witness, however, Bach subsequently plays too short. This is, so to speak, a classic in the relationship between pulpit and organ. Too much hierarchy interference leads to dysfunctionality in the worship process. It is like a mobile. All the parts and all the players must be perfectly balanced. No one part must be too pronounced. Of course, this also applies to the length of a piece of music. Second categorical cause for the dispute, the disorders between organist and student choir. Bach was annoyed by the incompetence of the pupils. He apparently did not want to make more musical with them than absolutely necessary. No figural music, no original compositions by him. There was a conflict about this understanding of his office. He was also supposed to take the task of a cantor, which Bach, certainly because of the disorders with the pupils, then apparently refused for formal reasons. Both reasons have a dysfunctionality as a cause. This leads inevitably to further disturbances. So, the superintendent expected different things from Bach than that he, from the point of contract, had to do. Olearius expected Bach to do figural music as well. The appointment from 1703, however, says nothing to this sort of music. There is no mention of anything other than organ music and organ care. No. What does Bach do then in Arnstadt after this dispute? He's trying himself out as an organist, as an improviser. Exactly what Bach was doing when he improvised and what specifically gave rise to the complaint is not known. Here we might have one of the tonus peregrinus examples, which the Olearius were talking about, which were point of complaint. The piece, which is at least 5 to 6 minutes long, was modeled after a piece of the Buxtehude school. The composer Lovis Busbecki on Psalm 51, the cantata Erbarm dich mein, formerly attributed to Buxtehude. It shows a Phrygian mode, which is strongly intensified by Bach in his BWV 721, also by chromatic changes of the cantus firmus, variaciones. The congregation might have been frustrated in singing to this kind of accompaniment. Because if you see this from another Choralbuch of the same time, it shows a much simpler version of the chorale. So this is one of the examples I wanted to present in this Arnstadt dispute. After the long stay in Lübeck, the frustration of the situation in Arnstadt must have felt even worse. Arnstadt did not give him a perspective as a composer. Presumably, the first ideas for a sample collection with short choral preludes mature here, as they are then collected in the Weimar Orgelbüchlein. Short because the compulsion of brevity is imposed on him in Arnstadt. In any case, Bach created his first miniatures, small format works of art. Later in Weimar, he began to enter them into the well-known booklet, which would eventually comprise 46 pieces. With the Orgelbüchlein, but this only happens in Weimar, a kind of musical rhetorical figure theory is brought to the point. But he certainly already developed the first extremely text-related choral preludes in Arnstadt. On the face of it, the project is not completed in its entirety, as evidenced by the empty pages of the song incipits. Nevertheless, the result is not a fragment. A question on the side, what was the missing Orgelbüchlein pieces have brought compositionally? Repetitions of the different types of making, as well as problems with the restriction to the only 2-page miniature concept. The portfolio of compositional possibilities was probably already exhausted with 44 pieces. No wonder that hardly any further pieces, except 2, were added later. So, does the first detachment of the organist's duty, which ultimately does not satisfy him, take place in Arnstadt with the signs of dysfunctionality towards the composer, also for other genres? 6 months later, in any case, Bach is already gone, to a city which, however, was also not to offer him the expansion of the purely organistic perspective necessary for his development. Mühlhausen, where the surrounding area has better choirs at its disposal. This time his move is more rapid. Weimar then brings a large amount of composition for all genres. The professional ensemble and the manifold artistic challenges now also demanded a great deal of the composer. The nationally known Bach now had several pupils, so the question of teaching method was certainly important too. After all, a pupil like Kreuter from Augsburg paid for the copying of the teacher's work. For the church musician, Weimar seems to have brought a balance between the improviser and the composer. The new musical genre, concerto, fertilized his work through all genres. Certainly more compositional filing was necessary for this. And it is interesting to observe that the fugues are valid from the first writing and only the preludes have several versions. Here, the improvisatory moment obviously predominates, which is then followed by various stages of revision. This applies to the organ music as well as to the well-tempered clavier. The so-called early versions concern almost exclusively preludes. They retain an improvisatory element, so to speak, and are gradually refined, especially in the middle voices. Now, let's make a temporal leap of 20 or 30 years to Leipzig. The duty of director of music has naturally led to an immense concentration of compositional work. I would like to address the question of what role remains for the organist and improviser now that the cantata composition work for the churches has largely come to an end. Let us look at the Leipzig creative period from the late 1720s onwards with regard to organ music compositions. First of all, the organ is occasionally used in free form from 1626 onwards, while Handel used the small organ as a solo instrument in concerts as intermission music of his operas. Bach does the same in his cantatas. Beginning in 1726, the organ is incorporated several times as an obbligato instrument in cantatas. The music comes from older concerti. Later, such movements are again transformed into harpsichord concertos. It's Bach's usual pragmatic approach. But the organ is not used specifically, but it is interchangeable with other solo instruments in re-performances. Bach, the cantor, used the organ only as a timbre. There are still opportunities for Bach to play himself, but now probably purely in concert. At concerts and Orgelproben, he has the freedom to combine improvisation and composition. For example, in Kassel in 1732, for the inauguration of a newly built or renovated organ in St. Martin, or in Dresden Frauenkirche in 1736, when he played on the newly built Silbermann organ. And people paid homage to him, the newly crowned Royal Saxon court composer, as well as in many other places. The improvisatory, subjective moment is now still present through these concerto opportunities, but far less pronounced than the compositional, more objective attitude. Apparently, Bach prepares the concerts intensively. For Kassel, he revised his toccata and fugues in D minor, BWV 538, a work from the Weimar period, and as a witness from the Kittel circle mentioned, it was played at the Orgelprobe of the Great Organ in Kassel. There may be large compositions at the center of this concert, around with improvisations by Bach. The few new compositions of large preludes and fugues in the 1730s and 40s probably had to do with such concerto performance opportunities. Bach used this opportunity to develop his organ style in a differentiated manner in the prelude and to leave the Italian concerto sound behind. Bach's organ playing is now no longer determined by his official duties. Rather, concerts may have played a welcome respite from the stress of his official duties as cantor. Bach can be considered an internationally renowned virtuoso on the organ and harpsichord, even in this period, in which he is nowadays generally perceived primarily as the Thomas cantor. What about the organ composer Bach? What development followed from this freedom? Until about the year 1736, there are no new concepts except for the trio sonatas and the individual preludes and fugues to be seen here. Bach deals with music for the harpsichord or clavichord. The first part of the Klavierübung may be cited here as representative. It concludes Bach's decades-long preoccupation with the clavier suite. It seems striking to me that his Opus Primum, the Klavierübung 1, Bach's first printed work, apart from the two Mühlhausen cantatas, finds little public resonance. Anyone who speaks publicly about Bach means still the player. Here I compilated some journalistic utterances from different sources in the 10 years before Klavierübung 3. I won't read them aloud, you can follow them while I'm talking. The vast majority of statements focus on external aspects of his stills and his style of playing. Bach's apparently extraordinary technical skills on the harpsichord and organ, his artistry of improvisation in continuo accompaniment, and his multitasking abilities as a conductor while sitting at the harpsichord. These are noted with wonder. The few records, however, also make it clear Bach can often be heard on the organ or harpsichord in Leipzig. In addition to the performances at the Collegium Musicum, private concerts take place at the Thomaskirche, for example, when out-of-town guests are present. Here are some other examples, and I try to put them all together, so there is nothing in between. And it's really the admiration for Bach, the virtuoso, is very, very strong. Nothing of what is valued and emphasized today as the actual power of Bach's music can be found in contemporary utterances. Bach is kind of reduced to the virtuoso. See these examples? Contemporary voices, Bach, the composer, and it's very few, and it's not very precise and not very long compared to the other utterances. This is another page with Mitzler and Johann Elias Bach. Johann Elias Bach, of course, it's only a letter, not printed. His former pupil Johann Adolf Scheibe wrote that Bach was an extraordinary artist on the piano and on the organ. He said, "One is astonished at his skill, and one can hardly understand how it is possible that he can interlock his fingers and his feet so oddly and so nimbly, extend them and make them the longest leaps with them, without mixing in a false notes and or disorienting the body in a violent manner. Personally, I'm amazed at how strongly Bach is perceived as a player. And this leads me to ask whether the pictures we draw today of Bach's personality and contemporary reception must not remain very incomplete. None of us knows the side of the player, but it is precisely this that all contemporaries emphasize incredibly strong. The composer, on the other hand, almost not at all. Scheibe's critique in the Kritischer Musikus of 1736, which as a result of Johann Adam Birnbaum's rapid public response, was once again the only substantial comment on Bach's compositions at this time. In his second writing of March 1738, Scheibe now differentiates very strongly between the player and the composer. If therefore the Herr Hofkompositeur is indeed an extraordinary artist on the piano and organ, but commits certain not insignificant errors in the composition of musical pieces. Wow. That means the player is fantastic, the composer is not. The quintessence of his criticism is the following. Ja, es hat sich dieser große Mann nicht sonderlich in den Wissenschaften umgesehen, die eigentliche von einem gelehrten Komponisten erfordert werden. Wie kann derjenige ganz ohne Tadel in seinen musikalischen Arbeiten sein, welcher sich durch die Weltweisheit nicht fähig gemacht hat, die Kräfte der Natur und Vernunft zu untersuchen und zu kennen? Wie will derjenige alle Vorteile erreichen, die zur Erlangung des guten Geschmacks gehören, welcher sich am besten um kritische Anmerkungen, Untersuchungen und um die Regeln bekümmert hat, die aus der Redekunst und Dichtkunst in der Musik doch so notwendig sind, dass man auch ohne dieselben unmöglich rührend und ausdrückend setzen kann. Zumal daraus die Eigenschaften der guten und allein schlechten Schreibarten sowohl überhaupt als auch insbesondere fast ganz allein fließen. Und so weiter und so fort. This is really a hardcore critique, I must say. The former students' criticism will have struck Bach. The repeated rejoinders of the rhetoric lecturer Birnbaum, who was provided by Bach with counterexamples and with evidence for the appropriateness and correctness of his compositional views, speak volumes.
Christina?
Yeah.
Chris, we've got it up, okay? 2 minutes? 2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay, yeah. Now the main point is, I think that Bach's Klavierübung 3 is now the main response of this critique by Scheibe. The point is that the second Birnbaum dispute and the print should appear at the same time to Ostermesse in 1739. Then the dritter Teil of Klavierübung did only appear to Michaelismesse, but nevertheless it is Bach's answer. Bach thus creates a panopticon of a long and great organ tradition. Klavierübung 3 thus becomes a summative work par excellence. Apparently, all the pieces were newly composed in the run-up to printing. At any rate, there is not a single reference to an earlier source. From a purely external point of view, the movements display a maximally broad musical repertoire of forms and represent the rich cosmos of organ chorales of the time and of the history of organ music. I interpret the publication of Klavierübung 3 in 1739 as a decisive step by Bach into the public sphere. While Klavierübung 1 and 2 were dedicated to the lovers, to the music lovers in 1739, it is additionally stated, especially to the connoisseurs of such works, for the Gemütsergötzung, of course, too. He narrows the specific audience, making it clear that it is not writing for a general audience, not kind of a Hasse audience, so to say. And let me come to the end. Although, in addition to the 12 preludes to catechism hymns, there is a large E-flat major prelude at the beginning and a 3-part fugue at the end, and also 9 settings of liturgical pieces of the ordinary, as well as 4 textless duets. So why does he choose this title, Katechismus and andere Gesänge for the orgel? Bach focuses clearly on the 6 Reformation songs from the Lutheran Catechism. I would say it's kind of a musical catechismus, Bach's musical catechism, so to say. I don't think that Bach asked himself the question of whether it was a cycle or a work to be interpreted as a whole or as an orgelmesse or one by one in a sequel. In this respect, the term organ music is, to me, in my opinion, it's wrong. A catechism doesn't have to be read in its entirety at once, just as reading or memorizing the Lutheran small catechism or any other catechism. This catechisms provide reassurance about the fundamental contents of the faith. So does the Klavierübung 3 about the form, the context, and the meaning of liturgical organ music. Bach's musical catechism, as I would call this print, does not require an overall interpretation. As the different parts are too distinct, I think it is contrary to Bach's compositional habits to constantly change both cantus firmus and compositional styles in a cycle. So if I just put the focus on this collection, I must say it's totally different from the Weimar organ chorales, which he then collected also right after the print of Klavierübung 3. He started collecting, choosing Weimar big organ chorales for a manuscript. But this is so totally different, and we don't see a kind of summative aspect in this work. He just wanted to have them together in a revised form. But I want to point out that those collections, which both were very good compositions, but the one is a kind of really a statement from the point of view of the learned composer with a highly liturgical knowledge, and the other is more the player and the interpreter from the Weimar time. Thank you very much for listening so carefully. My English is a bit poor, I must say. The problem was I had not too much time to prepare it carefully, so maybe something was in a weird form, but nevertheless I tried my very best. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. In the interest of time, I will direct you to the program book where you can read the lengthier version of Dr. Ruben Phillips's biography, but I'll introduce him very quickly. by saying that he's a British Academy postdoctoral fellow at the Faculty of Music at the University of Oxford. He is a Princeton graduate with a dissertation on Brahms's engagement with German Romantic literature. He's currently working on a collection of essays entitled Rethinking Brahms for Oxford University Press, and we'll look very forward to seeing that, as well as hearing his discussion now on completing Bach, the Mass in B minor, and the Art of Fugue in Tovey's hands. Thank you, Ruben. Unmute yourself, Ruben.
There. Sorry for my slowness. I'm just going to share my slide. Excellent. Thanks, Ellen, for that introduction. So my title is Completing Bach, the Mass in B minor and the Art of Fugue in Tovey's hands. Devotees of the writings of the British musical scholar Donald Francis Tovey are unlikely to be aware of the important role played by technology in establishing Tovey's reputation in Britain during the 1930s. The writings for which Tovey is probably best known, his celebrated essays in musical analysis, were published in book form by Oxford University Press in the late 1930s. While valued today largely by musicologists and music theorists, in 1937, the volumes were reviewed in the Gramophone magazine as being of value and interest to record collectors. Up until his death in 1940, Tovey gave a number of talks and lecture recitals on the radio. And in 1936, he produced a series of short essays for the BBC magazine, The Listener, which appeared ahead of scheduled radio broadcasts of Bach's keyboard works. Probably the most significant result of Tovey's contact with new technologies, though, related to his long-standing interest in Bach's art of fugue. In the mid-1930s, Tovey contributed to an ambitious project initiated by Columbia Records. Bach's fugues were recorded, played by the Roth String Quartet, and the resulting album of 10 12-inch discs contained an accompanying booklet of notes by Tovey, styled as a listener's guide. On the final side of the 10th disc, Tovey himself could be heard at the piano, playing his conjectural completion to Bach's work, his proposed ending to Contrapunctus 14. We will hear an extract from this recording, the passage at which Bach breaks off and Tovey picks up the threads of his counterpoint. Radio broadcasts and recording technology might have helped Tovey, but it would, however, be a bit of a stretch to describe him as a technophile. Joseph Kerman wrote of Tovey that his mind was entirely formed in the 19th century. And while this might be something of an oversimplification, when it comes to the contours of Tovey's own musical education, it is, of course, undoubtedly correct. Tovey was born in 1875, and the dominant influence on his early musical life, beyond his official teachers such as Sophie Weisser and Hubert Parry, was the great 19th century violinist Joseph Joachim. The means by which the young Tovey assimilated a canon of Western art music were not the radio and the record, but by playing the piano and by collecting miniature scores. These two ways of handling music, at the keyboard and turning small printed pages, were integral to his precocious and impressively comprehensive grasp of the works of Austro-German composers from Bach through Brahms. One gets a good sense of Tovey's remarkable capacity to hear musical works simply through reading scores from his surviving correspondence. Writing at the age of 13 about Beethoven's Third Symphony, he noted that it takes an hour to peruse without repeats. As an undergraduate in Oxford, he bemoaned his slowness in Latin and Greek. Why can't I study classics like music? I ought to learn easily to read Plato as I read Bach, but there is no prospect of that for a dreary long time yet. And writing from Bayreuth in 1897, he commented that after a performance of the Rheingold, he found himself quite fit to read Beethoven's Missa Solemnis through for the third time that week. As Raymond Mennell has observed, many of the scores preserved in the Tovey collection in Edinburgh bear the traces of his intensive study. This paper inquires into Tovey's experiences handling printed music by considering some of the pleasures derived from his bookish engagement with the music of Bach, particularly in the case of the composer's late works. My principal source here is Tovey's own copy of the 19th century Bach Gesellschaft Ausgabe, preserved in the University of Edinburgh's Centre for Research Collections. The surviving 53 tomes are handsomely bound in green leather. Many are stamped with Tovey's initials DFT, and the large number of annotations contained within them document his absorption in this body of music over several decades. I'm interested in Tovey's copy of the edition as a musical object, and drawing on an idea from the field of book history advanced by Roger Chartier, I'm keen to think about the role of this edition's typographical and material forms in shaping an engagement with Bach's works. In the second section of the paper, I will present some of Tovey's annotations, reflecting on the different ways of being around Bach's music that these fascinating volumes enabled. I'll conclude with some thoughts about Tovey's treatment of the Mass in B minor and the Art of Fugue, works that occupied him in the final decade of his life. And I'll suggest ways in which Tovey's engagement with Bach's late music as a scholar, composer, and performer might helpfully be viewed as a kind of resistance to the monumentalized conception of Bach laid out on the pages of the Gesellschaft edition. Precisely when and how individual volumes of the Bach Gesellschaft edition came into Tovey's possession is unclear, though it is certain that he was familiar with much of the edition prior to its completion in 1899. Ernest Walker, Tovey's friend at Balliol College, Oxford, recalled that the Bach volumes had been Tovey's regular bedtime reading. In a letter to Sophie Weisser, written from Oxford in 1898, Tovey requested that she send him various musical scores, including the Gesellschaft volume containing the Brandenburg concertos, and he went on to add that he had just read through the cantata Ihr werdet weinen und heulen, which is so overpowering that though I thought myself pretty well case-hardened to Bach, I was quite knocked down by it. Evidently, by the time that Tovey wrote his entry on Bach for the 11th edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica, published in 1911, he was sufficiently well acquainted with the strengths and weaknesses of the Gesellschaft edition to be able to discuss it in its entirety. While Tovey did make trips to Germany as a young man, it is most likely that the Bach volumes made their way from Leipzig into his hands through a London-based music seller. Breitkopf and Hertel opened a shop at 151 Oxford Street in September 1890, moving to Great Marlborough Street in 1892, and advertised themselves in the Musical Times as publishers of complete and critically revised editions. The Bach volumes would have been expensive items, especially if purchased individually without a subscription discount. Tovey's set appears to have been put together piecemeal, and my best guess is that some of the volumes would have come to him as gifts. Whether these tomes were initially purchased bound or unbound, the handsome green leather bindings in which they are preserved today do not necessarily represent the look of the volumes as Tovey lay reading them in bed as an Oxford undergraduate in the 1890s. In the course of later rebinding, the pages of several volumes were cut down, a process that has truncated some of Tovey's marginal comments. As it survives, Tovey's copy of the edition is not quite complete, lacking the volumes containing Bach's Christmas Oratorio and the orchestral suites, and the final index that was published in 1899. It should also be noted that these volumes by no means represent the only copies of Bach's works known to Tovey. In the case of the keyboard music, for example, his copies of Hans Bischoff's scholarly edition from the 1880s are more heavily annotated than the respective Bach Gesellschaft volumes. The Gesellschaft edition was, however, central to Tovey's varied creative and intellectual engagements with Bach as a writer, composer, performer, and scholar. Published by Breitkopf and Hertel over a period of half a century, and drawing on the editorial efforts of a large group of scholars, the Bach edition is celebrated as one of the great musicological projects of the 19th century. But although it has often been noted that these volumes serve to monumentalize Bach's legacy, most thinking about the edition has considered it from the perspective of its musical text, rather than as an object in its own right. The intention for a distinguished appearance to the edition was, however, made clear at the outset, and its realization can be felt in the format of these volumes, the quality of the printing, and the weight of their paper. The first volume of the Gesellschaft edition included a portrait engraving of Bach based on the Haussmann painting and a facsimile reproduction of the opening page of one of Bach's cantatas. These tomes seem to resist the ephemerality of the music inked on their pages, and in their sheer bulk, they were ill-suited to the business of modern musical performance. This was not their primary purpose. The process of gathering up all of Bach's music as text inevitably loosened its ties to the original 18th century settings in which it was played and heard. Whether a composition was originally intended for the church, the coffee house, or the home, the Gesellschaft edition brings these musical offerings together side by side, presenting the full Bachian oeuvre as an immense series of works uniformly set out in score on elegantly printed pages. Each volume of the edition provided with a critical commentary, and every work announced by an ornately engraved title page. Despite its unwieldiness, the Gesellschaft edition hugely assisted the knowability of Bach's music and style. Bach's creative achievements are celebrated, but also bounded and ordered by these volumes, and a crucial affordance of the edition, at least for those who encountered it after its completion in 1899, was the comprehensive overview it provided of Bach's contributions across different musical genres. A belief in the fundamental knowability of Bach's output is central to the authority that Tovey assumes, even in early writings, and this idea is also traceable in his marginal annotations. Significant in this regard are his frequent uses of the superlative, because to earmark the greatest, the longest, the grandest, or the richest use of a particular musical technique proclaims a connoisseurship of Bach's music. The precondition of such utterances is a confidence in having also seen all other contenders. For Tovey, the most crucial affordance of the Bach Gesellschaft edition as a material object was the opportunity that it presented of making Bach's works his own. The personalized binding and the inscriptions of his name on the inside of pages were part of the process of taking these pieces unto himself. But the more profound traces of his assimilation of the repertoire are to be found in the penciled comments. The handwritten markings that litter the Bach volumes are, in most cases, hard to date. There are quite a number that seem in every sense marginal to the musical texts to which they respond. This includes details about when Tovey first heard a given work, who sang or played it, or when and where he himself examined one of the autographed manuscripts. Such annotations recall specific personal encounters with Bach's music, rooted in a particular time and place. Of a different order are the analytical markings and artistic evaluations of individual compositions, either penciled at the foot of the final bar, scrawled above a title, or dotted amid the musical staves. This slide presents one fairly typical example, Tovey's comments on the cantata Gleich wie der Regen und Schnee vom Himmel fällt, which he describes as the most singular of all the authentic cantatas, and as being distinctive in its form and instrumentation. Tovey's observations typically provide a sympathetic English language adjectival frame for Bach's music, and stand frequently in contrast to the scholarly, often dry German of the critical commentaries. At times, his language is reminiscent of the lexicon of P.G. Wodehouse, but the identification of striking details in Bach's text setting or the pronouncements on cantata movements through phrases such as splendidly vigorous and fresh also convey his sense of the visceral excitement of this music. In this penciled annotation to a recitativo from the St. Matthew Passion, Tovey draws attention to the strongest chord in all Bach. If these annotations chart Tovey's travels through the world of Bach's music, leaving markers at sites worth seeing, other annotations are more abstract in nature. Noteworthy in this context are the frequent and neat additions of bar numbers. Such arbitrary devices of control, like the numeric ordering of cantatas by the Gesellschaft editors, provide coordinates for rereading and assist in the analytical absorption of pieces. Probably the most significant set of non-verbal annotations tracks Bach's use of contrapuntal devices, as is partly illustrated by this chorale prelude. The symbols that Tovey adopts here and elsewhere derive from the edition of the Well-Tempered Clavier, edited by Charles Frederick Horn and Samuel Wesley, that was published in the early 19th century. This slide shows one of the opening pages from Tovey's own copy of the Wesley Horn edition. I have highlighted their analytical symbols for labeling a contrapuntal subject, its inversion, diminution, and augmentation. Tovey also made use of this system in some of his published writings. While the pencil markings attest to the level of care and attention that Tovey lavished on Bach's music, their later intended use, if they had one, is often unclear. The sight of these heavily worked pages speaks most obviously of Tovey's insatiable curiosity about this repertoire. It is likely that when preparing for performances, writing program notes or university lectures, he might well have consulted his earlier jottings on individual works. And in this sense, the volumes seem to have functioned as a kind of storehouse of memory, a repository of his salient ideas about any given musical piece. Although the Gesellschaft edition was foundational to Tovey's appreciation of Bach's music, it is fair to say that he also seems to have enjoyed resisting the claims of the editors to have provided a definitive and complete musical text. Tovey obviously had mixed opinions about the quality of scholarship carried out in the different volumes, a view much in evidence in his protestations against the various misreadings and misunderstandings of Bach's musical language. Such comments divest the Bach Gesellschaft project of some of its gravitas, as do Tovey's penciled witticisms. Note his evaluation of editor Julius Rietz as a silly old blue bottle. Another editor, Alfred Dörfel, apparently had brains that consist entirely of cotton wool. On a deeper level, though, Tovey's annotations seem to suggest his disagreement with the belief that a comprehensive understanding of Bach's music could be reached simply by establishing the ontological stability of the composer's music as a series of discrete works. A very large number of Tovey's annotations trace Bach's reuse of musical materials in different compositions, some of which were overlooked by the Gesellschaft editors. We can observe this type of scrutiny in places where arias are adapted between secular and sacred contexts, and especially in Tovey's detailed annotations to the various cantata movements that were recast in the B minor Mass. This slide shows Tovey's examination of the formal and melodic differences between the aria Ach, bleibe doch mein liebstes Leben from the Ascension Oratorio and Bach's use of some of the same material in the Agnus Dei. Tovey was keenly aware of the degree of artistry often involved in Bach's parody techniques. In the case of this Agnus Dei, for example, he observes that a brand new composition would not have cost Bach more energy than this meticulous reworking. For Tovey, the fascination of such passages lay in the opportunity they presented for looking over Bach's shoulder, in the privileged access they seem to grant to his compositional workshop. Through his activities as a performer, Tovey also at times felt the need to modify and add to the Bachian works laid out on the printed pages of the Gesellschaft edition. We get a sense of some of Tovey's more interventionist ideas in the suggestions that he makes for rearrangements in his published writings. The transposition of preludes from the Well-Templer Klavier to serve as prefaces to independent fugues, or the borrowing of a movement from the violin sonata as a slow movement for the third Brandenburg concerto. In the case of Tovey's personal copy of the Mass in B minor, there are quite a few markings relating to issues of performance practice, probably because this volume was used by him as a conducting score for Edinburgh performances in the early 1930s. Tovey's annotations here include corrections to the musical text and some subtle adjustments to the instrumentation. As shown in this photograph, in the Benedictus, he has reallocated the obbligato instrumental part to the flute, as is common in most modern editions. Tovey's most significant additions to the musical text of the Mass, though, were in filling out the harmony of Bach's music through continuo realization. By 1930, Tovey had gained considerable experience and renown as a continuo player. 3 decades earlier, when presenting Bach cantatas in concerts at St. James's Hall in London, he provided his own figured bass realizations at the piano. It is likely that these would have been improvised, and the first major English language study of continuo playing by F.T. Arnold noted Tovey's brilliance in this regard, citing his accompaniment of a solo movement from one of the Bach cantatas as, quote, a thing not to be forgotten. Back in 1914, Tovey had also been invited to Aachen by the conductor Fritz Busch to assist in a performance of the Matthew Passion. Such was the level of public interest in the performance that a short essay by Tovey appeared in one of the local newspapers. Here he justified his approach to continuo playing. Tovey advocates for something that approaches what is today termed dual accompaniment, the use of 2 separate chordal instruments to realize Bach's figured bass part. The Aachen performances of the Passion made use of an organ, and Tovey himself seems to have played the piano, an instrument he continued to favor above the harpsichord for recitative accompaniment due to its greater strength of tone. In the case of the Mass in B minor, we can get a fairly good sense of Tovey's style of continuo realization, because the part was actually written out for another player so that he could keep his hands free to conduct the performance from the podium. This rather messy manuscript in Tovey's hand is also part of the collection in Edinburgh. The instruments deployed here are alternately piano and organ, with the latter used according to context, both with and without pedals. The Edinburgh performances of the Mass would have been given by very large forces, but there is much about the style of this continuo realization that accords with later norms. As can be seen in this extract from the Christe, which is for organ without pedals, Tovey opts for a relatively straightforward chordal style, normally in 4 parts. This is quite different from the fuller romantic approach to dealing with Bach's figured basses that was common in the practical editions by Robert Franz. These continued to be used, I think, into the early 20th century. At least Tovey in his writings felt the need to be very critical of them. Probably the most significant intervention that Tovey offered in relation to the Gesellschaft edition's presentation of Bach's music, though, was in his treatment of the art of fugue. Tovey's own edition of this work was published by Oxford University Press in 1931 and took issue with the 19th century Gesellschaft edition and other more recent treatments of Bach's work in interesting ways. The first critical issue was that of instrumentation, an area where there was some ambiguity, as the original 18th century publication had been in open score, apparently with no direction of performing forces. In 1926, Breitkopf and Hertel issued a supplementary volume to their Bach Gesellschaft Ausgabe, presenting the Kunst der Fuge in a new edition by the young Swiss scholar and polymath Wolfgang Greisser. Greiser believed that Bach's fugues were unplayable at the keyboard and therefore also provided an orchestrated version of the work for practical use. This edition was used as the basis for a performance given at St. Thomas's Church in Leipzig in 1927, conducted by the then Thomas cantor Karl Strauber. Tovey's rather different view was that Bach's fugues should be regarded as keyboard music. His edition maintained the open score found in the 18th century publication, but added instructions for how to divide up the contrapuntal lines. Here we can see how Tovey guides the player's hands through the exposition of Bach's first fugue. The second contentious issue about Bach's work was to do with its conclusion. The fact that Contrapunctus 14 broke off mid-flow had endowed the art of fugue with a romantic aura for some 19th century commentators. Robert Schumann confessed to being gripped by this last fugue and by the idea that Bach, this great musical giant who was perpetually creating, had died right in the middle of his labours. A view advanced by several 19th century scholars, including Wilhelm Rust, who edited the work for the original Bach Gesellschaft edition, was that the incomplete fugue was not properly part of the art of fugue cycle, because it lacked the theme that Bach had deployed in all other numbers of the work. In 1881, Gustav Noterbohm, however, published his discovery of the possibility of combining the three fugue subjects found in the Contrapunctus 14 with the art of fugue theme, as is shown here. Tovey's completion provides one compositional realization of this discovery, bringing Bach's late contrapuntal masterpiece to a final cadence, while demonstrating the integrity of this incomplete fugue within the cycle as a whole. In his personal copy of a relevant volume of the Gesellschaft edition, Tovey has copied out his completion in pencil. The music notation skirts around the printed text on the following page and fills up the blank space at the end of the volume. There is one prosaic explanation for this remarkable sight, namely that this marked up volume appears to have been sent to Oxford University Press for the preparation of Tovey's edition. Beyond this, though, Tovey's manual inscription of his completion of Bach's fugue into the Gesellschaft edition seems to assert his own hard-won ability to operate in Bach's musical mentality. Pitted against the engraved musical text, this handwritten conclusion to the fugue signifies an attempt to recapture and reactivate Bach's creative spirit, or, as Tovey more modestly put it in his commentary, his hope of thinking Bach's thoughts after him. Earlier, I suggested the important role of Tovey's personal copy of the Gesellschaft edition in his project of making Bach's music his own. These tomes, which were handled over several decades, allowed him to assimilate a vast musical repertoire and to reach a profound knowledge of the range of Bach's compositional output. This final image of the art of fugue, in which Tovey's own musical text has got inside the Gesellschaft edition, suggests also that it was by dwelling in these volumes that Tovey found a way of inhabiting Bach's music. That process was surely integral to his success as an essayist and educator, and helped to create Tovey's enviable illusion as a music analyst of speaking not just about Bach's works, but also from within them. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for that really stimulating and interesting paper, Ruben. If there are questions, please either hover your cursor over the reactions button, and if you click on it, there should be a way to raise a hand. Also, the chat box is open, and I'm trying to watch that for questions or comments for either of our two presenters, Christina Blanken or Ruben Phillips. And let's again thank them both. Thank you. Yay. Questions? I will assert chair's privilege if I have to, but I would like to open it up to the people who are watching first. Well, then I'll start us off. Christina, I have a question for you about Bach, his identity, sort of lifelong identity as organist. And it's something in his biography that I've often been curious about that I don't see commented on particularly often. And it has to do with Bach's time in Curtin. In about 1720-ish, he applies for, even though he's gotten the coveted Kapellmeister title, and he seems to be very happy in Curtin, he applies for an organist position at the St. Jacobi-Kirche in Hamburg. And I've always wondered about that, because I understand the allure of Hamburg, but sort of going from Kapellmeister to going back to organist doesn't seem to go along with this sort of the trajectory that is often ascribed to sort of Bach's ambitions as a musician. And I wondered if you had any thoughts about that.
No, this is really a difficult question, and a lot of people have thought about it. And to me, I wonder if this is really a question of career in this at this point of his biography, but a point to go back to this church music sphere, perhaps. And together with playing those huge organs, which have been attracted Bach all his life long, I can only imagine that this had played the most important role. The organ itself, yes. But I don't have a real answer. It's difficult to say. Yeah.
It's a very curious moment in the biography, and it's something I think it sort of seems to indicate that he really did have, the organ had a draw for him, even though he had other career. I mean, it's not a radical thought. It's just something that I've been curious about.
Yeah, so, it's just, the player Bach. It cannot be over-exaggerated. It's really the fascination for the player organ, player Bach of the instrument must have been very, very strong.
Imagine so. Other questions from the panel? Dr. May, question. You have to unmute yourself, please, Dr. May.
All right. Okay, Christine. I also wondered about some of the later preludes and fugues, like 547, which the C major, which Greg Butler has hypothetically associated with the ceremony in 1745. I wonder if you had any thoughts about some of the later preludes and fugues, that or the E minor, the big E minor, so-called wedge.
No, obviously there is no precise possibility of dating any of those really huge, big preludes and fugues to any incident. So this is really strong hypothetically, and it's hard to say. And in case you have the autograph, you can at least put those to a certain decade, but I don't have an answer. To me, it strikes me that the big C major prelude and fugue is one of the rare ones in major. Most of the Leipzig big preludes and fugue are in minor, and for me it doesn't fit so well for. There must have been for some special events, but it's really a hard question.
Greg Butler.
What do you think, Mr. May? Unmute, please.
Yes. Greg Butler suggested it was for the ceremony celebrating the peace of 1745 after the Prussian troops. There had been a peace treaty drawn. There was a big ceremony in the Thomaskirche celebrating that event. It was right around Christmas time, and that it was the processional because it's such an unusual piece with the big pedal and so forth. But anyway, those I just wondered. There's no answer, no definite answer as you.
but do we know anything about Bach's role in as an organist in the Hauptkirche in Leipzig? There is no proof for him playing as an official role. It's a difficult question. If he was so kind, kind of allowed to play in such an instance.
This is all fascinating. Let's move on to get some questions for Dr. Phillips as well. And there will be time, perhaps you can exchange conversation during the pause. Dan Malamed has a question for Ruben Phillips. And then I see Alexander Goran has also indicated he has a question, and I see Keith Chapin as well. So Dan, Alexander, and Keith, please.
Yes, thank you to both our presenters. I do have a question for Dr. Phillips. I've always been struck in reading Tovi's Bach analyses that in many ways for Tovi, this Bach's music is modern. It's not early music for him. He doesn't seem to give much thought to that. Yet at the same time, of course, in England, there is a strong cultivation of early music, maybe with capital letters. Can you say something about Tovi's relationship and stance and the relationship of his own Bach cultivation to the concept of early music, or even his own idea of early music, which I don't know anything about?
Thanks. I really like that idea that you put forward, that Bach's music for Tovi has this kind of contemporary feel about it. It's living music in the sense that it's working with techniques he feels he can still understand and enjoy. I think that's definitely true. I was quite surprised really through looking at the Tovi materials in Edinburgh, and I suppose reading more of his writings, the level of his knowledge about other early music. It's sort of quite remarkable. I think both, I suppose, in terms of the scores that exist and his knowledge, say, of Schütz, for example. Things that were published, he did seem to know quite well. One of the things I enjoyed most that I came across was a little letter that he wrote when he was an undergraduate in Oxford, and he writes to describe a meeting that he'd had with the then Heather professor of the University of Oxford, who had the complete Schütz edition on his shelf, I think, but hadn't opened it. And this professor pointed out some parts and said, it's amazing that the basses could sing that low. And Tovi writes in his letter that this professor had actually been pointing to a trombone part. So even as a kind of late teenager, he seemed to have this kind of extraordinarily developed musical knowledge, and quite formidable really in relation to these kind of authorities of the day. So that's been one thing I've been struck by. The sort of extent of his knowledge of early music is a little hard to gauge, but my sense is that where things were published and when they were in modern editions, he tended to know them, and he did also collect quite a lot of early published things. So I guess he had a sort of voracious appetite.
But Bach wasn't in that category, or wasn't in an early music category for him, or did he not have one?
I don't know that he had one, I think. I think it was all, I mean, Tovi has this phrase, the mainstream of music, and he published a collection of essays under that title. And I mean, I'm trying to work out where the mainstream begins in a way for Tovi. And I suppose I assumed for a long time it was Bach, but increasingly I wonder if it begins with Palestrina for him. Yeah, he certainly, I don't think the concept of early music is necessarily helpful for Tovi's Bach in a way that it is for us today, I guess.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. The next question is from Alexander Goran. Mr. Goran?
Yeah, good day. His question is to Christine. In one of the slides, there were pieces of information from contemporary. It was Martin, I don't remember the name, 1729 witness. Do you remember what I'm meaning? 1729 piece of correspondence or something like that. And there was word mentioned, weltberühmten. Yeah, do you know what I'm pointing to?
I checked. Weltberühmten?
Weltberühmten, yeah. In 1729 piece of correspondence or something. So the question is, is there the only case besides obituary where that Weltberühmten connected to Bach's playing is mentioning, or do you understand what I'm trying to?
Yeah.
I didn't have time. I didn't read the slides, that
Yes.
expression till the end. So maybe I'm wrong. But is it about Bach's?
Ja, den weltberühmten Herrn Bach zu hören. When he compares Bach to Frescobaldi and to other composers, yeah.
Yeah, is that a piece of information published anywhere, or that letter?
It's in a I think in a composition treatise from Mr. Fuhrmann.
I see. Anyhow, do you know if it's the only case where Weltberühmten mentioned besides obituary?
No, I don't think so. Weltberühmten oder Weitberühmten is quite common in talking about Bach as a player.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks. Keith Chapin has a question now.
Yeah, thanks very much to both of you. I really enjoyed these talks. I had a question for Ruben, actually. I was interested in what, presumably Toby would have had other collected editions, and I'm just wondering if there's differences between the types of annotations he had in his Bach editions and the ones he would have had in other ones. And then I guess a sort of a related question, I remember reading some wonderful letters by Hindemith about how when he went to Edinburgh, he just had a wonderful time playing music with Toby. It was just, every time they had a chance, they would sit down and play repertoire. And I'm just wondering if there's also annotations in kind of playing editions that Toby had that would be comparable to the ones that you've been looking at in a really interesting way in the Bach edition.
Thank you. I sort of focused on the Bach materials, partly because I sort of think that Tovey has a lot of interesting things to say about Bach, which weren't sort of somehow taken up and appreciated by later scholars in quite the same way as his writings about Mozart, Haydn and Beethoven were. I mean, I suppose if you think about some of the really interesting 20th century musicological studies of Viennese classical style music, so much of it seems to sort of, a lot of it you could say comes out of insights of Tovey, the idea of classical style as drama in Rosen, and I suppose also Joseph Kerman's work. I feel that Tovey is almost really just as insightful on Bach, but for some reason his sort of thinking about Bach doesn't seem to have been read and taken up in the world of Bach scholarship in quite the same way, to the extent that actually I found in trying to understand a bit more of recent writings on Bach, I seem to find the same discoveries being made by later scholars that Tovey had already had in some places already observed. So I suppose I focused very much on the Bach for that reason. There are, I mean, a great many annotations in his scores. I was interested particularly in miniature scores, which he had early on and seems to have written things in. But the Bach is the only complete edition I've had a chance to kind of look through yet. I've been a little bit constrained by kind of COVID regulations, but I have sort of been told by other people, retired professors in the University of Edinburgh, that the Bach ones are particularly noteworthy and thorough, but I haven't been able to kind of establish exactly. I think what was particularly interesting to me about the Bach annotations was this mixture of things that are sort of matter-of-fact details to do with how you make this piece work well in a performance context, and also the kind of analytical stuff and the sort of personal memories as well, the memories of other people he's played these pieces with. I think generally they're all his annotations, but there's one interesting detail when I think in 1934, Albert Schweitzer, the Bach scholar, was awarded a doctorate. He came to Tovey's house, and he must have been able to look at the Bach volumes, because in a couple of places he's marked his comments on what Tovey thought, normally his agreement. But yeah, I mean, other annotations, I couldn't sort of comment on it authoritatively because there is just so much there, but my sense is that the Bach ones are quite remarkable, even among Tovey as being someone who wrote lots in his scores, I guess.
Thank you.
Bob Marshall, did you have a question?
I had a comment about the reason that Bach may have applied for the job in Hamburg as an organizer. And that is, already by 1720 in Curtin, there were budgetary problems. And the
Yeah.
size of the capella had already been reduced by several people. And it might well be that when Bach heard there was an opening in the Jakobikirche, he applied for that. And the next year he writes his Brandenburg concertos and dedicates them to the Margrave of Brandenburg. That might also have been part of a job application. And in early 1722, he writes celebratory music for the Zerbst, where the Kapellmeister job had just opened up. And then a couple of months later, of course, he applies for the Leipzig position. So it seems that in the last few years in Curtin, there were financial difficulties. And then came the marriage with Prince Leopold's new wife, who was not interested in the arts. So there was a growing sense of nervousness on Bach's part about the future prospects that are in Curtin. That might have something to do with it.
Oh, I mean, for sure. In that terms of that trajectory, it's just sort of interesting that it's an organist position. And when we're taught,
it's a nice place to be.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt.
Wealthy city.
Yeah. Any other questions for our speakers? Honestly, there's been a couple of fascinating and thought-provoking papers, and Dr. Phillips, I'll be emailing you a few questions after this, but in the interest of keeping us on time. Oh, I'm sorry, I just see a question come up in the chat. Paul Rabin asks for Professor Blanken. Matazon also in 1717 mentions having seen several pieces by Bach for the church and for the fist. What might these have been and how might they have reached him?
I don't know exactly. Also later on, Matizan knows, for example, a piece like G minor fugue, which was after Bach played it probably at his Vorspiel in Katharinenkirche in 1720. Martinson knew it, and then it was part of the Organistenprobe in later applications. And he, of course, knew a lot of Bach pieces also from pupils which came from Leipzig to Hamburg. I forgot his name. There was something with the canon, but I don't know in this special case from 1717, I must say.
Cantata 21 is always a possibility, which he later quotes in print.
Mm. Oh, yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, with that, I think we can conclude our session. Let's thank our speakers again. This has been wonderful, and thanks for all the great questions.
Thank you, all of you. That was wonderful. We're going to have a break now until 10:15. Marie is going to make an announcement in case some of you want to have conversations in small groups. We're going to set up small breakout sessions, which you can put yourself into and have conversations with small groups of people. We will reconvene at 10:15 for the next paper session. So I'll turn this over to Marie to give us directions about what we can do if we want private conversations. Take it away.
Okay, make sure your introduction is briefer than the one I'm going to give for the people who are actually speaking.
Yeah, I'm just going to use the one that you put on our website, which is like. Perfect. Welcome everyone to session number 2 of our Symposium and Festival. Our moderator for today's session is Daniel Melamed. He is professor at the Indiana University Jacobs School of Music and serves as president of the American Bach Society and director of the Bloomington Bach Cantata Project. His books, Hearing Bach's Passions and Listening to Bach, The Mass in B Minor and Christmas Oratorio, are available from Oxford University Press. Let's welcome Dan Melamed.
Thank you and welcome back, everyone. We are, of course, grateful for the tireless effort she has put into organizing this conference, but it's a particular pleasure to introduce our first speaker in her scholarly role as a contributor to the musical work of this conference. Erin Knight is Associate Professor of Music History at the University of Massachusetts Amherst. She received a PhD in Music and Humanities from Stanford University in 2010. She, of course, specializes in 19th and 20th century music, especially aesthetics and performance studies, and has written particularly about Ferruccio Busoni. And her book, Ferruccio Busoni and His Legacy, was published in 2017 by Indiana University Press. Her topic today is J.S. Bach's Goldberg Variations Reimagined. Professor Knight.
Thank you for that warm welcome. In March 1999, Christopher Beach programmed a celebration of Bach's Goldberg Variations in honor of the composer's 214th birthday. The events ranged from lectures by Christoph Wolff and Peter Schickele to a performance on harpsichord by John Gibbons, on organ Anthony Newcomb, on piano Garrick Olson, with string orchestra arranged by Dmitry Sikovetsky and choreographed by Jerome Robbins with the New York City Ballet. In addition, it featured 32 short films of Glenn Gould, PDQ Bach's Goldberg Variations, and a multi-composer reimagination for cello and piano by 6 US composers. The event ended with a jazz rendition by the Jacques Louisier Trio. While this particular event might be unusual in its bringing together of scholarship, hip performances, arrangements, and dancing, all centered on a single composition, it represents just how widespread the reception of the Goldberg Variations had become. The most novel part might just have been the multi-author reimagination, which I'll be discussing today. So Dan, you said you can only see the presenter screen, not full screen slides. So I need to change the view.
That might do it. You could try use slideshow. There, that's well.
So that doesn't work.
If you go back to where you just were.
Yeah.
Oops.
Oops. Okay. Is that better?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. Thank you. Well, scholars have discussed the origin, structure, and publication history of the composition, meaning the Goldberg Variations. Recent multi-author reimaginations, such as the one performed at the event in March 1999, have received only scant attention. This essay aims to broaden Bach reception studies by exploring how the Goldberg Variations inspired multi-author sets of variations. This article, for the sake of time, focuses on the first two such sets, the new Goldberg Variations from 1997, which I believe is the first multi-author reimagining of the piece, and the second one, 13 Ways of Looking at Goldberg from 2004. Both pieces fall somewhere on a spectrum between the newly composed and the arranged. They simultaneously pay homage to Bach's masterpiece while reworking its materials. Instead of representing the culmination of a single lifetime of achievement and experience, they display the collective imagination of diverse contemporary perspectives on the music and techniques of Bach. Through analyses of the first two multi-author recompositions of the Goldberg Variations, in conjunction with close readings of documents, composer interviews, the article shows how the plurality of Bach's late style helped generate new pluralistic postmodern compositions based on Bach. In doing so, it expands notions of Bach's output as not only summative, but also generative. In the process, this article not only sheds additional light on the reception of Bach's Goldberg Variations, but also contributes to ongoing discourse about the expansion of the work concept in the postmodern age. If the Goldberg Variations is one of the most masterful sets of variations of all times, its stylistic plurality has contributed to this proliferation of interest across a wide variety of genres. Peter Williams has noted that although the bass line shared features with bass lines by other composers, there was no precedent for Bach's, quote, full genre mix, moving from one strongly characterized and independent variation to another, end quote. Robert Marshall's description of Bach's late works as employing a kaleidoscope of styles that are simultaneously retrospective and experimental is aptly appropriate for the Goldberg Variations. And Christoph Wolff's description of Bach's late style as representing a, quote, stylistic consolidation of a lifetime of musical exposure that reflects a lifetime of musical curiosity seems accurate. Bach's blending of a newer cantabile style and harmonic contrapuntal elaboration with Italian virtuosity and French dance invites a multiplicity of interpretations and widespread appropriation in a variety of contexts. Bach's multiplicity of styles is reflected in both multi-author compositions considered here. The collections are as varied as Bach's original in terms of historical discontinuities, affect, and stylistic pluralism. If Bach's musical writing ranged from the learned stile antico to the contemporary gallant, the multi-composer reimaginings range from neotonality to strident modernism, neo-romanticism, serialism, and post-tonality, from exuberant dances to dreamy nocturnes to energetic inventions and fugatos to bel canto-like lines. Yet because there's no single mastermind behind these multi-author collaborations, the organization does not display the same structural coherence as Bach's piece. In both pieces under consideration, the ordering of the pieces is actually left up to the performer. And even if the pieces start with the same basic musical material, the collective authorship challenges the historical concept of the musical work. I'll start talking about the first imagining, the new Goldberg Variations from 1997. This piece for cello and piano ranges stylistically from the neo-Baroque and neo-Romantic to postmodern collage. It resulted from the vision of Judy and Robert Goldberg, who were so entranced by Bach's Goldberg Variations that they had Robert Levin perform them at their wedding in 1969. They subsequently commissioned a piece for cello and piano based on the Goldberg Variations to be performed for their 25th wedding anniversary. But the piece turned into a memorial when Robert was diagnosed with cancer and died suddenly. John Carigliano declined to write the entire piece because he didn't want to be Bach's successor. Instead, he suggested a compilation by several US composers. Although Yo-Yo Ma played excerpts of the piece to Robert Goldberg in the hospital, it would not be until August 24th, 1997 at Jordan Hall in Boston at a private performance by Ma and Emanuel X that the entire work would resound. The New York debut subsequently took place on May 18th, 1999 with Ma and Jeffrey Kahane, In the meantime, Marcy Rosen and Diane Walsh performed the piece on March 20th, 1999 at Purchase College in the event I described at the beginning. The order of the pieces is not prescribed, and each of the 6 composers published their compositions separately. If Bach's aria served as a frame, it's unclear what order the pieces were performed at the initial performance. Daniel Poor specifically requested that his variation go last because he, quote, wanted to create a kind of fantasy variation before the return of the perfectly structured sarabande, end quote. The following order, as recorded by Jacques Dupre and Tanya Prohashka, reflects Daniel Poor's request. This is also the order followed by Marcy Rosen and Diane Walsh in 1999. By contrast, a 2017 performance by David Garingas and Ian Fountain featured the pieces with additional music by Bach inserted, including Busoni's arrangement of the aria and Bach's Variation 16. Like Bach's Goldbergs, the individual pieces are quite diverse. Each of the composers responded in some way to the iconic bass line from the Goldberg Variations. Some fragmented it, others serialized it, while others stacked it vertically. Some of the composers responded to the physical agility of the Italianate movements or the cantabile of the aria, while all blend counterpoint and styles of their own age, just like Bach did. Corigliano's variation combines cantabile lines and Bachian counterpoint. It begins in the tonic key of the Goldberg Variations, G major, and includes the initial 3 pitches of the descending bass line at the beginning of each of the first 3 lines of the cello part, G, F sharp, E. Each pitch generates lyrical, unmeasured, fantasia-like melodies that become increasingly chromatic. While the opening legato lines build on the general melodic arches of the opening aria, the middle section in the dominant includes multi-voice polyphony reminiscent of Bach's writing for solo cello suites. At the same time, the piece represents new musical thoughts in the unending and unmeasured melodies. In the increasing chromaticism as the lines unfold, in the dissonances, and in the exploration of the special timbral qualities of the higher register of the cello, along with the use of harmonics, coupled with angular leaps. Daniel Poor's variation likewise takes pitches from Bach's bass line as a starting point in the opening section. However, he distributes the bass line between the piano and cello part while adding chromatic inflections and new harmonies. For instance, G appears in the bass at the beginning of measure 1, but subsequent descending pitches are featured in repeated notes in the soprano, in the piano, and on beat 2 of each measure by the cello. To this, Daniel Poor adds newer instrumental effects such as flautando and sul ponticello. Freisel's first variation, by contrast, stacks the notes of Bach's aria, ground bass vertically, thereby invoking a new sound world of widely spaced and expansive chord clusters over which a melody resonates in the cello part. And I might add that I do have the music playing in the background as you're watching it on the screen. For the sake of time, I'm talking over the examples. At the same time, he features polyphony and ensuing presto that moves the bass line into the treble register over an inversion canon. The virtuosic imitation between instruments recollects Bach's virtuosic variations with repeated sequential figurations and rapid pitch repetitions, yet with new pitch collections. Rouse, by contrast, evokes opposing emotions with a virtuosic variation followed by a long cantilena. Both are freely composed glosses on Bach's Variation 25. Variation 1 starts with a borrowed downward chromatic second motive featuring 2/16ths followed by an 8th note that is imitated by the piano before being inverted. This melodic motif comes from Bach's Variation 25, but Rouse treats it in the energetic spirit of an Italianate toccata. At the same time, the musical language is new, with the opening 4 measures featuring all 12 pitches of the chromatic scale. However, frequent metric changes in the middle section lend the work an air of fluidity. The second variation is for cello alone. While the first 7 bars quote directly from Bach's aria, the line becomes newly composed in the same spirit before reverting back to Bach's material again at the end. Peter Lieberson, by contrast, created a 12-tone row, pictured here on the screen, using 6 notes from Bach's descending bass line, while adding another 6 pitches to round out the collection. His piece begins with these 2 hexachords, Bach's in the lower voice and Lieberson's in the upper voice. In this way, the row represents a melding of the 2 composers. Subsequent variations draw on Bach's timeless techniques, the first of which is called neighbor canons, a dissonant canon at the minor second. It begins symmetrically with 2 sections, each 10 bars long, and is followed in the lengthier second half with a double canon between cello and piano. The second variation is a scherzo, thereby capturing the playful spirit of many of Bach's variations. And finally, Peter Schickele uses canonic techniques throughout his composition, but treats them in new ways. In the first variation in G, he treats the bass line motivically, fragmenting it and extending it with octave displacements. The instruments imitate the bass line at the interval of a third, but displaced rhythmically in a slow cantabile. Schickele's second variation evokes the physicality of an Italianate toccata with rapid running notes and widely spaced pizzicato intervals. He adds an original touch when he even has the performers shout out Goldberg in the piece, spelling out the word Goldberg. "13 Ways of Looking at Goldberg," which we're going to discuss next, is a similar pastiche of styles and techniques. The Gilmore International Keyboard Festival asked 13 composers for a solo piano work of not more than 4 minutes. Gilbert Kalish, who had been responsible for suggesting some of the composers, performed the premiere at the Gilmore Festival in Kalamazoo, Michigan on May 2nd, 2004. He performed Bach's aria at the beginning and end, and inserted variation 13 in the middle in place of the variation by Tanya Leon, which he stated he didn't like as much. However, Kalish noted that the piece could be reorganized by the next performer, stating, quote, "While the work is intended to be performed complete, as here printed, other options are possible. Individual variations can be chosen by the performer to be played in various combinations, including, if desired, other variations from the Bach original." This reorganization became a reality when Lara Downs recorded the piece just 3 years later. Downs's recording placed the pieces in a new order, and she removed Bach's variation 13. Instead, she inserted an additional piece by Ryan Brown, which she commissioned, called Ornament. It utilizes only the upper 2 octaves of the piano and features thin textured and highly ornamented lines. Axel Feldheim, a reviewer who attended one of her performances, notes that she described the organization, quote, as an arc, moving away from the aria and back again. Downs herself described the piece as being a conversation with Bach, stating, "The music on this recording looks back to Bach through different lenses and calls back to Bach with different voices. It tells a story about musical evolution, about the balances of inheritance connecting generations and variations creating changes across centuries. It tells about musical lineages and legacies, about how everything old is new again." Ina Felix, a pupil of Gilbert Kalish, has since performed the piece in New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. Although she largely followed Kalish's suggested order, she added one of her own variations, her own composition, Short Variation, which she placed after Higdon's. And in addition, she reclaimed the one by Tanya Leon that Gilbert Kalish didn't like and added it back in. In addition, Sahiko Kato performed only selected variations in 2010 in Felix Hall and recorded them. The 13 ways of looking at Goldberg range stylistically from neo-Baroque to neo-Romantic to modernist to postmodern eclecticism. Several of the composers provided their variations with descriptive titles in keeping with the spirit of a collection of character pieces. 3 of the neo-Baroque variations are by Bolcom, Gothoni, and Higden. Bolcom's variation for left hand alone is an inversion canon. It explicitly references Bach's aria, but splits the bass line between the bass and treble. The figurations spin out like a Baroque invention in 2-part texture over Bach's 32-bar structure, but with extra chromaticism. Higden's variation sounds like a Baroque invention. The figurations are Bachian with a spinning out of 16th notes, but the form is ternary with the slower middle section. If it is neotonal, there's lots of parallel fourths, sevenths, and tritones suggesting a freer treatment of the musical language. Gothoni's variation of variation with variation, as he entitled it, also quotes from the bass line and melody of Bach's aria, yet he ornaments the melody through the addition of runs, arpeggios, and ornamentation. Interspersed between both halves of the aria, Gothoni interpolates a vigorous variation on Bach's variation 29, thereby creating a slow, fast overall structure and a bravura ending. At the same time, several of the variations sound neo-romantic. Curtis Smith's Rube variation begins with simplicity that nevertheless gives way to Scriabinus chromaticism. Bach's bass line starts in the treble. Curtis Smith's variations play over an F-sharp pedal in the bass before appearing in the bass in octaves. The middle part, by contrast, features enriched chords followed by running lines exploring the lower registers of the piano and ninth chords plus some complex rhythms, especially quintuplets. Hirsch's Melancholy Minuet, by contrast, features the idea of dance throughout. The key of E minor provides a melancholy affect, and the descending chromatic bass line provides the structure. David Del Tredici's variation, on the other hand, resembles a gymnopédie in its simplicity, but is more directionally driven than Satie's works of the. It features Bach's stepwise descending bass line in G minor, over which Del Tredici features his own melody, even if he briefly quotes Bach's aria melody toward the end of the piece. He then fragments the melody and treats it imitatively 2 times, passing from soprano to alto to tenor, before leading to a peaceful coda in G. The middle portion features enriched late Romantic chords and harmonic sequencing. 3 of the variations also sound more stridently dissonant and modern. Laerdal's variation is based on Bach's variation 20, yet presented in a pointillist manner. It follows the structure of the ground bass and the harmonies fairly closely, and also evokes the playful and virtuosic character of the variation. However, the wide registral distribution creates the impression of Klangfarben Melodien. Stanley Walden's Fantasy variation features a defamiliarized sound world of chord clusters. The pointillistic middle portion evokes pitches of the overtone series and vacillates between mysterious chords and improvisatory scalar passages. Some of the figurations feature Bachian Fortspinnung, but they are defamiliarized. Walden described his piece as cubist. He said, quote, "In this variation, I have fractured and condensed time so that the harmonies and rhythms of the original Bach aria form new shapes and sounds. This is a cubist approach to sound, akin to what the painters Picasso and Braque had done with space." Wright Sheng's variation Fugato, by contrast, features a dissonant fugato. Although the counterpoint is Bachian, the piece is neotonal, beginning in G. Sheng adds chromatic inflections, covering most of the pitches of the chromatic scale. For instance, the first 4 pitches of the subject are G, D, G sharp, C sharp. The fugal answer starts on D flat, thereby establishing a strident tritone relationship that plays out in the contrapuntal relations. In addition to Neo-Baroque, neo-romantic, and modernist variations, a few are eclectic. Lucas Foss included several styles, including neo-Baroque toccata figurations, modernist stacked chords, and neo-romantic cantabile melodies. Although he follows the 32-bar structure of Bach, he changes tempos on each second set of 16 bars to emphasize the stylistic plurality of his variations. He alludes to Bach, but spreads the bass line and diminution between the hands. Jazzy and enriched harmonies combine with cluster chords to invoke a stylistically pluralistic sound world. Zupko's Ghost variation combines neo-Baroque, neo-romantic, and modernist approaches too. It features motives from Bach's aria melody and counterpoint with Lisztian virtuosic figurations, modern dissonances, and some extended techniques such as flutter pedaling to create spooky effects. But Bermel's Contrapunctus is perhaps the most memorable of the variations. It brings together neo-romantic piano writing, strident dissonance, unusual rhythms and meters, minimalist repetition of chords, and evocations of bebop. In fact, Bermel instructs the piece is to be played quasi-bebop and mechanically, with its hectic pace and syncopated rhythms. Tritones and seconds provide a stridently dissonant sound that complements the atonal treatment of the language. At the same time, the influences of Liszt appear in the stesso tempo section with wispy descending virtuosic figures. The final page of the piece vacillates in a minimalist manner between two chords in constantly varied meters. These two sets of multi-author collaborations present fascinating new ways of reimagining Bach, and they're reflective of the broad reception of the Goldberg variations today. It has remained one of the most influential sets of variations of all times, in part because of their masterpiece status. They are viewed as forming a clearly organized structural whole, and they have a single author with an esteemed reputation. That Bach composed them at the end of his life has contributed to the reputation as summative variations of genius. It is unlikely that fairly literal performances of the work like this will be disappearing anytime soon. Bach's Goldberg variations have since inspired several sets of equally summative pieces, such as Beethoven's Diabelli variations and Frederick Rzewski's People United Will Never Be Defeated from 1975. Rzewski's 36 variations for piano is based on Sergio Ortega's song El Pueblo Unido Jamás Será Vencido, written in protest of Augusto Pinochet. As in Bach's piece, there is regular structure in the tune that serves as the organizational basis for all of the variations, which are grouped into 6 sets of 6. Also like the Goldbergs, the tune reprises at the conclusion. It is also stylistically diverse, combining extended techniques such as whistling and slamming the piano lid with pandiatonicism, modality, and serialism. If Beethoven's Diabelli variations display less architectural connections to Bach, anecdotal stories hint that Beethoven had to write one more variation than Bach. In addition, variation 31, a highly ornamented adagio, explicitly references Bach's variations. Since the late 1990s, it has become increasingly common to approach Bach's music from a deconstructionist perspective. If veneration for Bach's music led to the creation of the 2 new multi-author pieces based on Bach, as discussed today, they in turn signaled a shift away from originality, single authorship, and the fixity of the score. Maria Citron has suggested that the privileging of European art music by white male composers, quote, suggests a desire to hold fast to a venerated past, end quote. Yet as Elaine Kelly has pointed out, quote, narratives of the past are invariably constructed in the image of the present. They reflect the ruling discourse in which they are conceived and serve to reinforce contemporary value systems, end quote. If notions of Bach's Goldberg variations as a composite whole rose to prominence in the early 20th century when the Werktreuer concept that stressed originality and the cult of genius was in vogue, it's only fitting that some performances today reflect current trends towards greater inclusivity. Perhaps this is partly why reimaginings of the Goldberg variations have proliferated since the late 1990s, and not just in classical music, but also poetry, musicals, and dance. While Bach's Goldberg variations is a summative compositional feat that can be viewed as an emblem of virtuosic originality, creativity, and coherence, it can also be seen today as generative for new pieces that display more inclusive values, such as the new Goldberg variations and 13 Ways of Looking at the Goldbergs, pieces that exemplify many things that Bach's composition was not. They were not conceived as aesthetic wholes, and 13 Ways of Looking at Goldberg was composed by people from many nationalities, genders, ages, and backgrounds. The composers recycled some of the musical material, deconstructing Bach's ideas, only to reconstruct them again using new languages and procedures. Moreover, lines are blurred between the roles of the composer, arranger, and performer, when the performer is the one to consider large-scale cohesion and the composer crafts new material borrowed from the ideas of Bach. Yet there are also some obvious similarities. In these pieces, the very discontinuities of Bach's late style have become a basis for reimagining Bach in the pluralistic present. Just as Bach combined the joys of dance, the learned techniques of counterpoint, and the virtuosity of the keyboard virtuoso, as well as captivating melodies and ornamentation in his own age, so multiple composers have responded to different aspects of Bach to compose new pieces that are just as varied, but reflective of their own backgrounds, locales, and musical languages. There are other recent multi-author reimaginations, such as the Buffo variations by Ni Otto Annan and Stephen Feld, that respond to the stylistic pluralism in diverse ways. This piece imagines what Bach's Goldberg variations might have sounded like if Bach had grown up in Ghana. In this case, the sounds and rhythms of the Buffo toad become integral to the sets of variations, just as much as jazz drumming. It features a Buffo aria and reprise, plus 10 variations played on a variety of percussion instruments and electronic guitar in the spirit of Bach, but featuring a new sound world. Another recent collaborative reimagining by Karl-Heinz Essel and Xenia Pestova entitled Goldberg Werk presents a reconception of Bach's piece for piano and live electronics. During performances, Essel manipulates harmonies that come from the piano via a speaker, funneling them through electronic equipment, and then plays them back through spatialized speakers. The electronic sounds are interspersed between Bach's variations played on acoustic piano, thereby juxtaposing the past and the present in new ways. Essel has also rearranged the order of the variations, and no two performances are alike. As recently as late 2020, two more sets of multi-author recompositions appeared, Variations Down the Line and Goldberg Reflections. Originally conceived as a standalone multi-composer composition by pianist Rachel Fryer, Variations Down the Line now combines Bach's Goldberg variations with newly composed pieces by 5 different British composers, Brecker, Broughton, Finnessy, Kay, and Lefano. Fryer premiered the piece in 2 segments on August 9th and 12th, 2020 at the Jam on the Marsh Virtual Festival. Goldberg Reflections, by contrast, is scored for violin and orchestra, and the instrumental transcription was created by Andreas Tarkman. The work came about from the vision of violinist Nicholas Lippe, who had always wanted to play the piece and was entranced by the Gould version. He decided, in conjunction with Tarkman, to add newly composed interpolations by 11 composers, mostly German. In conclusion, the reimaginings explored in this article reflect the values of the postmodern age in their deconstruction of Bach's techniques and themes, and in the anti-authoritarian attitude conveyed by a multi-author piece, in which the organization and even the makeup of the variations can change each performance. They are reflections of the values in which there is movement away from notions of the work as text and away from evaluation of status, originality, and aura, as well as clearly defined authorship, finiteness, and exact reproducibility. In this view, Bach's late style becomes not only a period to venerate, but also to see as generative, as minds separated by centuries look at musical material in new ways. As Alice Fogel, who wrote her own set of poetic variations on Bach's Goldberg variations, has eloquently stated, the ideals of today are about renewal and rejuvenation. She wrote, quote, a new language, a form, a key, God, Johann, the finite bound has unwound when your now becomes now anew. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I'll remind everyone that in keeping with the protocol of this conference, we'll hear from both of our speakers and then have a discussion afterwards on the combined topics. Our next speaker is Michael Spitzer, who is professor of music at the University of Liverpool. His publications explore intersections between music theory, philosophy, and psychology. He specializes in the music of the classical style, especially Beethoven, but his more recent work has taken an increasingly long view of music history, a history of emotion in Western music, 1,000 years from chant to pop, Oxford University Press 2020, and The Musical Human, a history of life on earth, Bloomsbury, just this past spring. His topic today covers a mere 150 years spanning the lifetimes of Bach and Beethoven. His topic is cyclic thoughts in or between or about the Goldberg and the Diabelli. Professor Spitzer.
Thank you. Can you see that? Okay.
Yes.
So thank you very much for my introduction. My favorite point in the Goldberg variations is variation 26. A saraband, its courtliness accented by grace notes, picks its way through a surging river of semiquavers. Coming after the G minor lament, it feels like a resurrection, the torrent of notes as an upsurge of new life. It is also a moment of revealing. The aria is itself a saraband, of course, but the saraband meter is rather more pronounced in this variation, thanks to the quaver rests, which add punctuation to the second beats of the bar. You could say that the Goldberg unfold a process of becoming a saraband. But I also love this variation because it reminds me of another much cherished moment in an earlier set of variations and another saraband. Of course, the Maggiore of the Chaconne for solo violin partakes of a very different set of contrapuntal commitments. But these two sarabands bear a family resemblance, sharing traits such as a fixation on the melodic third and the descending tetrachord. The earlier saraband is also staged as an event, again, the climax of a process of becoming a saraband. In particular, Bach clips away the problematic upbeats of the opening. So you can see the chaconne started on its second beat, a disturbance which creates much of the work's metrical energy. Chaconne and sarabande are both Spanish, possibly even African migrants into Italy and into Germany, yet with a key difference concerning continuity and symmetry. Chaconnes move in a continuous flow of 4-bar variations. Sarabandes stake out a broader symmetry with their da capo repeats. Paradoxically, there is something chaconne-like in variation 26's relentless repetition of 1-bar dotted note figures. More broadly, it dramatizes the collision of dance and flow. I get the image, given how the current of semiquavers surges alternately below and above the dance, underlying it and then submerging it, of a dancing couple gingerly picking their way through a river, or better, of the parting of the Red Sea, or of Tamino walking whilst playing his flute through the parting waves in Bergman's film of Mozart's opera. It's also worth noting that the sarabande was Bach's favorite dance. He used it more than in any other dance type and at special places, such as at the end of his 2 great passions. Anyway, to cut to the chase, why might Bach be remembering one sarabande through another 20 years on? The story is well known that in May 1720, Bach went to Karlsbad with Prince Leopold, and that when he returned in July, he found that his wife, Anna Barbara, had suddenly died. Helga Turner has proposed that Bach wrote the chaconne as a tombeau for his dead wife. Much of Turner's evidence is numerological. She argues that Bach encrypts Maria Barbara's name at the beginning of the work. More audible, perhaps, are the Lutheran chorales Turner discovers underpinning the Maggiore as a cantus firmus, in particular, the descending scales of Vom Himmel hoch, a chorale associated both with nativity and resurrection. I won't entangle myself in the controversy regarding Turner's method. I would just say that I think her hunch feels correct. It would be very abnormal of a husband not to be devastated by the sudden death of his partner and the mother of his children. And it would be inhuman for Bach not to discharge this emotion in his composing. How bizarre that we are content to allow Bach to encode the letters of his name in his music, but not the atoms of his emotional life. Of course, to suggest that such a thing is heretical within an intellectual discourse exemplified by Karl Dahlhaus's deconstruction of the life versus music relationship, as in the opening chapter of his Beethoven monograph. If such directly biographical echoes are illicit in the Eroica, how much more so for a Baroque composer? All such assumptions, however, are questioned by the affective turn in the humanities and social sciences. Thus, as part of my own recent work, I consider Bach in relation to what the historian of emotion, Suzanne Carant-Nunn, calls the Reformation of feeling in Lutheran Germany. Carant-Nunn shows that with the fading of Marian theology, women, in particular wives, came to occupy the heart and hearth of Lutheran life. A glow of domesticity can be felt in Bach's text settings, as in cantata BWV 32. Here in my father's place, a distressed spirit finds me. Here you can certainly find me and unite your heart with me, since this is called my dwelling. The image of the heart, so pervasive in Bach's text, and here in BWV 32, blending interiority with domesticity and healing, is very telling. And this is because Karen Nunn's story of the Reformation of feeling turns on the desacralizing of his bodily organ. Pre-modern theories of emotion viewed the physical heart as the literal repository of feeling. Thus, when Jesus' body was pierced on the cross by Longinus' spear, biblical tradition transposed the wound from his side to his heart, so that its outpouring of blood became an illocutionary emotive, healing the world. When the heart was desacralized in the Reformation, literal blood became the metaphorical fluid of heartfelt sincerity. At the end of cantata BWV 101, God's own heart is a locus of pain, spiritual contemplation, and healing. Think of Jesus' bitter death. Take to heart, Father, the sorrow of your Son and the pain of his wounds. Karen Nunn's broader agenda is to consider how the Lutheran Reformation of feeling articulated with modern subjectivity. In John Butt's words, Lutheranism makes a clean break from pre-modern religion because it is targeted towards the individual believer, cultivating one's sense of sinful responsibility for the fate of Christ. But let's consider Bach not just as an individual believer, but also as an individual musician, a family man with personal feelings. Feelings, of course, mediated through conventions and techniques, and feelings expressed through conventionalized affective scripts, which can be detailed in emotion theory. In all these respects, it makes sense to consider the Maggiore of the Chaconne as a tender memory of a lost wife and parent, wedged within a testament of howling rage and grief. Of course, there are countless exemplars of this minore maggiore sadness script. Think of the G major Siciliano's lullaby within the G minor violin sonata. Nevertheless, it is hugely counterintuitive not to hear the Chaconne in the context of a traumatic life event. And by the same token, it is plausible to hear Variation 26 in the Goldberg as another tombeau, detached at 20 years remove, the emotions recollected in tranquility, as Wordsworth would say. The staging and emplacement of the two memories are distinctly different, of course. In the Chaconne, it is a contingent happiness snuffed out by reality, Dante's "no greater woe than to remember happy days and misery." In the Goldberg, it is a memory of a memory, and this double memory is emplaced at the Goldberg's point of resurrection, looking forward, not backward. Variation 26 then forms a tight knot of memory, death, love, resurrection. Deeply personal, whilst formally stylized, it is quintessential Bach. Perhaps the saraband was Bach's favorite dance because it was his wife's favorite dance. Perhaps they danced it together. Perhaps. Let's now turn to a late work by a somewhat later composer. In a beguiling parenthesis, which Beethoven inserted into his letter to Archduke Rudolf, dated 29th of July, 1819, the composer speaks of a projected Kunstvereinigung, an artistic unification. I was in Vienna in order to collect in your Imperial Highness's library that was most useful to me. The chief purpose is rapid execution together with artistic unification, mit der besseren Kunstvereinigung, wherein practical considerations, however, may necessarily admit certain exceptions, in which connection the older composers render us double service, since there is generally real artistic value in their works. Among them, of course, only the German Handel and Sebastian Bach possessed genius. But in the world of art, as in the whole of our great creation, freedom and progress are the main objectives. And although we moderns are not quite as far advanced in solidity as our ancestors, yet the refinement of our customs has enlarged many of our conceptions as well. So in the Diabelli variations, which are as much a summa, a summation as Bach's Goldberg, Kunstvereinigung takes the form of the Society of the Greats. There is Mozart, dispatched early on in variation 22, voicing Leporello's Notte Giorno Fatica. And there is Bach. Variation 31 may not be a variation or even a pastiche of the Goldberg G minor lament, but it does channel the spirit of a composer Beethoven knew since his lessons with Nerfa at Bonn, aged 11. Next comes a Handelian fugue. And last comes Beethoven himself. Beethoven himself, with an echo of the arietta, refashioned as a stylized minuet. There are historical and personal memories here too, but the stark differences between Bach and Beethoven need to be spelled out. Beethoven's personal recollection is far shallower than Bach's. The arietta is 1822, the Diabelli 1823. That's only 1 year. Bach's memory of the chaconne is 20 years deep. The Diabelli attests to the growth of historicism since Bach's day. Much more than Bach, perhaps, Beethoven is anxious about his great historical precursors. But more importantly, the object of memory for Beethoven, his arietta. The object of memory for Bach is another person, his wife. And this difference highlights the opposite trajectories of the two cycles, the two summas. As a good Hegelian, Beethoven's journey is upwards, spiritualizing, in Maynard Solomon's words, an earthly waltz into a celestial minuet. Bach's journey is towards the tavern music of the final quodlibet, where the novelist Richard Powers, in his Gold Bug variations, hears a family sing-along at the Bach household. According to Forkel, Philipp Emanuel told him that the Bach family would sing together and laugh heartily. Beethoven is self-absorbed. Bach is absorbed at the end of his life into his family, his tribe. So I'll end by speculating on two kinds of late style. Beethoven's late style is, as I've written extensively elsewhere, an Aufhebung, an abstract lifting up. But that model doesn't fit all composers. In the past 20 years, thanks to research in music and aging, late style has been medicalized. Despite physical and mental decline, we now appreciate that there are plenty of benefits to aging. Older people use music differently to regulate their emotions. When young people are in a bad mood, they like to reinforce that mood by listening to sad or angry music. Older people do the opposite and tend to use music to improve their mood. As we age, we get better at controlling or regulating our feelings, and so experience less anger and anxiety. Older people also prefer the music they enjoyed in their teens, an age when a lifetime's musical taste is imprinted. And most importantly, it's interesting to consider why more societal cultures, both in the developing world and in European history, consider dementia as a social rather than an individual syndrome. Cognitive impairment is seen as a breakdown in a person's family support structure, or even a lack of love. In India and in pre-modern Europe, late style is a social style, a symptom of social breakdown. And this is precisely why, at its end, and approaching the composer's end, the Goldberg gestures towards societal reintegration. To quote the words of one of the Quodlibet songs, Ich bin so lang nicht bei dir gewesen. I have been so long away from you. So, three conclusions by way of conclusion. Number one, this is a tale of two families. Bach's family was all too real, his wives and children, his tribe. Beethoven's is far more abstract and frankly more pathetic. Lacking much of his own, he invents a family of the great composers, a Kunstvereinigung. He looks up to the stars in both senses, to be taken up into the heavens, the lodestar of a constellation. From this vantage point, it is Bach who is the more practical, quotidian figure, Beethoven the more abstract one. Thus, we shouldn't be distracted by Bach's contrapuntal speculations or by his piety. Fundamentally, Bach is a more down-to-earth figure. This represents a reversal in how we regard the two composers and the two late styles. And finally, late styles aren't all the same. I won't rescind what I wrote about Beethoven's late style elsewhere, but I will caution that it can't be generalized to all composers. In contrast to Beethoven, Bach's late style, at least here in the Goldberg, centers much more on the emotional self-regulation which comes with old age, a healing reflection on past trauma, and the consolation of being enfolded back by a family. One might add that if you're looking for late Beethovenian style dissociation, discontinuity, and an allegorical questioning of convention, then it is Bach's son, Philipp Emanuel, not the father, who is the safer bet. So let us not allow Beethoven's late style to occlude Bach's. I can't resist ending with a bad pun from the text of the Quodlibet's other song. Kraut und Rüben haben mich vertrieben. Cabbage and beets drove me away. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have plenty of time for questions and comment and discussion. It would be a help to me if you have something you'd like to bring up, if you could put something in the chat, either to everyone or just to me, if you like. I can call on you to ask your own question, but it would be helpful in keeping track of who'd like to ask. May I first offer an opportunity for our two speakers to see if there is anything they'd like to bring up about the others topic, and we can turn to everyone. I guess that might start with Erin on this subject, if she would like.
Sure. I was really fascinated by your paper, Michael, and the biographical references. I guess there was one aspect in particular I wonder if you might be able to elaborate on. You're focusing on the idea of dance and Bach, and I know there's been a lot of scholarship about Bach's music containing dance in it, but you add the physical element of Bach actually dancing or alluding to it, perhaps dancing with his wife. I'm wondering if you're aware of any research about Bach and dances that he might have participated in himself.
I don't know. I wish I did, and I defer to the experts who might help me. But for me, it wasn't so much the physical aspect of dance, but the relational one, that he was dancing with someone, with his closest partner. Possibly.
Yeah, I mean, people describe, especially the Goldberg variations, and dancers will have said it many, many times. I'm actually working on a project where I'm looking at choreographies of Bach, and they talk about the danceability of the music. And I keep imagining that Bach must have danced himself, but I haven't found any references to it. So if anyone knows, I think that'd be super interesting.
I'm wondering why the saraband was his favorite dance, and why both cycles are both going towards the clarification of the saraband at the pivotal moment.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Michael, would you like to bring up anything in relation to Aaron's discussion of Goldberg's Reimagined before we open the floor?
Yes, thank you very much for a lovely paper. Just to clarify that by plurality of styles in the Goldberg, we don't have plurality within the individual variations of the Goldberg. They're more or less consistent. So to look for plurality in his late style isn't quite the same as what we find in Beethoven, where we have more sectionalism within pieces.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, in Bach, when we talk about stylistic plurality in Bach, and what most of the scholars have described is the movement from the Italian to the French to the German between variations, or stile antico and the newer cantabile style. I think what's interesting in some of the reimaginings is we do find that pluralism within movements themselves, and we could say that's un-Bachian. So that's a really good distinction.
Yeah, great point.
Thank you. I wonder if I might continue the questions with one for Michael. I was interested in your discussion of Beethoven's reference to Kunstvereinigung, mit der besseren Kunstvereinigung as a chief purpose. And I wonder whether the connection is just accidental, or there is something to be made of the title under which Diabelli in 1824 published that set of variations on a minuet by 50 different composers that, of course, is closely tied up in the origins of the, what we now call the Diabelli variations, under the heading Vaterländische Künstlervereinigung. And I wonder whether this is just a linguistic accident, or whether there's some connection here between a Künstlervereinigung, or Künstlerverein rather, and the idea of a Kunstvereinigung.
Oh, that's a fantastic point, Dan, which just kind of begs the question that Beethoven refused the invitation to join the Society of Composers because he wanted to write his own society all by himself. So he didn't write one variation for 50 mediocre composers, but he wanted to be all alone with his club of dead composers.
Yeah, so a Kunstvereinigung for Beethoven had not meant taking no part in a Künstlerverein in Vienna, I guess, by that interpretation of it.
It's more aristocratic. It's an aristocracy of music, and he wouldn't have thought that the contemporary Künstler were in the same nobility, in the same league. Of course, Schubert wrote one, didn't he? But he wouldn't have known about that.
Yeah, yeah, that's an odd thing to try and reconcile. Keith Chapin has a question.
Yeah, thanks very much to both of you. I have a question for Aaron, actually, but perhaps also for the assembled here, which is, it struck me when I was listening to your discussion of the various sort of reworkings of the Goldberg variation list. There's one of the very first Kreisleriana by A.T.A. Hoffmann, it discusses an episode where the fictional composer Kreisler sits down at the keyboard and starts improvising. He plays the Goldberg variations and then continues improvising at the end of it. And my reading of that has always been that this was just E.T.A. Hoffmann and engaging in a type of literary trope. I was just wondering if there's any type of practice of people taking Bach's music and improvising upon it, from the end of the 18th, beginning of the 19th century, in the periods running up to the periods you were talking about, Aaron.
Yeah, it's interesting. The 19th century is particularly silent on the Goldberg variations. I mean, the first version I can find was a two-piano version by Samuel Wesley, actually. We know that, I would guess that improvisation played a particularly poignant role in Ferruccio Busoni's set of Goldberg variations. I mean, he kind of really rambles on at the end of some of the variations. We know that Liszt played them. Unfortunately, we don't have any either concert programs or reviews of him performing. We do know that he taught them to his pupils, and some of those recorded their own versions, such as Jose Viana de Mata. What's interesting is in their notated editions or versions, they're actually quite consistent in following the text. And so there is a big lacuna of information about what exactly happened in the first half of the 19th century or directly after Bach's life. But it was very common at the end of the 19th century to have two piano versions. There are notes added in, and I would imagine that there was some kind of improvisation that might have happened. But again, concert reviews are kind of sparse on that. I would say the version that's actually the wildest is Ferruccio Busoni's, and I would imagine some of those are things he just sat down and played at the piano because he was creating this version for himself, and then he notated it and published it for other people to do as well. So I don't really have a lot on the idea of improvisation, and there's actually there actually weren't a lot of performances, partly because of the instrument problem in the 19th century. What are you going to perform it on? The harpsichord's gone away. Now there's the piano. There's this idea you can't play some of them on the piano, but there's lots of arrangements.
Thank you.
One has to imagine that a piece like, well, the family of pieces by Liszt based on Wein und Cloud and Sorgenzag and Cantata 12 had some of their origin in improvisation. At the very least, Liszt takes a Bach piece and subjects it to some of the same kind of processes that he and others did in an improvisatory way for very different kinds of music. I don't know about earlier. What other questions and comments are there for our speakers? I invite them. Professor Exner.
Sure. Thank you, Dan. I have a question about the idea of saraband is actually danced rather than as some sort of topic that comes out of, say, like French Baroque practice and other practices that have to do with not the physical dancing, but what that dance has come to represent, more than like a nostalgic memory of an actual embodied experience. It seems like a lot of Baroque music has topical references the way we see mostly identified in classical repertories. And I think it's possible to think of the saraband as one of them. And I just wondered what you would think about that.
I don't know what the saraband's topical references are. They're not Spanish by that stage. Do you know what they are?
No, but well, they are. There are tombeau style references in French Baroque music, and it's not only Bach who used the saraband as a as an underlying pattern in a piece. It's not just him. So if we looked more widely, it might take on a meaning that was more common to the 18th century than just to the use of this one particular composer.
Yes.
And I wonder if that would maybe nuance the discussion a little bit in different directions.
Sure. I still want to know why it was Bach's favorite dance and why he chose it to end the two passions, for instance. Clearly there was something very personal going on there.
Certainly that could be. Thank you.
Those are sarabands. It seems to me there's a reading of those that would put them in the category of the berceuse, a lullaby or a sleep related piece. And given the textual topics and the theological trajectory of both those settings, calling them a berceuse might give equally interesting insight than calling them sarabands. But as Ellen points out, if I can take the liberty, that certainly the combination of saraband with the lament bass equal tombeau, and there's plenty of examples from Bach and others. Opening movement of Cantata 78, Jesu den meine Seele. If you agree with Larry Dreyfus, Ach mein Sinn from the John Passion, although that might be a more complicated example. So tombeau is not necessarily far from the surface. A very high standing, and this idea of saraband as among the very highest, maybe the highest of the stylized French dances, is probably part of its topic. I see offer of a comment from Stephen Whiting.
There definitely was a Spanish association with the saraband persisting into the 19th century. You just have to read the article on saraband in Koch's dictionary, where he says this is regarded as a Spanish dance because it supposedly was once danced with a castanet. So Koch is asserting a Spanish connection, and I think that Spanish connection probably informed the beginning of Beethoven's Egmont Overture. Where for many a decade, the opening rhythm has been connected with the forces of the Duke of Alba oppressing the Netherlanders. And that was probably a meaning that Beethoven felt was at his disposal if he wanted to use it.
I see Rose Marrow and then Bob Marshall. Rose?
Oh, yeah, it's in the comments. Just wondered if you could dance the saraband to Bist du bei mir, which would be another maybe evidence that Bach was dancing with his wives.
I don't know if anybody has an opinion on that. We'd have to start with opinions on whether that's Bach or not.
Well, it doesn't have to be Bach.
No. Bob Marshall.
Confessed, and I'd love to believe every single word of it. And,
could you start again? We missed unmute the very first part of your comment.
I was just saying I thought this is spectacularly provocative and interesting and exhilarating paper by Michael. And I especially was impressed with the interpretation of the 26th variation, because I always had exactly that feeling after the lamento of the G minor, that we have a rebirth, like a resurrection. It was wonderful. And the autobiographical understanding of the chaconne is also incredibly thought-provoking. And I hope I am wrong about this. I passionately hope I'm wrong about this. But as I vaguely recall, the fair copy of the unaccompanied violin pieces were written on Bohemian paper, not the usual paper that Bach had when he was curtained. And so the presumption is that he wrote out the fair copy in Carlsbad when he was on that trip. And in altogether, the sonatas and the partitas are very refined works, and the manuscript, which is dated 1720, is clearly based on earlier sketchy composing scores. So if it is in fact true that the entire 6 compositions are all written on that same Bohemian paper, then it would be a problem for the thought that Bach wrote this in response to his wife's death. But I won't swear that the entire manuscript was on the Bohemian paper, but I will swear that at least some of it is. That's all.
Great point.
I hope you're right.
Thank you.
I hope you're right and I'm wrong, passionately.
Is it a question? Sorry.
No, I just had an observation. Do we have to make questions, or shall we just make observations?
Yes. I'm aware that Anna Magdalena wrote the first known copy of that in 1720.
Oh, is that right?
Of the chaconne. And the chaconne sticks out, doesn't it, as being an astonishing addendum to the sonata. And it's hard not to think of these pieces as being very personal. Perhaps they were used for teaching, pedagogical purposes. They were certainly not in the clutch of the church, therefore his own personal use, and might have discharged his personal feelings. Hard to tell. It's all circumstantial.
Sure. May I ask, say something else?
Yes, please do.
And that is to do with the dancers. I remember that Arnold Schering thought that the reason that the Anna Magdalena Büchlein is so full of dance music was that one of the purposes of that of those Klavierbüchlein was to teach her children dancing as well as making music. And that was, of course, part of being a socially sophisticated person, to know how to dance. And so it just has to be part of the discussion, I think, of what dance meant to Bach and his family and generally at the time.
Thank you.
Ernie May. You're muted still, Ernie. Ernie, I think it didn't succeed in unmuting.
Right. I'd just like to add that Bach did not just experience that one death. Remember, he buried half of his children out of those 20 children before they got out of childhood, some of them very soon, and that 3 of his own close friends died before he did. So, and his older siblings died before he was 6, except for Johann Jakob. So he experienced an awful lot of deaths. Now, he didn't experience more than was common in those days, because about half the children that were born didn't make it to the age of 15. And so there was a lot of death. And of course, it's reflected in Bach's cantatas. It's reflected in the sermons that he heard every Sunday. And David Yearsley's book on Anna Magdalena's notebooks goes into some depth about all that. So, the idea of the chaconne being a kind of lament is not, even if it wasn't for that particular event, the idea might have some legs.
Could I stir in another point, please, Dan? That I'm looking more broadly at Beethoven too, that composers' traumas often happen in the early 30s. And the analogous trauma for Beethoven was the 1802 Heiligenstadt Testament, which wasn't anyone's death in Beethoven's life. It was his own disability which traumatized him. So it's rather more selfish, yet again, than Bach's trauma would have been.
Maybe I could ask whether each of our speakers has further insight on a point that Michael brought up, and that was the extent to which views of Beethoven affect the way people think about Bach, in particular, I guess in this case, perhaps the way people think about Beethoven and the Diabelli variations affect the way people think about the Goldbergs. I wonder to what extent for example, the pieces that Erin showed us are not just about the variation as cultivated by Bach and the Goldbergs, but perhaps also about other variations especially with Beethoven's Diabelli at the forefront. I wonder if either of you has thoughts on that topic.
Well, I could say that I think a lot of the reception of the Goldberg variations in general was colored by Beethoven and the Diabelli variations. I mean, we don't exactly know the context for the original performances of Bach's piece. We can guess, and there's Forkel's biography, probably fictitious story, but the idea of it being a summative work is probably partly colored by Beethoven. And I'm not sure if you're going in that direction, but certainly Rzewski's set of variations from 1975 that is looking back to Bach explicitly in the Goldberg variations in the scope of it seems more monumental and Beethovenian. I can say that some of the arrangements, like Busoni's, who created a 3-part structure out of the Goldberg variations, he actually created 3 sections or 3 movements, seems to be based more heavily on a Beethovenian type of formal structure than anything that Bach could have come up with or that Bach came up with. In terms of these reimaginings themselves, I don't have my thoughts together on where Beethoven comes into that in particular.
I have a negative thought, which is, well, firstly, to stir in cinema as well as composition. So I'm thinking of the film version of Kurt Vonnegut's Slaughterhouse 5, where the aliens, have a pianist playing the aria, and of course, Silence of the Lambs with Hannibal Lecter. But there, it's a very kind of clinical or highly abstract view of humanity. I'm wondering why the Diabelli never captured the imagination of either auteurs or cinema directors in the same way that the Bach did. Something about the Bach which reached out a lot more than the Beethoven to wider culture.
Well, what's interesting in the cinematic reception of the Goldberg variations is that a lot of the earlier quotations are self-referential. Like you have 11 references to variation 25 in a very short period of time, and some of them explicitly quote each other. And then the aria starts to take off, and then people quote the aria, and it gets associated with eating scenes or sickness or certain scenes. And I did talk to a couple of directors, and they said that they were often thinking back to other film scores. So I can't really answer why Beethoven's Diabelli didn't take off in the same way, but it seems that once a director uses something and drops it in a film score in a certain way, that there's a lot of self-reference, and that doesn't seem to be happening, or it didn't take off with the directors.
Yeah. Thank you.
Beethoven is probably fighting, isn't he, the image of a variation set, especially a published variation set, as falling into the category of amateur music? I mean, obviously there's a long tradition of keyboard improvisation by very good keyboard players, but seems to me published sets tend toward amateur. And I wonder if to some extent he's fighting against that and what role that plays in understanding these topics.
Well, I think Glenn Stanley showed the extent to which variations, often which weren't published, WOO variations, were Beethoven's laboratory. His most intimate genre to experiment. And that goes right the way through his career. So what's interesting about the Diabelli is the first set, which was published really, serious set. It's often underground with him, but with the Diabelli, it's the first real masterwork of a hitherto very marginal genre for him.
Elaine Sisman.
Oh, I just wanted to point out, because Michael just said that there are few responses or fewer responses to the Diabelli than to the Goldberg, that Moises Kaufmann's play, I can't remember if it was filmed, was at least temporarily, and that may be much too localized to have gotten the sense of responses the way we see to Goldberg, and it wasn't musical, but Kaufmann interviewed me for that. He interviewed a lot of musicologists, and the idea of applying the Diabelli variations as a template for a life was compelling to him, and it was intriguing in any case. If you've given me the floor for a second,
yes,
could I ask, I like the idea of a composer gathering his family around him. And I wondered, Michael, if the letter from Beethoven to Breitkopf in, I believe, 1820, asking for portraits of the great composers, he said they would increase his stoicism. Now, stoicism is not a term we normally think of with respect to our families. So I wonder if the idea of admiration, was he thinking of, these are my models, or these people overcame suffering the way I do, or it's just more convenient to see their faces than to look at their complete works? How would you connect that to your family?
Michael and Aaron will need to unmute. I muted because we had some feedback. So if you could speak, if you could unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Elaine, a fantastic point. And Beethoven on his deathbed leaves the best till last, which is Papa Haydn. And he gets an engraving of the cottage where Haydn was born. And that is the anxiety of influence. I think Haydn is missing from the Diabelli through the anxiety of influence, but he was the most important father figure for Beethoven. So on his deathbed, he even gathers in his surrogate father unto himself. It's so important to him.
Nice.
Thank you. Are there other questions or comments? If not, let us first thank our two presenters once again for their contributions. And I guess this is time for me to turn this back over to Erin in her capacity as our leader here.
Sure, thank you, Dan. So now we're going to take a lunch break. We have a break now until 12:15. And if you'd like to grab some food and have some conversations, we're going to open up the breakout rooms again. Once again, you can join whatever group you want to have more private conversations. And I'm going to turn it over to Marie to remind us how to do that.
Yes, I'm gonna post in the chat some instruction, but once I'm gonna recreate the rooms, and once they're recreated, you can decide whom you would like to be in a room with. Make sure to decide that beforehand, because once you join the room, you're not gonna be able to talk with anybody in the large room. So you can pick a room, and then you should be able to just click on it and join it. And hopefully you're gonna be meeting there with the person you want to talk with. If you have any issue, you can also write me and I can help you and move you directly to the room.
Thank you, Marie. So have a great lunch, and we'll see everyone back at 12:15.
Interestingly, the relationship between chronological lateness and a late style is not stable. Late style might also connote a style that is obsolete or too late, or one that is contrarily avant-garde, too early. Both of these rogue peaks produced by asynchronous cycles of individual and historical change. In a mainstream of much of the 19th and early 20th century discourse of late style, aesthetic objects, including those under consideration today, the later and last works of Bach and Beethoven, are invested with prodigious aesthetic, moral, philosophical, and aesthetic weight. They are the miracles of composers' hagiographies, or the Golgothas of their creative sacrifices. The language that describes such works bends toward the numinous. I offer as an example a recent passage of criticism to illustrate the metaphysical turn in rhetoric. Of Bach's late works, Peter Williams wrote in 2016, quote, "In the complexity of their conception, and sometimes their bar-by-bar intricacy, the late works imply that beyond the three styles recognized by poets and composers in Germany at the time, it is as if Bach was aiming at a fourth category, the transcendental, beyond ordinary sense experience and correct grammar," end quote. While the concept of late style still fascinates us now, today's symposium is indicative, today the concept of late style is less likely to take metaphysical wing in this manner than to be forensically and analytically examined, as it has been by, for example, Lockwood, Cooper, and Kinderman in the case of Beethoven. The late styles of many composers beyond Bach or Beethoven have been recently taken up in this critical analytical fashion in the last 3 decades. A sample, a small sample of that, of the new diverse studies would include Joseph Strauss's work on Stravinsky's late style, Stephen Heffling's on Mahler's, Margaret Notley's on Brahms, Laura Tunbridge's on Schumann, Wheeldon's on Debussy, and Linda and Michael Hutchins on all of Verdi, Strauss, Messiaen, and Britten. The music critical literature, meanwhile, is only a part of a larger corpus that includes studies of late style in painting, literature, and the other fine arts. Very recently, a volume of essays edited by Diane Baudart and Jean Grabensky, Le Grand Âge et ses œuvres ultimes, has appeared covering a variety of late style cases and issues, including composers not usually in the foreground of late style scholarship, such as Ockeghem, Haydn, Puccini, Rameau, Palestrina, Lassus, Lejeune, as well as a host of writers and artists in other fields. And I'll point out that some of the ideas that follow in my paper today are also represented in my contribution to that volume. As a concept that can refer either to individual or world history, late style, and more broadly, lateness, have biological and historiographic aspects. The biological may be dispensed with quickly. The qualities of old age and the aged have been pondered throughout the history of Western thought, from Mediterranean antiquity, as in Plato's Republic or Cicero's De Senectute, through the Renaissance, in, for example, Montaigne's De l'Âge, and into the modern age, for example, de Beauvoir's The Coming of Age. Old age is made the object of pity and mockery, or of apologetics. The aged man or woman made the object of veneration, sentimentality, or revulsion. The inexorable process of biological development and decay is represented innumerable times in Western art. In visual narratives, sometimes subtle, as in this Titian, And in this Titian, of course, you can see on the right youth, the infancy of man. To the left, his somewhat post-adolescent maturity, and then in the foreground, the background, isolated and alone, and carrying skulls, mementi mori, the figure of the aged man. And sometimes these narratives are stark, as in this very common figure of the stages or the steps of the ages of man, here seen in a Renaissance woodcut. The biological aspect of old age is of interest here mainly on account of the organic metaphors that arise from it. The mortal artist is subject to decay and annihilation, and this provides the terminus ad quem of individual late style. It also provides the metaphor for an organic view of history, one of three value-laden worldviews discussed by James Webster in connection with Beethoven. The organic view takes history to be a natural cycle or progression of birth, growth, decay, and death. This organic view is articulated in the 18th century in Giambattista Vico's New Science, whose propositions 66 through 68 coordinates the development of individuals, communities, and nations in isomorphic progressions that lead in each case to decay. In the first, to waste, in the second, to dissolution, and in the third, to decline and fall. The organic development and decline of the individual can be read then as a synecdoche of world history. And you can see in the propositions that he begins with the trajectory of men, of individual men, then the trajectory of peoples, and then the trajectory of nations. This isomorphic organic schema was brought to bear on the history of art by Johann Winckelmann, who is no doubt the foremost advocate or representative of an organic schema of artistic history. His Geschichte der Kunst des Altertums of 1764 describes the style phases of Greek art using such an organic metaphor. He writes, Greek art had 4 main periods, and we can even distinguish 5, for just as each action and event has 5 parts or stages, beginning, development, plateau, waning, and end, so it is with the chronological succession of Greek art. But as its end lies outside of the limits of art, there are actually only 4 periods to consider. Elsewhere in the Geschichte, he is more pointed about the exclusion of the last stages, asserting that, quote, art in its decline possesses no style, end quote. In this 18th century view, art in a late historical phase of decline is void of style per se. Thus, Winckelmann's aesthetics rejects the possibility of late style, which conflated 2 incompatible categories, lateness, which was associated with decline, and style, which was contingent upon convention and the mimesis of nature. Late style, then, would be an ironic trope, an absurdity. By the early 19th century, however, late style would be affirmatively explained in respect to works that by Winckelmann's criteria would be considered devoid of style. This affirmation would occur in appraisals of Goethe's and Beethoven's late works by critics beginning in the 1830s, especially of these men's most challenging, opaque creations, such as Faust Part II and the late quartets. The rhetorical and epistemological framework for this reappraisal can be seen emerging in the later writings of Goethe, where what I shall call a teleological transcendental rhetoric of lateness coalesces. Goethe's observations on old age and late style are scattered among his poetry, especially Faust, his prose, for example, the Maximen und Reflexionen, and his personal papers. Goethe enriched the 18th century understanding of old age by highlighting its psychological and phenomenological dimensions, writing, for example, quote, age, stage of life, it all brings about variety in our ways of seeing and perceiving, end quote. The last stage of life, for Goethe, brings a new perspective. Quote, to grow older is really to embark on a new business. All relationships change, and one must either entirely cease to act or take on the new role with resolution and awareness, end quote. And for Goethe, old age involves the dulling of difference. Quote, the older one gets, the more things seem undifferentiated, end quote. More somberly, Goethe remarked on the isolation, alienation, and withdrawal characteristic of the aged, a condition described in the Maximen und Reflexionen. Age, gradual withdrawal, or stepping back from appearance. This description of the aged subject's indifference toward the object world becomes, in a variety of forms, a trope of the 19th century and then of 20th century discourses of late style. This new language of lateness, inflected with metaphors of withdrawal and transcendence, enabled subsequent writers to reformulate the aesthetics of late life creativity. Late artworks needed no longer be dismissed as aberrant, style-less things, but could be endowed with values that transcend nature and mimesis. Goethe's last works, especially Faust Part II, occupied a central place in almost all 19th century discussions of late style. Those works offered views of lateness and late style that were at once liberated from the organicist rhetoric of decline and ornamented with metaphors of fecundity and potency. The dedication of Faust, for example, announces the altered relationship of the aged subject to the objective world. Quote, what I possess, I see as though from a distance, and what is gone seems present to me, end quote. In the course of the 19th century, the relationship of the aged artistic subject to the object world was thematicized in discussions of late style. A subject-object dialectic was posited for which divergent outcomes were possible: separation, alienation, and failure on one hand, or integration, synthesis, and artistic triumph on the other. For music historians, the dominant 19th and early 20th century description of late style developed around the person and late works of Beethoven, whose third period and late style, from about 1816 to 27 in most accounts, coincided fatefully with liminal personal and societal moments, transitions from hearing and public sociability to deafness, interiority, and isolation, from a feudal world to a new democratizing bourgeois order, and from a system of musical patronage to one governed by capitalist relationships. Biographers like François-Joseph Fétis and Wilhelm von Lenz were among the first to try to explain the composer's last works, which were for most musicians and critics in Beethoven's day and long after, disconcerting, incoherent, and unintelligible. Their conclusions, based on contrasting organicist and metaphysical narratives of lateness, diverged in a consequential way. Fétis' diagnosis of Beethoven's late style dwelt on its pathologies. physical and psychological withdrawal from society, hypersensitivity, an inclination to mysticism, and a reckless transgression of his own earlier style. Fétis complained, quote, imperceptibly, without his being aware of it, his studies lent to his ideas a veneer of mysticism that seeped into his works, as one can see in the last quartets. And because he did not guard against this, his originality lost something of its spontaneity as he became more systematic. The boundaries that had till then restrained his originality were toppled, end quote. The music critic Pierre Scudo shared Fétis' dismay, writing, quote, as the wise critic Fétis has said, Beethoven's last compositions are marked by excessive repetition of episodes, harsh harmonies, frequent and strange modulations, and ultimately by the predominance of the systemic intentions of the thinker and philosopher over the spontaneity of the artist and musician, end quote. For these writers, Beethoven's late style was senescent, sclerotic, and perverse. Contemplating the same body of work, though, Lenz summoned Goethe to Beethoven's aid. Lenz saw similarities between Goethe and Beethoven in their last years. Both these artists, he thought, inhabited a cognitive utopia of dreams and memory. Lenz proposed that Beethoven was not subject to the inevitable destruction of the organicist metaphor. His late works were not incoherent testaments of decay, but instead were radically vigorous. The apocalyptic abysses, he writes, of Beethoven's last style were brought forth by a longing for the infinite. With this striking, explicitly romantic formulation, Lenz not only redeemed the late works, but anchored their precipitous style to the bedrock of romantic aesthetics. The late style of Goethe, which provided Lenz and others with a conceptual framework for understanding and approving Beethoven's late works, remained the lodestar of late style theory throughout the 19th century. In Goethe criticism, one can readily trace the further evolution of a subject-object dialectic of lateness, and indeed the earliest occurrence of the term Altersstil, style of old age, appears to be in Friedrich Theodor Vischer's Faust study of 1875. Vischer lamented Goethe's late style, contrasting, quote, the naturalness that flourishes so wonderfully and uniquely in the authentic Goethe with the unnatural, withered character of his old age style, end quote. This negative criticism followed logically from Vischer's aesthetics, which postulated for all mental pursuits a universal, quote, rule of the succession of varying proportions of subjectivity and objectivity, end quote, and located an artistic ideal in their perfect balance, quote, in a masterpiece of an artist's maturity, disappearance of striving is the same as disappearance of the antithesis between subject and object. For this reason, such a work does not appear so much made or produced as become, end quote. And I should point out that in Vischer's notion here, what he's describing of this, what he's describing as the disappearance of the antithesis between subject and object is something he attributes to mature works, that is to say, the peak of the artist's development, not the end of the artist's development. At the end of the artist's development, this balance is lost. Immoderate subjectivity, according to Vischer, is a pathology of late style. Quote, the third stage of style development is characterized by greater cultivation of subjectivity, which is initially justifiable, but then clearly reaches the limit beyond which subjectivity asserts itself at grave cost to objectivity. and finally crosses the line, end quote. The consequences are seen in stylistic weaknesses of late works. Vischer writes, the third style moves steadily toward degenerate forms. All these degenerate traits originate in the predominance of the subjective over the objective content of the work, end quote. While Vischer found imbalance and degeneration in late style, others found synthesis and transcendence. Writing in 1913, Georg Simmel acknowledged the organic metaphor. An individual, he wrote, is an organism subject to a, quote, purely inherent teleology, a preordained periodicity that is the consequence of the being's organic nature, end quote, and held that this teleology unfolded as a dialectical succession of, first, undifferentiated unity, followed by differentiation, and finally, by the overcoming of differentiation. Simmel viewed Goethe's youth, accordingly, as a period of relative homogeneity, his adult years as a period of differentiation, and his last years, his höchstes Alter, as the locus of a synthesis that resolved the earlier differentiation. He suggested, moreover, that late works might convey meaning through a symbolic language unique to old age. The, what he calls, mystical character of late works resides in a work's Altersymbolik, a language peculiar to the late work that apprehends life's underlying unity, the unity of a, quote, deeper, truly profound reality, end quote. The contrast of a subject-object dialectic that ends in self-destructive transgression and artistic failure, with one that achieves synthesis, unity, and artistic triumph, and might make claims to transcendence or truth, would persist in late style discourse through the 19th century and into the 20th, most prominently in Theodor Adorno's writings. Adorno's conception of late style, however, I will point out, rejects Simmel's notion of synthesis and unity, but relies nevertheless on the underlying dialectical metaphor. While even a brief discussion of Adorno's modernist reformulation of the 19th century metaphysical teleological paradigm of lateness is beyond the scope of this paper, it is well to point out that his philosophical explication of late style has a limited application and explanatory power, especially when applied to composers and works that sit outside the late Romantic and modernist Austro-German landscape in which it was conceived. The Adornian construction of late style, which emerged from 19th century subject-object dialectics that could explain artistic dissolution or synthesis, moreover, no longer seems adequate to late style theory or criticism, which has increasingly moved away from philosophical speculation to empirical and scientific frameworks. For instance, Joseph Strauss, in an essay advancing an approach to late style that borrows from disability studies, offers the term disability style to, quote, enrich and inflect discussions of late style, end quote, and suggests that, quote, late style works are those that represent non-normative mental and bodily states, end quote. Strauss's corrective view helps to detach late artists' physicality and technique from mythologies of genius and repositions their work within biological and medical contexts of aging. Despite the romanticism and parochialism of much late style theorizing, the subject-object dialectic that inhabits the discourse from Goethe through Adorno need not be summarily dismissed, and critics should be cautious against relocating aesthetic criticism entirely to the realm of physiology and psychology, lest style criticism be reduced to diagnosis. And I presuppose here an enduring role and meaning for style criticism. It may assist us to seek out a broader concept of late style. To this end, we might consider Robert Whitkin's suggestion that, quote, the very evolution of an artist's work can manifest in its internal development the dialectic of structure and anti-structure. The artist can develop a liminality in opposition to what he himself has produced. Some of the greatest artists have developed late styles in which they have deconstructed the work of their maturity, opening what had formerly been closed and liberating forces that had formerly been suppressed. Walt Whitman's poem, meanwhile, reminds us to pay heed to the late artist's own testimony. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that very rich paper, Dr. Barone. And for those who are just joining our symposium for the first time in this session, I'll remind us that we are hearing both papers in succession, and then we'll have a joint Q&A at the end. So please note down your questions and reserve them for our joint Q&A. Our next presenter is Dr. Keith Chapin, who is a senior lecturer at Cardiff University in Wales in the UK. His research areas are aesthetics and analysis in 18th century through 20th century France and Germany, with a focus on changing conceptions of sublimity and their different musical manifestations. I've been muted this entire time. I'm so sorry. Have I been muted that entire time? I have not been. Okay, I just suddenly noted
Just the last sentence.
The last sentence.
Okay.
I'm not sure what I pressed that muted myself. Apologies. Okay, great. He also works on the relationship between music and literature and the aesthetics of counterpoint. He has a strong interest in performance studies as well and performs on the viola. And he served as co-editor of 18th century music, associate editor of 19th century music, and he sits on the committee of readers of the Revue de Musicologie. And among his most recent publications is a volume he co-edited with David Wynne Jones, Beethoven Studies 4, which just came out last year from Cambridge University Press, and in which he contributed an essay on Beethoven, nature, and eco-criticism. So please welcome Dr. Keith Chapin today with his paper titled The Sublimity of Age, the Reception of Old Things and Old Men in the Age of Sublimity.
Thank you very much, Abigail. I'd like to, first of all, just to thank Aaron and Abigail for their patience in dealing with my own approach to late style in getting materials to them. And also I'd like to thank Elaine Sisman for her work on issues of Sublime, which were very much an inspiration to me. So I don't have a PowerPoint. I guess I'm not doing what's normal. I hope that you will be able to work with this. So in this paper, I would like to examine the role of antiquity and age in construals of sublimity in the long 18th century. To simplify greatly, the ancient rhetorical tradition of the high or sublime style was inflected in two different directions in this period. The first was to focus on the power of simple utterances to overwhelm through their power, nobility, and truth of the ideas that they communicated. The second was to focus on the way formal complexity and irregularity could overwhelm the normal processes of the understanding. The first inflection is represented paradigmatically by French neoclassical readings of Longinus and the plays of Corneille. The second is represented by British empiricist meditations on the processes of understanding, as well as on an appreciation for the natural world. In the rhetorical tradition, an expression is emotionally heightened. In the neoclassical one, a powerful idea leaves a surfeit of thought. In the empiricist one, the mind is momentarily halted and then rushed on. However, such was the popularity of the discourse of the sublime that its terms and topoi were applied liberally to all manner of matters, natural, religious, and artistic. To explain the excitement with mountains, monuments, literary works, and much else, theorists often slipped and slided between the various explanatory models. As they did so, they often revealed much about the practice of artistic production and reception that was not otherwise clearly expressed. This is the case with many discussions of old things, the pyramids, Strasbourg Cathedral, and even mountains. It could also underpin the appreciation of old men, generally by other men. I will examine the ways in which the appreciation of age underpinned discussions of sublimity, despite their more explicit focus on issues of mobility, in the case of the French neoclassical tradition, or those of formal qualities, in the case of the British empirical tradition. As I examine the traditions, I will examine parallels between the processes and procedures described within discussions on sublimity and the compositional procedures of Bach and Beethoven. While many of these issues bear on Bach's and Beethoven's practices throughout their careers, the associations of age play into the reception of the late works in particular. I start with a well-known example. In a not-so-random thought in the first part of the Kreisleriana, published in 1814, E.T.A. Hoffmann wrote that there are moments, especially when I have deeply studied the works of the great Sebastian Bach, at which the numerical proportions of music and the mystical rules of counterpoint arouse in me a profound horror. Hoffmann's literary narrator is hardly one to shy away from the delight of such horrors, and he enthuses about them no less in well-known words on Beethoven's instrumental music. These words need no quotation. As many scholars have pointed out, the concept of the sublime was essential to the 19th century reception of Bach and Beethoven, and for good reason. The works of the two composers not only affected powerfully, but offered easy musical correlates to the many topoi in discussions of sublimity. Irregularity, profusion, prolixity, power, and difficulty were watchwords of the sublime as far back as Longinus's Perihypsis. Such formal characteristics became absolutely essential to definitions of sublimity, thanks to the empirical slant of late 18th century criticism, most notably in Edmund Burke's seminal Philosophical Inquiry. And the emphasis on such formal characteristics as irregularity, in turn, encouraged the easy transference of the term of sublimity from the literary field, where they had their origin, to the nascent fields of musical fiction and criticism. If the empirical bent of most discussions of sublimity in the second part of the 18th century was both productive for philosophical discussion and propitious for music criticism, such empiricism did not explain by half the full resonance of the language of the sublime. If one examines Kreisler's comment on Bach, one notices that his horror arises not from the direct experience of Bach's music. In another essay, Kreisler does in fact describe such direct experience. That is, when he depicts his rapture and self-absorption while playing the Goldberg variations at a musical soirée. Rather, his horror arises from second-order thoughts. He studies Bach's music, most likely by playing it at the keyboard, and as his absorption in it continues, he experiences horror as he reflects on the numerical proportions of music and the mystical rules of counterpoint. These numerical proportions and mystical rules refer to the Pythagorean concepts of world harmony and their musical instantiation in the practice of counterpoint. Although world harmony is a concept gnarly enough to blow anyone's mind, age and antiquity were surely essential to its attraction for Hoffmann. For one, the idea of world harmony and the practice of counterpoint were old by the early 19th century. For another, the world order that ostensibly stood behind the musical proportions and contrapuntal rules seemed timeless. It seems that both aspects of age, the past and the ever-present, presented Hoffmann's alter ego with an experience of his own limits and an intuition of the limits of his less-in-the-know contemporaries. If the music itself could throw Kreisler into raptures, the ideas associated with it ensured that he experienced it as sublime. To summarize, Hoffmann expounds a vision of the sublime that takes direct experience of an object or an artwork as its point of departure. At the same time, he often chooses objects and artworks that carry the aura of age with them. This, it seems to me, is a common move in many theories of the sublime in the 18th century. They don't say that they are about old things, but they often choose old things as exemplars of their theories. To put this point in perspective, we can review the principal approaches to sublimity in the long 18th century, placing Bach and Beethoven in proximity to these traditions as we go. First, in the tradition of rhetoric, the high or sublime style asked orators to match the grandeur in subject matter with a grandeur in style, in particular through the use of tropes and elaborate manipulations of syntax. This is a fairly commonsensical approach to artistic production, and my guess is that many artists matched might to might and height to height without a second thought or recourse to theory. In his peasant cantata, Wir haben in neue Oberkiet, first performed in 1742, Bach contrasted the simple ways of two servant protagonists with the urban ways of the noble audience, providing good and bad examples of each. However, even early on, writers on literary style often noted that the profusion of figures did not necessarily create height, and that a simple word or phrase in the right place could achieve sublimity better than an elaborate elocution. In the 1st century CE, Longinus made the point, using God's creation of light as its primary example. Commentators from the Renaissance onwards often noted that the humble style could have a special power in certain contexts. And in his translation of Longinus in 1674, and in subsequent clarifications appended to it, Nicolas Boileau drew attention to sublime simplicity. Boileau's primary attention was to the idea that was being communicated, whether it was the majesty of God or the nobility of a character in a play. Simplicity of expression was less a good in and of itself than it was a matter of not distracting from the power of an idea and its ability to surprise. The principle of sublime simplicity would enjoy good fortune in the 18th century, sometimes offering a road to appreciation for the humble style, and sometimes moderating the tendency towards profusion in the high style. Writers at the time were not always as clear as Boileau was about the significance of the neoclassical idea of the sublime for the rhetorical tradition. Behind Johann Adolf Scheiber's well-known criticism of Bach lay his attempt to set out a musical rhetoric with a distinction between humble, middle, and high styles, yet at the same time to argue that the high style also needed the natural and the clear, das Natürliche und das Göttliche. I would also argue that the idea of sublime simplicity played into musical practice in many ways long after French neoclassical poetics had lost favor. It supported the reevaluation of folk poetry and song towards the end of the 18th century. It also offered critics a way to think about unity and variety, especially when complex works seemed to trump the understanding, yet still to cohere. The third tradition of the sublime turned its attention to the processes by which people understood the world around them. Unruly syntax and figural profusion, so important to the rhetorical tradition of the high style, offered a model for experiences of unruliness and profusion in other domains, for example, in natural phenomena, oceans, storms, and mountains. There were differences, however, where rhetoricians had generally presupposed that auditors would understand a message communicated through the high style, if by transport rather than through careful persuasion. Empiricists increasingly made a virtue of incomprehension. In Edmund Burke's model, the normal state of the mind is violently disrupted by some challenge to the powers of comprehension. These challenges are primarily, but not exclusively, formal, insofar as they frustrate the mind's attempt to form distinct impressions of the matter at hand. Magnitude, vastness, loudness, suddenness, infinitude, obscurity, and intermittence, amongst other characteristics. Faced with these challenges, the mind stops momentarily, an experience that Burke sees tinged with the threat of death. It then recovers and is inspired with new energy. The pain of incomprehension is succeeded with a heightened form of delight. The proximity of the empiricist tradition to the rhetorical one, along with its emphasis on formal criteria, aided its transference to the musical sphere. As musical theorists adapted the language of rhetoric to the discussion of musical phrases and form, they also attended to issues of comprehension and attention, where the regularity of phrasing and the clear articulation of cadences offered a clear link to the sophisticated yet comprehensible phrasing and rhetoric. Complex phrasing offered fewer earholds or resting places for the mind, Ruhepunkte des Geistes, to use Heinrich Christoph Koch's phrase. Although such discussions tended to take place within a rhetorical framework, the empiricist valorization of incomprehension eventually made its mark. The prestige of Kant's Critique of Judgment of 1790 aided this adoption. By 1801, Christian Friedrich Michaelis, a music critic, could imagine a wild music that operated on the mind, much like a foaming waterfall or turbulent ocean tides. Quote, with such fast, incessant alternation of feelings, with such a quantity of impressions rushing by and disappearing ceaselessly, and with such quick, uniform, yet unusual movements, the imagination knows not where to begin nor where to end, and finds no place to hold fast. The issue of incomprehensibility was charged still further as theorists and critics considered the significance of instrumental music, lacking as it did the clear connection to global meaning. Whether composers were spurred on by music theorists, or more generally by the exploration of the unknown in literature and other fields, there is no doubt a connection between, on the one hand, the increasing significance of incomprehension for the construal of the sublime, and, on the other, the increasing formal complexity that composers such as Beethoven cultivated. Michaelis specifically linked Beethoven's symphony to the sublime in this respect, precisely as early as 1805. It would be a path that Beethoven would continue to cultivate over his career. In this brief and partial history of the sublime in the 18th century, I have focused on issues of style and form. To a large extent, this is also what many 18th century writers on the sublime did as well. They may have discussed oceans, mountains, or God's creation of light, but they explained the particular power of such things through the ways that they were expressed or understood. However, the examples chosen by writers on the sublime tell their own story of the things that excited people at the time. They were often old, but not exclusively so. There are three ways that age figures into accounts of the sublime: through the tendency of writers on the sublime to rely on canonical texts, through a practice of taking old things, and occasionally old men, as exemplar in their demonstrations, and through a tendency to glorify things ostensibly timeless. The effect in each case is to emphasize a sense of temporal distance between the perceiver and the sublime object. I will discuss each of these different eruptions of age within theories of the sublime in turn. In literary traditions that lean heavily on tradition and received authority, it is no surprise that authors cite old texts. This was no less the case in the time of Longinus, presumably in the 1st century CE, as it was in the 17th and 18th centuries. In this respect, Longinus, Boileau, Burke, and other writers on the sublime are hardly exceptional in their reliance on canonical authors. However, from the first, writers on the sublime make much of the antiquity of their examples. Some of Longinus's primary exemplar of the sublime are Homer, Plato, Sappho, and Democritus, all writers who lived some 6th or 7th century previously. He emphasizes the special value of their age in two ways. First, he emphasizes that time tells in the discrimination between the pleasures of the sublime and the more popular blandishments of fashion. While the effect of the sublime persists, fashions change. Second, he contrasts the time of sublime writing, especially classical Athens, with the insufficiencies of his own time. These arguments would recur frequently in theories of the sublime, whether in Nicolas Boileau's arguments about the virtues of the ancients in his quarrel with the moderns, or in E.T.A. Hoffmann's dismissive comments about flummoxed critics of Bach or Beethoven. Second, age figures into theories of the sublime in the examples that are chosen. Nicolas Boileau's most important examples are those of God's creation of light and the character Old Horace, Le Vieil Horace, in the play Horace of 1640 by Pierre Corneille. In both cases, Boileau explains the particular force of a pithy utterance by reference to the idea or moral quality that lies behind it. Old Horace shows his patriotism and honor by preferring that his son die in battle rather than retreat in the face of defeat. That he died, qu'il mourut, is the pithy expression that exemplifies the sublime. It owes part of its force to the reasonable presumption that a father would wish his son to live otherwise. However, the age of the character may have had special significance beyond being simply an occupational requirement of paternity. Boileau could have pointed to many other characters in Corneille's plays who prefer honor to love, but Boileau, the critical voice for the party of the ancients, exemplified sublimity with a character of age. To look later in the Critique of Judgment, 1790, Immanuel Kant exemplified the challenges to the understanding presented by the mathematical sublime with two pieces of architecture, the Egyptian pyramids and St. Peter's of Rome. In both cases, Kant stresses size, space, and the difficulty that the mind has in comprehending the structure. One could cite further examples, such as Burke's use of the colonnade to exemplify artificial infinity in his inquiry, or Goethe's encomium to the harmony of parts in the Strasbourg Cathedral in his essay on German architecture. In these cases, the explanations of the sublimity rely on formal criteria, but the choices of example of great age hardly seems fortuitous. Third, examples from the natural world run through theories of the sublime from Longinus through to modernity. Writers explain the particular power of oceans, mountains, and the stars through reference to their size or number, that is, once again, through reference to formal criteria. Other natural phenomena, such as storms, are explained by reference to their potential power over the person experiencing them. In both cases, writers focus on the present moment, the sublimity of the now. However, it is rare for writers at the time not to gesture towards theological issues in some way, whether through specific reference to the hand of God or to more pantheistic ideas of the divine nature of the world. Nature may challenge a person's understanding or their sense of self-sufficiency at a particular moment, but the sense of the timeless stands behind such moments. To dip back into the musical sphere, one can point to Christian Friedrich Michaelis. I quoted earlier his appreciative words on the difficulty that the imagination has in coming to terms with the musical manifold. He continues the thought by noting that the rushing flow of tones is also, quote, now an image of the transience of life and the threatening power of nature, now an image of eternity, end quote. To conclude this overviews of ways that age can underpin the sublime, it's worth noting that age was hardly the only possible subtext of the sublime. Amongst writers who focused on the tension between the power of human individuals on the one hand and the power of nature, human machinations, or fate on the other, youth and heroism figure powerfully as well. In demonstrating that their moral code or immortal soul could stand up to storms, whether a storm of unfortunate events or a storm of nature, individuals could show their sublimity. The main examples of such sublimity of soul were young men, Schiller's Karl Moor, for example. But my sense is the same logic of resistance to an external power underpins the aura that surrounded people of old age who maintain their principles in the face of death as well. From the 17th to the 19th century, the long-standing fascination of antiquity was gradually charged and changed by new senses of time and history. It is thus hardly a surprise that old things figure so prominently in theories of the sublime. Yet writers on sublimity devote relatively little attention to the issue. One exception is that of David Hume. In a section on contiguity and distance in space and time in his Treatise of Human Nature, 1739 to 1740, Hume discussed the differing effects of distance and time on esteem and admiration. He proposes first that objects that are physically distant from an onlooker can heighten one's admiration for the object. Quote, as the fancy passes easily from one idea to another related to it, and transports to the second all the passions excited by the first, the admiration, which is directed to the distance, naturally diffuses itself over the distant object. He then argues that temporal distance has an even greater effect. But though every great distance produces an admiration for the distant object, a distance in time has a more considerable effect than that in space, end quote. His reason for this assertion is that it is more difficult for a human being to map out distances in time than to do so in space. Quote, the imagination moves with more difficulty in passing from one portion of time to another than in a transition through the parts of space. And that, because space or extension appears united to our senses, while time or succession is always broken and divided. End quote. The overcoming of such difficulty invigorates and enlivens the soul, he argues. In other words, Hume imagines the mind ascending with difficulty, but with profit and pleasure into the recesses of time when it encounters ancient objects. Hume's portrayal of time as essentially layered speaks to the preoccupations of his contemporaries. He captures a sense that the past is more inaccessible and lies further afield than things that are physically distant. His reasoning may be specious, but the correctness of Hume's argument is less significant for my purposes than the fact that he made it in the first place. A perceptive observer of human habits, Hume recognized that associations of age could increase the admiration and esteem that his contemporaries felt of objects associated with the past. There's another aspect of Hume's associative logic that is useful in explaining the fascination with old things in his time. Things that are not physically or temporally distant to an onlooker can still be charged with the association of great distance or age. Quote, a great traveler, though in the same chamber, will pass for a very extraordinary person. As a Greek medal, even in our cabinet, is always esteemed a valuable curiosity, end of quote. The example of a traveler is noteworthy. It is not the visual impression of the person himself that makes the effect, but rather the onlooker's awareness of the person's past actions and experiences. Hume could have made a similar observation about his contemporaries' fascination with musicians or other creative artists of a great age. They were celebrated as sublime because they were perceived as great travelers of the sort. I suppose I should say that. I think that tends to happen more in the 19th century than it does in the 18th century. Thus far, I've reviewed various traditions of the sublime that may have played into Bach's and Beethoven's compositional awareness, and it certainly played into the reception of their works. I have also noted that age and antiquity were frequent subtexts, both in theories of the sublime and in the repertoire of objects that were used as exemplars. Finally, I have noted at least one 18th century commentator, David Hume, who explicitly addressed the effective power of tokens of the past. For the most part, I have not referred directly to the late works of Bach and Beethoven, as their relationship to the theoretical traditions I've addressed is peripheral rather than central. Although neither one of them is particularly interested in theories of the sublime, both worked with compositional procedures that paralleled or profited from literary and philosophical discussions on the subject. The cultivation of a high style, figural or motivic saturation of a polyphonic texture, the elision rather than clear articulation of phrases, rich harmonies, and abrupt changes and shocks. It also seems that both were very aware of their own history and the historicity of their material. In particular, both cultivated counterpoint and fugue, despite being aware that it was not the most fashionable and up-to-date compositional procedure. In this sense, Bach's and Beethoven's work would appear to offer exemplars of sublimity that publicize a sense of age. In addition, the age of the two composers, the fact that they were late in life, can contribute to the aura around the late works. This is primarily a question of reception, ours as much as the composer's 19th century fans. It draws in part upon Hume's observation that people associate physical and temporal distance with things present. The things present in this case are the musical works themselves. Like Greek medallions, they are now pretty old, a rough quarter millennium. In addition, they are associated with the makers who, perhaps precisely because they seemed out of touch with their age, appear as great travelers. I would also suggest that the 17th and 18th century fascination with characters that display fortitude in the face of great power feeds into the reception of Bach's and Beethoven's late works. Characters with stoic fortitude populate the plays of Corneille, Lessing, and Schiller, amongst others, and lie behind Kant's elaboration of the dynamic sublime and Schiller's the practical sublime. Such characters have a power within them, a moral code or an immortal soul, that allows them safety of a sort, even as they succumb to the greater power of nature or unfortunate turns of human events. In the case of Bach and Beethoven, part of the fascination of their late works may stem from a perception of them as representing a principled attachment to their own way of doing things, even in the face of superior powers, whether the inexorable changes of musical taste or the even more inexorable limit of the composer's own mortality. These are powers that seem to have no dominion over the composers, at least insofar and so long as their work survive. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Keith. Thank you very much to both presenters for two really stimulating and wonderful papers. And we have now a great deal of time, actually 30 minutes for discussion. So the best way to do this, in my view, is to, you may either enter something into the chat or note that you have a question in the chat, or alternately, you can raise your hand using the reactions tab. For most versions of Zoom, you'll find this on the lower right-hand side, and then that will give me a list of those who are queued up to ask a question. And before we open things to the full Q&A, I'll follow the lead of our previous moderator and invite the two speakers, if you'd like to comment on each other's papers or offer any questions or thoughts, please feel free to do so.
You want to go first?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Oh, well, yeah, I really enjoyed your paper, Anthony. I really enjoyed it. I was actually wondering, I think that what you're saying about the change of the general perception of the way that people see late style happen since the 19th century. Was wondering about certain cases of individual writers who do write late works and are obviously themselves not conceiving themselves as in decline. I think there's a really late essay by Montaigne called On Experience, where he talks about his own sort of sense of what he's trying to do by writing. And it's very much one like, I don't have much time left, so I'm going to make the most of it. And another one I was thinking of is Rousseau's Rêveries d'un promeneur solitaire, Reveries of a promenary solitary walker, which is, he's kind of retreating from the world. And it seems both of these offer examples of people who have a sense of doing something specific to their late in life, but it not being, they don't think of it as an issue of decline. It's more a question of retreat.
Well, Keith, yeah, I hope I would not have wanted and hope I didn't convey the impression that that I was suggesting that any particular artist, whether Bach, Beethoven, or anyone else, was implicated themselves in some kind of narrative of decline. I think it's, as you're suggesting, I think it's most often the opposite case. Most of the composers that I can think of would have seen themselves in some kind of narrative of, to use the word transcendence, the idea being that they thought they were discovering something new, creating something new, achieving something new. It's the case with Wagner, who I've looked at carefully in this regard. His own testimony makes it very clear that he was fascinated by his own development at the end of his life. He was very self-conscious of moving in a new direction, and actually specifically of kind of rediscovering his own childlike qualities in late life. And that's the theme of the apologetics for old age that you see in say Plato or Montaigne. That old age provides the occasion for new insights and new growth. So the short answer is I don't want to communicate the idea that composers see themselves or that artists see themselves in a downward spiral of some kind. That would not be my point.
Yeah, I think that also that this idea of the retreat from the world is also something you find a lot in this model of the person who's done their political life. That goes back even to Roman criticism. You've done your political life, and then you retreat to your villa in the countryside. And it seems like that Montaigne, and probably not Rousseau, but certainly Montaigne is taking up this idea you finished your active engagement with the world, you then retreat from that world, and as you say, it opens up a possibility for new explorations at that time. But that issue of retreat seems quite well established in the period before going to the 19th century. So.
Yeah, I think I would just say briefly to follow up that it's at the very end of my paper, I make a very flippant and all too brief reference back to the Whitman poem. But the point of that is to highlight the need to think of late style as something that is not just a critical trope, but a kind of self-expression or a kind of performance that the artist engages in. In other words, the artist creates their own late persona in many of these cases. I think that performative aspect of it is important. And again, the case I know best is Wagner, who constantly was carrying on about how fascinated he was about his own old age, about his own late creativity. It's this, self-performance. I can't speak English today. This creation of their own persona, apart from whatever critics might do.
Well, thank you both. We do have a question from Linda Hutchin. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I enjoyed both your papers very much. My question is for Anthony, whose work I know because I actually think he has a scholarly range as a theorist and historian of late style that very few people have. I have to just say as an anecdote that when my husband and I started working on late style, I was told by Edward Said that there was no way I could start working on this without reading Anthony's dissertation, because he had read it and he said that this said it all. So my question actually comes from your more expansive work. In this talk, you talked about the organic and dialectical models, but you also talk a lot, and you alluded to it in passing, about the issue of assessment of late works. You talked about too late, too early. In your more extensive work, you talk about two models about an author's work, a composer's work in this case, one of continuity and one of rupture. So if an artist continues to work in the same way he or she always has, it can be read at the end of their career as either a positive, and as we've talked a lot about today, as a transcendent, triumphal synthesis, or as a negative. This person can't innovate anymore. This person's lost it. On the other hand, if at the end of a career, an artist changes his or her work, a model of rupture, it can either be seen as, oh my God, they're so full of new ideas, this is fantastic. Or as you touched on, it can be seen as too strange. They can't cut it anymore. It's incoherent, it's senescent, it's perverse. Could you talk a little bit more about something that hasn't come up totally today, and that is the whole evaluative dimension of naming something as a late style?
Well, the idea of naming a late style, I take it you mean the act of a critic in designating a body of work as representing a late style. Well, I mean, there's a certain there is a very, very complex and variable set of criteria for doing that. One can simply designate the last works of a composer as part of as part of a late style. I'm kind of grasping for my response here, but if we take the sort of strange cases, if we look at strange cases like Schubert or Mozart, we talk about their late works we imply that there is a late style. We often write about what appears to us as a late style, but these are composers who died, when I was still in grad school. I mean, they died very, very young. So there's a certain absurdity in talking about a late style. This very much depends on what we define as a late style, obviously. I'm trying to get to the heart of your question and say something useful. I think, and I'm not sure I will, I think that these are tropes of criticism. And there is no, I don't think that there is a fixed set of criteria that a critic uses to designate a body of works this way. I think that these are critical traditions that evolve gradually and organically, and I think they have to be looked at as, or I think they can be looked at as language games. I'm sorry to take refuge behind that, but I don't have a way of fixing the definition of late style in the way that I think you might be asking me to do. There is a set of criteria that we often associate with late styles. Most often, we get these from early 20th century Beethoven criticism, and of course Adorno is the towering figure in this. We get the ideas of disruption, or rather of rupture, of discontinuity, of incongruence, and all the other terms associated with his Beethoven criticism. From that, I don't think I've answered your question at all, actually. I apologize, but the short answer is I don't have a certain way of answering that. What you said earlier, I'll just pick up on, and that is, yes, there are different narrative structures. There are narratives of continuity, narratives of rupture, and either of those can be interpreted in different ways and are. Continuity can suggest failure or success, just as rupture can. Yeah, perhaps as I think about this more, I'll come back to you. And I thank you for your extraordinarily generous blush-making comments at the beginning. I'm very glad that the late style stuff has been useful to you. And someday, I hope that you'll be able to explain my dissertation to me, because after 20 years of teaching, I've become too stupid to understand it. So, I'll contact you to find out what it said. In any event, maybe I'll come back to your question in some form.
Thank you so much, Linda. And while we're waiting for more questions to queue up, I'll go ahead and ask one for Keith. So I was so interested, every time you said, old men, admiring old men, it sort of made me smile, in part because this is, the 18th century is, especially in English contexts, a moment when we see the birth of certain aspects of celebrity culture that, if that's not too anachronistic a term to apply to what we start seeing in that period. And I was reading an interesting book by Miranda Gill about the origins of the idea of eccentricity, which, just like luminaries and stars, the eccentric originated as an astronomical metaphor, one that involves great distance, but then is co-opted to suggest a certain kind of admirable irregularity. And so I'm curious whether, given that you've identified these aspects of the sublime that are at once sort of intangibly large or awe-striking, and then there's a second definition that is, incomprehensible because of its sort of, what was the word you used? Its irregularity. I was curious whether this sort of culture of eccentricity and admiring the eccentric artist, which starts to form in the late 18th century in England, whether that could be sort of the glue that holds those two frameworks together, or I know that's a very specific question, but I was curious whether there's something to be said for just sort of, if there's more behind the statement that it's old men admiring old men, in other words.
I think it's just, it's men generally who are writing about this stuff, right? But it's not necessarily just old men who are writing about it. But I think the issue of eccentricity is really interesting. I haven't really thought about that. My guess is that, that they are generally not perceived as sublime, but unless there's some aspect of oppositional, some sort of aspect of opposition that is called into play. I mean, it seems like towards the end of the 18th century, the type of celebrity culture kind of coincides with the appreciation for Napoleon and other great people. And the comments I made at the very end of my paper about the way that a certain principle of dramatic theory actually is made useful within theories of the sublime to talk about how characters are appreciated because whatever power, what they're able to, they might be bowled over by by fortune, but they still have something to them that allows them to maintain their moral code or anything like that. It seems like that oppositional structure is really important for the type of celebration that happens towards the end of the 18th century. So eccentricity can feed into that, but perhaps not necessarily so. And the other thing with respect to the gender issue, we do find a number of really important characters in 18th century literature of women who are specifically called as sublime. I mean, there's a line in Lessing's Emilia Galotti, where her Lessing's Emilia Galotti's father calls her sublime. So there is a line of sublime women, but they're almost always young women. And that probably feeds into 19th century operatic plots as well.
Oh, yes.
Both, especially young women in particular. So I think that the structures in which people at the end of the 18th century were thinking about sublime individuals had a huge effect on 19th century, huge influence in 19th century opera as well.
Yes, that's a great point. Yes, and the really rich history of character and the idea of character that's emerging in literature that runs adjacent to this intellectual discourse that you've illuminated. It would be so interesting to find more of the places where those intersect, those two spheres of discourse. That's so interesting. Thank you. Oh, we have a question from Ruben Phillips. Please go ahead, Ruben.
Hello. Thanks. I have a quick question for Keith. Hope you can hear me clearly enough. Yeah. Well, it was really to do with the perception of the sublime in the writings of E.T.A. Hoffmann. There was one detail that struck me about several of the passages that you mentioned, I suppose particularly the passage where Kreisler talks about his performance of the Goldberg variations. And I wondered if you would say something about if you feel alcohol and the idea of intoxication is in some way very important for Hoffmann in his perception of the sublime. And I'm curious if it's in other writers too. But it does seem in Hoffmann, in the Fantasiestücke, in other works of prose fiction too, where we have these kind of extraordinary sort of rhapsodic passages of prose, there seems to be a character who's drunk somewhere in there. Is it important? I suppose that's really my question.
Yes, is the short answer. I think it is quite important for Hoffmann, particularly. I mean, there's so many different aspects of the sublime in most writers at the beginning of the 19th century. They're really sort of mixing and matching from all these different traditions. And a really important one, of course, is the idea of the inspired, or the inspired artist. That's something you find in Plato, in Longinus. This idea of a person who has a great passion, and alcohol is one way of achieving that. Miranda Stanyan has also just recently published a book on issues of the sublime in British and German literature, and she notes, I believe she talks about drugs actually with respect to Collins. I can't remember now, but that can also feed into that tradition of thinking about someone who's transcending the limit, the threshold in some way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I haven't seen other hands thus far. And if anyone, oh, go ahead, Claire Meissner, please go ahead, Claire. I don't have the ability as an administrator to unmute you, so I may need to have someone else do so if you're struggling.
Marie, can you unmute Claire?
Yeah.
Thank you. I got a whole bunch of icons and I couldn't get my screen back to where I could find the unmute button. Can everyone hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. I actually had a couple of questions, but the one for Keith Chapin. I'm actually, I should explain, I'm not really a music professional here. I'm an amateur who used to play my clarinet, and I just like music. And so this is way over my head, so please forgive me. But I was very interested in what you've been talking about. It's fascinating. I'm a literature person. And I like the interdisciplinary aspect of what you were saying, Mr. Chapin. And I wondered if you had a recommendation of a really good book that might allow me to understand the interdisciplinary definitions and discussions of the sublime.
I have to say I would struggle to come up with one book just on the moment that kind of captures the essence. There's a lot of literature out there. What I might suggest is that you send me an email after the conference, and I'd be happy to send something to you. But at the moment, I would struggle to. It would just take a bit of time to figure out, think about the right one. So, but I'd be happy to answer that. And thank you very much for attending. And I'm glad that you like the paper. If I may, I might actually have just a comment about the discussion about classification of late works. In some ways, this is a
yes, please.
It's a kind of a comment, a question, I guess, a comment question for both Anthony and also Michael. I don't know if you're still here, but it seems like that Michael, towards the end of your paper, you were talking about medical studies that talk about certain types of behavior that people have in different points of their life, and I thought that was really interesting. I think it's really provocative, and Anthony, you were saying that this is all language games, about how you define the late style. And it seems like that one of the real difficult things in talking about late styles is trying to come to some sort of happy medium between the fact that there is a degree to which discourse creates a conception that there is something called the late style. And then perhaps biological studies, actually, which not just biological or medical studies or biological studies, but also this long tradition I mentioned earlier, in which people talk about retiring from public life. That there is, a type of continuity of people talking about certain things that people do at certain points in their life. So it seems like that there's a type of disjunction between the language and the biology. It's hard to say about it, but I was just wondering if either of you had any comments about that.
Well, I'll just jump in quickly. It is, I don't mean to be too relativistic, but it's possible to, we probably don't want to distinguish too strongly the idea of rhetorical, the rhetoric of criticism as being a game, and then the rhetoric of medicine as being not a game or something more substantial. I mean, we could just as well see the rhetoric of the medical rhetoric of late style as, in some sense, also being a language game. And I think it would be just as difficult to put together a coherent explanation of late style that's generally applicable on the basis of medical, empirical medical observations. Yeah, so I don't think that recourse to a medical approach resolves the problem of, or solves the problem of defining late style. I'll leave that on the table.
If I may chime in for a moment on this, I've wondered this very same thing and thought a lot about the question that Linda posed. And I just have to ask myself as well when I'm working on this material, to what extent we're drawn to this because we're just trying to grapple with our own feelings about mortality in these really, perhaps in ways that manifest in, in criticism. I don't mean to imply that there's nothing behind the criticism, but it's just interesting. One thing that I find so rich about both of your work is that when we turn the lens, and Linda Hutchins as well, that when we really look at, late style and its discontents and looking at the problems of this discourse and also pinning it down to its historical contingency, we end up having an opportunity to see how, how these critics were, underneath there's a sort of a bristling at lateness or an idealization of lateness, and it lurks sometimes it's very explicit in this criticism of the 19th century especially, and sometimes it lurks more between the lines, and there's no way we can really know, oh, this critic is grappling with, fears of death or so on. But it just makes me wonder whether there is something to be said for lifting the veil on those motivations and on that interest in late style. So, but I'm not sure if our speakers, perhaps that doesn't get at the heart of what you're discussing. Yes, and Claire also has another question. Oh, but I think we can't hear you for some reason.
Oh, I just unmuted again. Can you hear me again? I unmuted.
Yes, we do.
Okay, I just want to jump back in again more from my literature perspective, because in literature they like to categorize and do analyses and different schools of thought. And I'm of the thought that it's fine to apply these things, but the work comes first. First, you appreciate the work, whether it's a piece of music or whether it's a piece of painting or a sculpture or a play or a poem or a novel. And then you apply whatever illuminates it further for you, whatever, theory or whatever. And that maybe that gets back to what Abigail is saying. And I don't know how you feel about that, Mr. Barone, with the categories, the question you were asked about, you didn't want to get too specific about the criteria. And I think that maybe allows for more flexibility in how you apply characteristics to a particular work. What do you think?
Well, as you were talking, I was trying to think through this a little bit more. We could we might want to turn to a distinction between the technique of a work, its technical elements, and then the meaning of a work, which is rather separate. And to describe the technique that produces a work and its discrete technical elements is one kind of task. That might be the work that you're describing. And then to find the meaning of the work is a somewhat different task. And there are all kinds of ways to go about that. And to talk about late style is at once a question about technique and technical elements, and then also a question about meaning. So those two sides of the late style issue are potentially addressed in different ways, which is why I'm running as fast as I can from trying to be precise in any of my answers. So I'll leave it at that. I think.
Thank you. That is a really wonderful way to end our session for the time being. And that said, these issues are so powerfully interesting that I know that I, for one, am eager to continue to discuss them. And my impression is that there is a 15-minute break before our keynotes. And so I hope there may be an opportunity to continue the conversation in the break. But meanwhile, let's please all congratulate our two speakers. Thank you both so much.
thank all of you. I'd like to thank all of you for another wonderful session. You're certainly welcome to continue your conversations either as a whole group or in breakout rooms, which Marie will set up again. You're welcome to put yourself in small groups if you like. Otherwise, do take a break, and we'll be back at 2 o'clock for our keynote session with Robert Marshall, Scott Burnham, and Linda Hutchian. Also a nice introduction from our Dean in the Humanities and Fine Arts. So we'll see you in 15 minutes.
Can I ask another question? Or should we retreat to should we declare a breakout room to continue talking about this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Is anyone interested in coming to room 1?
Sure, I'll come.
Yay. I have one other question.
Let's see.
but the actual correct pronunciation is knit. So I
Okay.
go Note portion of our conference today. Thank you so much for coming. We're very honored that you're all here, and we're especially honored that the Dean of Humanities and Fine Arts has joined us for this keynote session. I'd like to say a quick introduction for our Dean, and then I will turn it over to her. So our Dean of the College of Humanities and Fine Arts is Barbara Krauklammer. She got her MA at Washington University, St. Louis, and her master's and PhD at Princeton University. She has published extensively on a number of topics, and she mentioned this afternoon that her favorite book was one she co-authored with Deborah Willis called Envisioning Emancipation, Black Americans and the End of Slavery. I might also mention she is a professor in the Department of History. We're so honored she can be here. Let's give her a hand.
Thank you, Erin. Good afternoon and welcome everyone. It's really my great pleasure to welcome you to the panel for the 2021 Bach Festival and Symposium, Late Style and the Idea of the Summative Work in Bach and Beethoven. As many of you probably know, the University of Massachusetts Amherst, the College of Humanities and Fine Arts, and our Department of Music and Dance have been sponsoring this biennial Bach Festival and Symposium since 2015. But of course, this is the first year it's been organized as an online event. And so I wanted to take a moment and acknowledge and commend and thank and celebrate the festival organizers, Professors Elizabeth Chang, William Haidt, and Tony Thornton, and the symposium organizers, Professor Emeritus Ernest May, who I saw on my squares a few minutes ago, and Professor Erin Knitt. Thank you all, it's really phenomenal. And of course, please join me in thanking the dedicated staff in our Department of Music and Dance who have worked to make sure that everything has gone smoothly behind the scenes. Matt Longy, Eric Roth, and Sean Bienventura. And of course, our colleagues and partners in the UMass Fine Arts Center and the Vice Chancellor for Engagement and Research also provided really important and meaningful support for this event. And so we thank them all. The Humanities and Fine Arts at UMass is obviously part of a much larger research institution, and the support that the Department of Music and Dance receives from the university and from the college is part of what makes our college home to such rich and wonderful scholarship and performance that benefits our students, our entire campus, and the wider community. This afternoon, our keynote presentations will be delivered by Professors Scott Burnham and Robert Marshall, with Professor Linda Hutchins serving as the panel moderator. And so I'm really pleased now to be able to introduce our two speakers to you. Professor Scott Burnham is Distinguished Professor of Music at the CUNY Graduate Center, as well as the Scheide Professor of Music History Emeritus at Princeton University, my alma mater, where I can most assuredly say he enjoys a strong reputation as a dedicated mentor and colleague. He's the author of many publications, including the award-winning book, Beethoven Hero, which is a study of the values and reception of Beethoven's heroic music style, and which won the prestigious Wallace Berry Award from the Society for Music Theory as the outstanding book in music theory. Among his publications, he also includes Mozart's Grace, an exploration of beauty in the music of Mozart, which won the Otto Kinkeldy Award from the American Musicological Society for a book of exceptional merit. Our second keynote speaker today is Professor Robert L. Marshall, who's Professor Emeritus of Music at Brandeis University and had previously been on the faculty at the University of Chicago. Professor Marshall was an early president of the American Bach Society and is an honorary member of the ABS and of the American Musicological Society. He's been an active Bach scholar for over 50 years and is the author of award-winning publications, including The Compositional Process of J.S. Bach, a study of the autograph scores of vocal works. And this book also received the Otto Kinkeldy Award of the American Musicological Society. And recently, his 2019 work, Bach and Mozart, Essays on the Enigma of Genius, which was awarded Outstanding Academic Title Citation, Outstanding Academic Title Citation by the American Association of College and Research Libraries. Our panel today will be moderated by Professor Linda Hutcheon, who's a university professor emeritus of English and comparative literature at the University of Toronto. Professor Hutcheon is a specialist in modern and postmodern culture and critical theory. She notes especially irony, parody, and adaptation, on which she's published 9 books. She and Michael Hutcheon, MD, professor of medicine at the University of Toronto, have explored the intersections of medical and cultural history studied through the vehicle of opera. And they've published 4 books on topics such as disease, death, and the operatic body. Most recently, 4 Last Songs, Aging and Creativity in Verdi, Strauss, Messiaen, and Britten, which was published by the University of Chicago Press in 2015. And so it's really my honor to welcome our 3 speakers, these 3 really truly distinguished scholars who have joined us this afternoon. And so please join me in giving them a warm welcome, even if it's only a thumbs up or a clapping hand emoji on your screen. I wish it were in person and you could hear the applause, but we are really so delighted and honored to have you with us. And so now I will turn things over to our moderator, Professor Hutcheon, to get things started.
Thank you very much, Barbara. It's my pleasure to introduce our 2 speakers because I'm not introducing just to give their titles. We are going to have the 2 talks, one after the other, so that we can have a joint discussion because we suspect the 2 might speak to each other rather nicely for questions afterwards. So our first speaker will be Robert Marshall, who has this wonderful title, Spätstil, Que me veux-tu? Over to Robert Marshall. You'll have to unmute yourself, Robert.
Okay, sorry about that. Right. Well, thank you very much for that kind introduction. And
Recording in progress.
And I'm pleased and honored to have been asked to give a keynote talk here. And I wonder if it's because they needed some native informant from the land of lateness. But anyway, I will say that you will notice at once my great indebtedness to Anthony Barone and Barbara Hutchins in some of my remarks that will follow. And they follow right now. I once began an essay about J.S. Bach as follows. In 1730, Johann Sebastian Bach was 45 years old and he was not content. That was exactly 45 years ago. The title of the 1976 piece was Bach the Progressive, Observations on His Later Works. It dealt with a period of about a dozen years in the composer's life that could be characterized in modern parlance as a midlife crisis. My assignment for today is to think about what happened to the great man after that. In the vast scholarly literature of artistic creativity, there's a mystique surrounding the phenomenon dubbed the late style. Every major creative artist, especially, but not exclusively, those who lived past a certain age, has been assumed to have developed one. According to our veneration of the masters, or owing to our veneration of the masters who created them, we are inclined to regard the products of their final years as profound masterpieces. But do we invariably enjoy them? With a few notable exceptions, the late works of the immortals are rarely their most popular. We respect them, but do not always love them. They're frequently quite disconcerting, even off-putting. It is not necessary, of course, to enjoy them in order to acknowledge their significance. Today, we regard it as self-evident that every manifestation of late style was the unique product of a lifetime of unique experiences that shaped and informed the unique abilities and sensibilities of individual human beings who lived in a particular time and place. Are then any generalizations possible? Some formidable thinkers thought that there were. Discussions about old age and the late style phenomenon often take the form of binary opposites or as endpoints on a spectrum. For example, the contrast between understanding lateness as the product of an organicist, that is, a biologically determined decline marked by fragmentation and disintegration, or on the contrary, as the achievement of a metaphysical transcendence marked by consummate integration and coherence. Or the contrast may be between a period marked by withdrawal and one of rejuvenation. Do the late works of a major artist represent a substantial break, a rupture with what has come before, or the outcome of a natural evolution, or a relapse, a U-turn to an earlier phase of development? Trying to locate Bach's position within these endpoints or polarities promises to be a rewarding exercise, if one perhaps falling short of revelation. As you know, the assigned topic for today's symposium reads Late Style and the Idea of the Summative Work in Bach and Beethoven. I don't believe I have ever encountered the adjective summative before, but certainly the notion that the works of Bach's last dozen years or so were consummate achievements that constituted the summation of his life's work is well known, and as far as I know, universally acknowledged. They have all been exhaustively studied many times over. Each has been the subject not only of extensive essays, but of entire books. In Bach's case, moreover, not only his late works, but indeed just about his entire oeuvre constitutes a summation, the crowning conclusion of the entire 150-year span of the Baroque era. That is, the phenomenon Johann Sebastian Bach represents practically personifies historical lateness as much as the works he created in his final years delineate biological lateness. I would be the first to insist, however, that none of this is meant to suggest that Bach was merely the culmination of an era, and that, as Albert Schweitzer put it, nothing comes from him, everything merely leads up to him. In his monumental Bach biography, Philipp Spitta had concluded, based on his meticulous inspection of the original sources, that Bach's career as a musician in the service of the Lutheran Church culminated late in his life, over a 9-year period extending from 1735 to 1744, with the creation of a grand cycle of chorale cantatas. Spitta's findings remained the consensus view for the next 75 years. But then came the revolution. In the 1950s, Alfred Dürer and Georg von Dadelsen demonstrated that most of Bach's surviving church cantatas, some 150 of them, along with the Magnificat and both the St. John and St. Matthew Passions, had all been written in about 4 years, between 1723 and 1727. The findings of the new chronology proved particularly fatal to Spitta's understanding of Bach's final period, for they revealed specifically that almost all of the chorale cantatas were composed in just 9 months, between June of 1724 and March of 1725, at the rate of about 1 per week, as if Bach had been in a hurry to get the job over with. With the collapse of the Spitta scenario, it was abundantly clear that Bach had not been spending much of the last years of his life largely composing church music. What had he been doing? How were we to understand the master's final period? Bach's commitment to the systematic production of German Lutheran church music had largely ceased by 1730. The composition of the St. Matthew Passion for Good Friday, 1727, had already marked something of an endpoint in his activities. The apparent hiatus could be viewed as a period of dormancy. Was Bach then in a slump, understandably suffering from creative exhaustion after his extraordinary labors during his first 4 years as Thomas Cantor? Or can it be that he had exhausted not his creative powers, but only his enthusiasm for what may be called the Lutheran project, and had decided that it was time to turn his attention to other endeavors, such as directing one of the city's Collegium Musicum societies? By 1730, Bach was ready to leave Leipzig and had made inquiries. In 1733, he dedicated the Kyrie and Gloria of the Mass in B minor to the newly installed Saxon elector in Dresden, clearly hoping for an appointment. In November of 1736, he received the desired title of Dresden Court Kapellmeister. The Christmas Oratorio of 1734-35 is arguably Bach's last major contribution to the Lutheran Church repertoire. It also marks the high point of his flirtation with what I have dubbed the progressive style. Almost immediately after the performance of the final part of the Christmas Oratorio, on January 6, 1735, we observe a striking stylistic change. His very next composition, composed less than 4 weeks later, was a regular Sunday cantata, Wer Gott nicht mit uns dieser Zeit, cantata number 14. It is defiantly old-fashioned, an archaic chorale motet, rigorously contrapuntal and complex. How to explain this course reversal? In March of 1735, just 2 months after he had completed the Christmas Oratorio and Cantata 14, Bach marked his 50th birthday. The significance of this event, a landmark for anyone, must have been considerably greater for Bach, owing to the fact that his father, his mother, and his oldest brother had all died at the age of 50. These grim facts, a powerful memento mori, may help explain why, in the year 1735, Bach compiled a family genealogy and began to put together a collection of music composed by his ancestors, known today as the Altbachisches Archiv. It may also explain the abrupt stylistic U-turn represented by Cantata 14. At just this time, too, Bach began to look back on his own achievements to date. During the ensuing years, he revised a number of his own earlier works and organized them into systematic collections. The fair copy of the St. Matthew Passion in 1736, the great 18 organ chorales around 1740, all originally composed during the Weimar period, and also the second volume of the Well-Tempered Clavier, containing many pieces written considerably earlier. These were the most significant products of this review. Such retrospective activity is often adduced as a hallmark of biographical lateness. In Bach's case, these tendencies were registered well before the composer had crossed the actuarial threshold of old age, say 65 or so, a boundary that Bach eventually had only barely passed. Even more than the review and revision of his earlier works, the new compositions Bach composed during the final dozen years of his life clearly revealed the true agenda that had informed his career from the beginning, namely, the creation of summative works, meticulously wrought didactic compositions, systematically organized into collections that demonstrated the possibilities residing in a particular musical genre or compositional technique. These collections were literally exemplary. More notably, they contributed equally to the two double pillars of musical art, the secular as well as the sacred, the vocal as well as the instrumental. Bach's intense involvement with one or the other domain alternated regularly, sometimes dictated by the responsibilities of his position, sometimes apparently unrelated to external influences. It would be profoundly mistaken to assume that Bach saw his true calling as a religious composer of Lutheran church music, or conversely, as a secular composer of instrumental music. Even less could he be regarded exclusively as a modernist or as an anti-modernist, a progressive or a conservative. Theologically, a devout Orthodox Lutheran, perhaps with pietistic sympathies, politically a nonpartisan opportunist, humbly offering his best to Lutheran, Calvinist, Catholic, and Enlightened patrons. Musically, Johann Sebastian Bach was an omnivore, enthusiastically devouring the best on offer from past to present, from Palestrina to Pergolesi. Bach began to compile his first summative work, the Orgelbüchlein, shortly after he became Weimar court organist at the age of 23. There's no need to remind you of the summative masterpieces Bach produced between the ages of 32 and 38 during his Curtin period. The didactic purposes of these compilations are made explicit on the elaborate title pages of the Inventionen und Sinfonien, the first book of the Well-Tempered Clavier, and that is suggestive. The psychologist Erik Erikson, in a discussion of the stages of human development, characterized the seventh of the 8 ages of man as the age of generativity, a stage during which one increasingly addresses one's commitments away from oneself and toward the next generation and to posterity, sharing whatever of value one has to share: wisdom, experience, knowledge, wealth. Bach's title pages suggest that from the outset, as attested by the similar text belatedly added to the manuscript of the Orgelbüchlein, the composer exhibited this rather precocious outlook, one normally associated with old age. Then there are the great series of sacred vocal works, summative collections all. The cycle of chorale cantatas, mostly completed, as mentioned, by the age of 40. To a considerable degree, the trilogy comprising the Easter, Ascension, and Christmas oratorios, mostly compiled and put into final form during the 1730s, once again around the time when the composer turned 50, were the results of Bach's revising activity. Taken together with the St. John and St. Matthew Passions, along with the Lost St. Mark Passion, they can be understood, as Christoph Wolff has reasonably argued, as constituting, quote, a grand liturgical Messiah cycle, unquote. Conceived on an order of magnitude, I would suggest, that Richard Wagner could only envy. By 1736, at the age of 51, the Thomas Cantor's relations with his superior, Rector Ernesti, reached their breaking point. The bitter turf battle known as the prefect's dispute aggravated Bach's already growing alienation from his official duties. Even worse, enlightened academic reforms recently introduced at the Thomasschule toppled the centrality of music and religion in the education of the musical youth desiring to learn. This development can only have embittered Bach further. Henceforth, Bach in Leipzig, financially secure by virtue of his de facto tenured position, increasingly lived in a form of self-imposed interior exile, such withdrawal constituting another trope of late style theory. It is surely no coincidence that the newly appointed Kapellmeister to the Catholic court in Dresden intensified his interest in Latin church music at just this time as well. By the mid-1740s, Bach seems not only to have increasingly absented himself from Leipzig for weeks at a time, but may have ceased conducting the Sunday church services entirely. We seem to be witnessing Bach's gradual withdrawal from the world. His alienation can be taken as one more sign that the composer was on the threshold of lateness, which, in the words of Edward Said, is, quote, a kind of self-imposed exile. Said further emphasizes the sense of apartness and exile and anachronism which late style represents and expresses. But we must not overstate the point. In one respect, during the final dozen years of his life, Bach made a greater effort than ever before to engage the larger world when he enthusiastically turned his attention to the publication series he had launched a few years earlier. One purpose of the publishing enterprise, very possibly its main purpose, was to make the composer finally widely known beyond his personal sphere. The ambitious pursuit of worldly recognition, of course, is more typical of an artist on the rise in early or mid-career than of one already securely established. In this respect, then, J.S. Bach was something other than precocious. He was a late bloomer. Part 1 of the Klavierübung, explicitly designated Opus 1 on the title page, appeared when the composer was 46 years old. The organ chorales, published in 1739 as part 3 of the Klavierübung, can be considered Bach's first newly composed late works. Their often backward-looking character is clear. The exploration of the ancient church modes, the 16th century style of contrapuntal writing, and the extensive use of canonic procedures. The volume, in fact, forms the gateway to Bach's ensuing collections of contrapuntal tour de force. Late style scholars would note that it marked the onset of a period of archaicization. The Goldberg variations followed in 1741. One is tempted to hear in the variations devoted to dazzling digital pyrotechnics the now aging composer's last unabashed indulgence in the sensuous delights the musical surface is capable of producing. According to Goethe, surface allure, the appearance, the Erscheinung of things, virtually constituted the very definition of youth. But the 9 canonic variations of the Goldbergs are just as expressive, varied in character, and appealing as are the flamboyantly virtuosic numbers. But their implications soon became apparent. Appended to Bach's personal copy of the Goldberg edition is a sheet containing 14 canons over the theme's first 8 structural bass notes. These canons mark the first significant manifestation in Bach's works of Goethe's cryptic but highly influential definition of old age, which is the diametric opposite of his definition of youth, namely, old age, the gradual withdrawal from appearance. Alter, stufenweises Zurücktreten aus der Erscheinung. Appearance, once again. How, after all, should these stenographically notated canons appear? That is, how should they become a physically sounding phenomenon? Bach provides no guidance. The headings provide only analytical descriptions of the canonic devices employed. The composer seems to be satisfied that their mere existence on paper as a disembodied communication from the imagination of their creator to that of his recipients was sufficient. What is he communicating? Musical essences, undiluted by the distractions of surface beauty or the expression of subjective individual feelings. Throughout this time, the late 1730s and early 40s, Bach was already well along with the composition of the Art of Fugue. With the possible exception of the 14 canons that I just mentioned, Bach seems not to have completely written any new work for a 5-year period, beginning in the fall of 1742. This period may have been a second dormancy, similar to the apparent hiatus in church music composition that followed the 1727 composition of the St. Matthew Passion. The Peasant Cantata, composed for a performance on August 30th, 1742, is Bach's last securely datable vocal composition altogether. It's, of course, one of Bach's extremely rare exercises in musical humor. It is hardly a summative work. If anything, it is a subtractive work, arguably J.S. Bach's most trivial piece. In March of 1745, Bach turned 60. Beginning in 1747, after that 5-year hiatus, his productivity resumed. That year, he published the variations on From Himmel hoch and the musical offering. He had yet to complete the Art of Fugue and the B minor Mass. For the last 2 years of his life, work on those two career-crowning monuments were effectively his exclusive creative preoccupations. The absence of specific instrumental designations in the Art of Fugue and much of the musical offering perhaps reflects the asceticism often associated with late style. More significant, the aging creator's primary intention no doubt resided once again in his desire to demonstrate certain verities concerning the musical artifact independent of its momentary Erscheinung. Something once again that transcended ephemeral sound and demanded sustained contemplation. Bach was imparting lessons on the optimal disposition, ordering, and combination of musical materials in musical time and space. The didactic purpose of the Art of Fugue is abundantly evident once again in the headings of the individual pieces in the original edition. They are technical descriptions, not affect markers or performance prescriptions. The beauty of these late compositions approaches that of mathematics. They are objective demonstrations and offer the aesthetic pleasure of an elegant proof. They unveil some truth rather than deliver some personal communication. Surface beauty, along with personal expression, the exposure of the self, the subject, is secondary here, but always present. Abstract objective truth trumps, but never entirely replaces expression. In his last years, J.S. Bach, the fifth evangelist, the greatest of all composers for the Christian faith, resembles the Old Testament Moses, the objective lawgiver, not the subjective soul-searching believer. Bach's determined objectivity in these compositions suggests a metaphysical understanding of Goethe's maxim, once again, the withdrawal from appearance. Namely, that it connotes the disappearance of the subject, that is, in this instance, the person of the author. It is hard to think of a more literal example of the withdrawal from appearance than Bach's refusal to specify exactly how the constituent elements of the Art of Fugue and musical offering were to be realized in sound. He provided the essence. Not only did the composer refrain from indicating the instrumentation, he even failed to specify the precise ordering of the constituent elements. That is certainly the case with the 2 Ricercari, 10 canons, and trio sonata that comprise the musical offering. Bach may have considered the ordering of the movements to be of secondary, perhaps even of negligible concern. Perhaps he never expected the entire contents of either collection to be played in toto at a single performance. I'm quite sure that they were not intended for an essentially passive listening audience. These are contemplation pieces forming a graduated course of study designed not for the refreshment of the spirit, zur Gemütsergötzung, but for the edification of the intellect, best consumed in separate digestible installments over time. A product of the now undeniably aging composer's age of generativity, they could readily provide the material for an advanced counterpoint course for the musical youth desirous to learn. No doubt they frequently have. In contrast to just about everything else he had composed throughout his life, Bach actually published, or planned to publish, these formidable works, offered them to the world as definitive statements, statements that provided only the essence, leaving the practical realization, the Erscheinung, to others. There was a limit, however, to Bach's modesty, to his stufenweises Zurücktreten aus der Erscheinung. The art of fugue certainly does not indulge in overt subjectivity. However, Pace Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, the subject, the man, Johann Sebastian Bach, by no means disappeared entirely into the object, the work. On the contrary, he unabashedly engraved his name in tones, B-A-C-H, into the fabric of the art of fugue as the third subject of the climactic quadruple fugue of the collection, alas, but romantically unfinished. His tonal signature proudly declared, if anything, the composer's, that is, the subject's, Auftreten in die Erscheinung. With the composition of the final movements of the Mass in B minor in the final year or two of his life, Bach returned one final time to the second great pillar of his lifelong artistic program, the composition of church music to the glory of God. This time, however, with a major difference. He would not contribute anything further to the relatively parochial domain of the German Lutheran church service. Rather, he would select from among his earlier compositions appropriate items and organize them into a complete Mass ordinary in Latin. His setting of the venerable universal Christian utterance, Catholic every sense, would be of unprecedented encyclopedic scope. The composition of a complete Latin Mass ordinary of any dimension was something altogether unprecedented in Bach's oeuvre. But doing something completely novel in old age is hardly unique in the annals of artistic lateness. Just think of Falstaff. Thanks to Theodor Adorno, the concept of late style in music has often been equated with that of Beethoven. Adorno deemed Beethoven's late works to be bitter and spiny. Edward Said described them as alienated and alienating, difficult, forbidding works, repellent to audiences and performers alike. No one would describe Bach's B minor Mass the way Adorno and Said described Beethoven's Missa Solemnis. Bach's Mass shows no signs of fragmentation and disintegration. It is, if anything, a miracle of integration. Its compelling sense of unity is particularly miraculous in light of the fact that its component sections were written over the course of some 35 years. The kaleidoscope of styles in the Mass is symptomatic of late style insofar as it represents a recapitulation, a summative work. However, in contrast to his earlier German settings, which typically focus on the believers and their personal subjective relationship with God, the confident serenity of the Mass suggests that its composer has moved beyond the personal and the subjective. Bach's late artwork proclaims self-sufficiency rather than self-expression in a romantic, emotional sense. In the Credo movement, dating from 1748-49, Bach extends the historical frame of reference both forward and backward, prominently intoning the Gregorian Credo in Unum Deum as a cantus firmus at the outset, and then toward the end, in the final measures of the Confiteor section, deploying a harmonic palette well beyond the conventional limits of his time. In the transition to the jubilant finale, Bach prematurely anticipates its first four words, et expecto resurrectionem mortuorum, and invents ambiguous chromatic and enharmonic progressions that verge on the post-tonal. They capture the moment of the soul's transfiguration as it expectantly, et expecto, and perhaps fearfully, seeks the clear light of the eternal life to come. The harmonic language here has progressed beyond progressive. Paradoxically, such visionary speculation, musica speculativa, reveals a medieval mindset along with a radical one. Perhaps we should just call it timeless. Another cliche in the vocabulary of lateness. The et expecto passage calls our attention to something else, namely the putatively all-consuming preoccupation of old age and lateness with the encroaching reality of death. For Andre Malraux, and no doubt others, the imminence of death was the paramount concern of the aging artist. I submit, however, that Bach in his final years was more concerned with posterity than with mortality. His approaching death offered a last chance to prepare his legacy. Bach's late style was not a confrontation with death, but an exploration of truth, universal rather than existential truth, musica mundana, not musica humana. Bach had exhaustively dealt with the subject of death throughout his life. Death and the fear of death was by no means an experience he discovered late in life. He was intimately familiar with it, saturated with it since childhood. Considering the biological facts, and often at age 10, the early death of his first wife, Bach may have been less traumatized by and obsessed with death in later decades than he had been in his youth. Bach had explored the topic musically in his earliest cantatas. He was relatively unconcerned about it in his final years. Perhaps then, we shouldn't be surprised that, apart from the mysterious, emotionally ambiguous et expecto passage, the movement in the B minor Mass in which death and suffering are evoked most intensely and painfully, the Crucifixus, is actually the oldest music in the work. Originally composed, to other words, by young man Bach at the age of 29. Bach's very last musical encounter with death, and possibly the very last music he ever composed, is an extensive reworking of a chorale setting dating from the Weimar period. Legend relates that the blind master dictated the piece on his deathbed to his son-in-law. As is well known, it was later published at the end of the Art of Fugue as compensation for the fragmentary state of the final contrapunctus. Its heading there retains the text incipit of the original chorale, Wenn wir in höchsten Nöten sein. A manuscript version of the new setting, slightly improved, but only partially preserved, is bound with and traditionally considered the last of the 18 great chorales. In the manuscript, the chorale's heading reads, Vor deinen Thron trete ich hiermit. Whether Bach himself was responsible for the title change from the anguished first-person plural, wenn wir in höchsten Nöten sein, to the intimate first-person singular, vor deinen Thron trete ich hiermit, is unclear. The latter text expresses a conceit more fitting for the dying master, and given the biographical circumstances surrounding the Art of Fugue publication, would have made a more appropriate caption for the chorale. In any event, the archaic style of the Pachelbel type setting in the key of G major is a complete anomaly in the publication. It bears absolutely no relation to the style, character, and purpose of the Art of Fugue. However, the setting in Bach's beloved genre, the organ chorale, offers a comforting epilogue and postscript to the composer's life's work. It is one more thing: his farewell to the world of Erscheinung and his passport to whatever was to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was wonderful. I'm now going to turn the
recording stopped.
I'm now going to turn the events over to Scott Burnham, who will talk to us on Late Style in Exile, Beethoven and the Missa Solemnis. Seems like a good transition from Bach to Beethoven. You'll have to unmute yourself, Scott.
Thank you so much, Linda, for that introduction. And thank you, Bob. Wow. Had I heard that lecture 35 years ago, not sure I would have worked on Beethoven. Okay, I'd like to share my sound here, but, oh, okay, is it? Okay. Oh, I don't want to screen share though. Hold on. Sorry about this. I thought I had this sussed out, but go to advanced. Oh, okay. All right, that's better. Anyway, good afternoon, everyone. I'm so happy to have been invited to this. What an honor, to say the least. So I'm doing something that I'm calling Late Style in Exile, Beethoven and the Missa Solemnis. William Drabkin opens his Cambridge Music Handbook on Beethoven's Missa Solemnis with a litany of imposing assertions, and I quote, "The Missa Solemnis is the largest and longest non-stage work written by a composer who had already shattered the dimensional barriers of the symphony, the string quartet, and the sonata. It also took him far longer to write than any other work. Its position in Beethoven's oeuvre as the largest sacred work and the only one dating from his last decade makes it a music historical document of inestimable value," end quote. And yet, as Hans Joachim Hinrichsen reminds us in his recent volume on the Missa Solemnis and its reception, it has been the fate of the Missa Solemnis to be admired, but not beloved, and often not even so very admired. The most prominent and outspoken justification of this ongoing alienation is, of course, Theodor Adorno's 1959 essay, Alienated Masterwork, on the Missa Solemnis. Adorno asserted that Beethoven's Mass neither achieved the integrated wholeness of his earlier instrumental music, nor fulfilled the demands of the liturgy. And I quote, "The style is contrary to the spirit of the sonata and relates only brokenly to the tradition of church music." He then elaborates, "The lack of dialectical contrast, which is replaced by the mere opposition of closed-off sections, also weakens the totality. This is especially apparent in the outer movements, because no real path has been traversed and no resistance of the particular has been overcome. The mark of the arbitrary transfers itself to the whole, and the movements, which no longer terminate with a goal prescribed by the urgency of the particular, end for the most part flatly, simply stopping without the authenticity of a true conclusion. All this brings about a feeling of indirection, as distant from liturgical commitment as it is from compositional fantasie." So, for Adorno, the Missa Solemnis does not measure up either to the liturgical ethos of sacred music or to the concert hall ethos of instrumental music. Despite sporadic recognition as Beethoven's greatest work, or as Charles Rosen once put it, his most considerable single achievement, and despite Beethoven's own famous assertion to that effect, which is often dismissed as mere sales talk, the Missa Solemnis has never enjoyed pride of place among Beethoven's late works. In fact, thanks to Adorno and others, the Missa Solemnis has been effectively exiled from those works. In particular, it has rarely, if ever, played into the narratives of summation, accorded the genres of symphony, piano sonata, and string quartet among Beethoven's late works. For unlike the Ninth Symphony, the late sonatas, or the late string quartets, the Missa Solemnis was, as it were, commissioned by Catholicism, and thus has been felt to hail from a parochial corner of the human experience, or at best, to represent mixed allegiances. But what do we miss by continuing to harbor such assumptions? To begin to address this query, I would like to invoke another artist with a celebrated late period style from the time of Beethoven, none other than Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, about whom we've heard a few times today. Goethe was born a little over 20 years before Beethoven and died almost exactly 5 years after him. Like Beethoven, Goethe's late works appear in several genres, including poetry. Think of the 1819 collection of poems known as the Westöstlicher Divan. Also the novel. Think of Wilhelm Meister's Wanderjahre from 1821. And the drama, namely Faust Part 2, which was the last thing he worked on before his death in 1832. Now, among these late works of Goethe, the second part of Faust has largely shared the fate of the Missa Solemnis. To this day, readers of Faust Part 1 turn to Faust Part 2 and find themselves stymied. What sets it apart? Above all, I would say, it's the sprawling episodic action that Goethe spreads over the traditional 5 acts of a drama. In the course of these acts, he incorporates many of his deepest artistic and intellectual preoccupations, including his love of Homer, Calderon, Shakespeare, and other authors of epic and drama, his pervasive knowledge of Greek mythology, of German mythology, of Christian theology, of the history of war, and even of science and economics. One of the most lengthy and perplexing scenes in the drama, the so-called classical Walpurgisnacht, is thought by some to encompass nothing less than a theological survey of the universe, and to do so with an endless cast of characters from Greek mythology. In short, Faust Part 2 seems to want to do everything. Goethe integrates the Faust story into an entire cosmography, a universe ultimately suffused by love, which is what allows him to save Faust's soul in the end. Now, Goethe weaves elements of Catholic religious symbolism into his final scene, but only to support his faith in love as life's essence. This itself amounts to a striking parallel with the Missa Solemnis, for Beethoven too has often been understood as deploying Catholic symbolism, not for its own sake, but rather in the service of his own spiritual views. Finally, a broader parallel obtains between Faust Part 2 and the Missa Solemnis. They are each deemed unsuitable for their ostensible purposes. The Missa doesn't seem to belong in the church as liturgy, and Faust Part 2 doesn't seem to belong on the theater stage as acted out drama, but is most often treated as something to be read, something for the imagination rather than the stage. Throughout the last 2 centuries, one detects the same puzzlement with Faust Part 2 as with the Missa Solemnis. What are we to do with this work, and where? This sense of being unhoused and untimely, being exiled from one's own place and time, is often held to be a fundamental characteristic of artistic late style. We just heard that Edward Said thought that way. So it seems ironic that these very qualities have kept the Missa Solemnis apart from Beethoven's other late works. And yet, the Missa Solemnis is often heard to be something of a companion piece to the Ninth Symphony, which was premiered at nearly the same time in the spring of 1824. For one thing, the Missa Solemnis and the Ninth share the same family of keys, namely the parallel realms of D major and D minor. And both works feature a prominent use of B flat major as the key of the Adagio in the Ninth and the key of the Credo in the Mass. There are also many similarities in the dramatic language of each. Both the Mass and the Ninth stage dramatic scenes with vocal recitatives. The outbreak with recitative in the Agnus Dei is much like the entrance of the soloist in the finale of the Ninth, Nicht diese Töne. Another striking dramatic feature they share, for one thing, is a mysterious dominant ninth chord rooted on A that appears in key transitions to D major. For instance, on the words Dominus Deus Sabaoth, Lord God of Hosts, in the Sanctus, right before the Pleni sunt caelia terra gloria tua, thus creating a sense of mystery before glory fills heaven and earth. And also on the words Über Sternen muss wohnen, in the finale of the Ninth, right before the climactic double fugue. Here's each of those spots, first from the Sanctus. And from the Ninth. And you know it is just about to break out there. Both works also deploy local harmonic shifts through root motion by a descending major third, and do so at crucial moments in their respective musical arguments. Take, for example, this moment in the Kyrie, where the end of the B minor Christe eleison section drops a major third from F sharp minor back into the D major of the Kyrie. Sometimes this falling third, like we just heard, is used to mark the entrance into a consequential new realm, as in the Adagio of the Ninth, when Beethoven shifts from a fanfare that ends on F into the key of D flat major, where we enter a kind of spellbound, mystical sublime. The same sort of move spells trouble in the Agnus Dei when Beethoven transports us from the midst of his call for peace into the first interpolation of warlike music, as A drops to F. That same sort of move actually contributes to one of the great climaxes within the finale of the Ninth, when Beethoven uses the same harmonic shift to express awe in the presence of God on the text, and the cherub stands before God. You'll hear him say that 3 times, and then the last, then he'll say before God, and you'll hear that shift again of a dropping major third. Wow. This obvious showstopper reminds me of a moment of sheer awe in the glory of the Mass on the word omnipotens, right? All powerful. It comes in this series of invocations to the deity. Domine Deus, Rex Celestis, King of the heavens. Deus Pater Omnipotens, God Almighty Father. Okay. Beethoven brings in 3 trombones for this expression of sonic all power, and then funnels all the energy of that extended harmony into the octaves of A and D, the dominant and tonic of the home key. Both passages unforgettably express awe in the presence of the deity. There are also sustained expressions of ecstasy in both works, as in the Pentecostal moment in the Credo, when the text invokes the Holy Spirit, set by Beethoven as though the choristers were ecstatically speaking in tongues. Listen for these words, et in spiritum sanctum dominum et vivificantem, qui ex patre filioque simul adorator et conglorificator, qui locutus est per prophetas. These words describing the Holy Spirit appear just as Beethoven recapitulates the music from the opening of his Credo, and they are sung with overlapping entrances by the women amid repetitions of the Credo motif sung by the men. Okay. And soon after that in the Credo, in Beethoven's fugue on the words et vitam venturi seculi amen, and I'm looking forward to the life of the world to come, amen, we encounter even more intensely ecstatic voices, with the word amen marked by a series of thrusting upwards intervals of a sixth. Amen, amen, amen. When would you ever say amen like that? When possessed by the Spirit. And then there's the ecstasy at the end of the 9th, where we hear a motif from the Ode to Joy theme, impossibly sped up. Now that's a Dionysian frenzy, with the cymbals and percussion often referred to in classical accounts of the cult of Dionysus. So these are some of the ways that the Missa Solemnis stands with the Ninth Symphony, but the Missa Solemnis does indeed stand apart and alone as an unsurpassable creative challenge, which Beethoven realized with dramatic representations of ecstasy, of awe, and of blessedness, as well as the way he attends to Christianity's deepest, most affecting story. As for ecstasy, remember the Pentecostal ecstasy we just heard of speaking in tongues at the visitation of the Holy Spirit. Or think of the ecstasy of praise as witnessed in the final 5 minutes of the Gloria, in which the music continues to intensify until the last hectic shout on the word Gloria. I'm not going to play all 5 minutes of that, but I will play the last minute. And one thing you'll hear is 6 full bars of the sopranos on a high A, and that cadences very powerfully. And you might think the movement is over then, but you'd be wrong. Here, Beethoven both rounds off his formal structure by returning to the music of the very opening and ends with a breathless shout to the glory of God. It is hard to imagine a more rousing conclusion, even among his symphonies. As for awe, we encounter several types in the Missa. Earlier, we heard the quiet awe of mystery in the Sanctus on the words, Lord God of hosts, the Sabaoth. This quiet awe is in contrast to the terrifying awe of omnipotence heard in the Gloria and heard elsewhere in the Mass at the invocation of the deity. And we also experience a sense of blessedness, chiefly throughout the lyrical Benedictus. In the Catholic Mass, the Benedictus is intoned during the Eucharist, directly after the consecration of the host. As the longest single section of Beethoven's Mass, it's about a full 10 minutes long, the Benedictus is perhaps the heart of the Missa Solemnis. It has been heard as such by the German Roman Catholic philosopher Dietrich von Hildebrand, and I quote him, "In the Benedictus, after the consecration, Beethoven's music reaches its high point, when through artistic means it represents the mystery of redemption, grace, and mercy. This Benedictus breathes in an incomparable manner the spirit of Christ the Redeemer. In it, we find not just a perfect realization of the union of word and sound, but also of the penetration of the music by the nature and meaning of the Holy Mass." And here I'd like to thank Charles Weaver for pointing me to Hildebrand and also for bringing me closer to the spirit of the Catholic Mass. Now, Hildebrand's invocation of Christ the Redeemer reminds us that the sacrifice of Christ is one of the great stories of humankind. Christ as the figure who is both man and God, human and divine, and who becomes the sacrificial Lamb of God, the Agnus Dei, who will take away the sins of the world. In two crucial spots in the Mass, Beethoven associates Christ with the key of B minor, a rare and fraught key for him. The middle section of the D major Kyrie is the B minor Christe eleison. Listen to the way Christ is addressed here. Okay. That's very different from how he is addressed in the Kyrie section. Yeah, with those monumental chords and sort of extended solo voice. Here, Christ is arguably the majestic Christ of eternity, rather than the earthly Christ of the sacrifice, the lion rather than the lamb. Like the Christe eleison, Beethoven's Agnus Dei also opens in B minor. This Agnus Dei is somber, as befits the sacrifice embedded in the Mass at the breaking of the bread, the taking of the host, the word hostia denoting a sacrificial victim. And the Agnus Dei thus asks mercy of Christ, while also acknowledging his role as a hostia, a sacrificial Lamb of God. Moreover, this is the only movement in Beethoven's Mass that begins with an extended solo voice. The combination of somber key and personal address sets the Agnus apart as an emotional supplication to the Redeemer, an empathic plea to the one who suffered for us all. And yet, the reception of this very Agnus Dei has been polarized, and precisely because of the sounds of war that Beethoven introduces into his concluding Dona nobis pacem, grant us peace. Adorno deemed those warlike interpolations to border on the absurd, while Drabkin lauds them as contributing to the most impressive movement of the entire Mass, the movement that most successfully integrates programmatic and structural elements. Programmatically, Beethoven makes us hear the trauma of war in juxtaposition with the promise of everlasting peace in the world to come. Structurally, the interpolations allow Beethoven to recapitulate his D major Dona nobis pacem, just as he stages a recapitulation within the preceding B minor Agnus section, thus creating a dramatically differentiated musical form. Haydn's Missa in Tempore Belli, also known as the Pauken Missa, is the oft invoked precedent for warlike sounds in the Agnus Dei. But in Haydn's case, the timpani and fanfare parts are more thoroughgoing, while Beethoven contains his battle sounds within isolated passages as outbreaks rather than a pervasive soundtrack. Haydn's Dona nobis pacem even features a climactic diminished seventh sonority on a fermata only 12 bars before the conclusion of the entire Mass. How does Beethoven end his Mass? He interpolates two more reminders of war by means of a solo timpani playing quiet tattoos on B flat. These arise amid a fourfold choral iteration of the words pacem, pacem, each set to the same understated plagal cadence. Beethoven's final choral statement in the Mass and in the Dona Nobis Pacem is the last and loudest of these four iterations on pacem, pacem, but it cannot be said to be anything like a resounding conclusion. And neither is the orchestral peroration on the tonic D major triad that actually concludes the movement with, quote, chords of innocent triumph, as Tovey puts it. So here's the last minute or so of the Agnus Dei. Listen for the choral entrances, listen for the quiet timpani on B flat, which is an echo of the warlike sounds, and then listen for the final orchestral peroration on D major. Here, Beethoven evades the kind of conclusions he often reached in his symphonic finales or in that Gloria we heard a while ago. Instead, to speak again with Tovey, Beethoven offers, quote, one of his most touching and subtle codas. Thus ends Beethoven's Bitte innern und äußeren Frieden, these being the words he inscribed in the score at the outset of his Dona Nobis Pacem, his plea for inner and outer peace. At the end of the Agnus Dei, and thus the Missa Solemnis, Beethoven's call for peace embraces both realms at once, the inward and the outward, and does so not with the worldliness of victory, but with the innocence of mercy. So we can indeed hear this ending in a different spirit from that of Adorno, who criticized it as flat, as simply ending rather than concluding. As Drabkin reminds us, speaking about this very place, quote, the great effects in music need not always sound hard won. And we can absorb the entirety of the Missa Solemnis in a different spirit as well, not as a disappointing absence of what we have come to value most in Beethoven's music, but rather as something that verges on the opposite. For just as we may find almost all of Goethe in the second part of Faust, teeming with so much of his thought, so many of his myriad preoccupations, so too in the Missa Solemnis we may well find more of Beethoven than in any other single work. Overwhelmingly powerful conclusions, as at the end of the Gloria. Local and global musical processes that are arguably symphonic, as in the rounding off of the Gloria, or in the form-functional recapitulations in the Credo, the Agnus Dei, and the Dona Nobis Pacem. Extended lyricism, as in the Benedictus. Or even his disregard for human difficulty in performance, especially in his vocal writing. After those 6 bars of high A's, he brings the sopranos up again, as you heard, beyond A to a B flat, and then they even poke at a B natural before they're done. We also encounter his cultivation of Handel, Bach, and other church composers, his personal relationship with the dedicatee of the Missa Solemnis, his patron, the Archduke Rudolph, who was also a high-ranking clergyman, and his personal connection with Catholicism and its rituals, with Christ through empathy, pain, and pathos, with God through awe, with holiness and the mysteries of devotion in his Sanctus, with blessedness in his Benedictus, and with ecstasy. Moreover, the much discussed contrasts of his late style, typically unreconciled in the instrumental works, here relate to various narratives, such as the contrast between Deus and Christus, or between the majestic Christ of eternity and the earthly Christ of the sacrifice, or between war and peace. And the more we find of Beethoven in the Missa Solemnis, the more places we find the Missa Solemnis belonging to, though clearly not to any one place. We find it with the Ninth Symphony as a sister work, with the spirit of the liturgy as an intensive expression of that spirit, and with concert hall ethos as a choral and orchestral extravaganza. It is uncompromising, outsize, extreme in both its invulnerability and its vulnerability, in its lack of a single home, and with a musical language both antique and progressive. Could the Missa Solemnis thus be the most untimely of all Beethoven's late works, and thus the very epitome of late style? That may well be so, but I would submit that the Missa Solemnis embodies yet another celebrated aspect of artistic late style, namely, an achieved perspective on everything that mattered most to its creator. Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you very much. I feel like I should adapt Scott's remark after Robert's talk and say that if I'd heard either of these years ago, I think I'd become a student of music, not literature. So thank you very much. Those were great. I'd like to open the metaphorical floor to questions and comments by those of you in the audience, and there are a lot of you. A reminder, and I'm sure you can repeat this in your sleep, there are several ways of letting me know that you'd like to ask a question or make a comment. If you choose to speak, just click on the reactions icon at the bottom of your screen. You'll see the raise hand command to click on, and your names will come up in order on my participants list so that I can recognize you in order. If you have an older Zoom version, you might find the raise hand function under participants, not reactions. And when I recognize you, remember to unmute yourself and then remute yourself. Or you can write your question into the chat and I'll keep an eye on that and read it out for you. Or those of you who have been made co-hosts won't have a raise hand function. So you'll have to let me know you want to speak in the chat and I will just recognize you. May I begin by asking Scott and Robert if they'd like to comment on each other's papers or ask questions of the other. Robert, you go first.
Okay, how's that?
Perfect.
Okay, well, that was really fabulous and so inspiring. And I could only wonder, why has everybody gotten the Missa Solemnis so wrong?
Well, there's some recent scholarship, some that I know of personally and some that it's close to home. There's a recent dissertation from Columbia, Nicholas Chong, who was reevaluating Beethoven's commitment to Catholicism. There was a wonderful dissertation at the Graduate Center by the violinist Bridget Coleridge, who looks carefully at the Missa Solemnis as a liturgical. She takes the idea that it is in fact more liturgical than symphonic, arguing against the usual reception treatment of it as more symphonic than liturgical, and flawed for that reason. So there are some, I just think that possibly people haven't looked closely enough at its liturgical commitments,
Yeah.
and at some of the ways that it does the job. And I hadn't really looked at it that way myself very much until I kind of got talking with some informants of mine who told me a lot about the Christ story and some of the details. I mean, and that idea of the majestic Christ and the earthly Christ, but also the fact that the Catholic Mass is at its heart a sacrifice, and the Eucharist, taking communion and all that, is, and just the way that Beethoven treats that aspect of Christ. I think, people are starting to think more about that. There's also a German scholar, I'm blanking on his name right now, but who's also written recently, I saw a reference to it in Hinrichsen's wonderful book about the Missa Solemnis. What he does that's really great, one of the things he does that's great, is he gives you a survey of reactions to the Missa Solemnis from Beethoven's time to our own. So that's really valuable. Yeah, so that's what I would say about that. Plus also just the heavy impact of the other late works. The way that the ninth seemed to almost close out the symphony or else transform it. No one could ever write another symphony in quite the same way after the ninth, right? Or the way that the Arietta movement of 111, and I loved what Michael Spitzer did with that today, but the way that seems to say farewell to the piano sonata, or at least Thomas Mann, being informed by Theodor Adorno, would have us think that. By the way, apparently, the scene in Dr. Faustus where there's this lecturer, and the lecturer is really Adorno, right? And he sits down and plays 111 while he's talking over. Apparently Adorno did that exact thing for Thomas Mann. I found that out by, Mann wrote a book about Die Entstehung des Dr. Faustus. He wrote a book about how that novel came about. And Adorno actually came over, sat down, and played the thing for him. So say what you want about Adorno, he could get through Opus 111. Yeah, so that made me forget what I was, oh yeah. So the final movement of 111 is a kind of sine qua non plus ultra. And then the late quartets are held to be the very epitome of artistic lateness, even by non-music people. They're one of the first, exhibits. So with those heavy examples of sort of non plus ultra and Adornian late style, yeah, the Missa Solemnis is a misfit, I guess. By the way, I was really struck with this. I never thought of that before, that the way that Bach notates the canons, where he doesn't write them out, it takes somebody else to solve them. And so in our modern editions, what we're seeing are the solutions typically, right? So this stepping away from Erscheinung, that's really, really striking. Yeah.
Thank you. Are there questions and comments from anyone? May I just pick up before, as other people are coming in, and I know that Abigail has her hand up. Scott, you mentioned the power of Adornian late style, and that brought up something that I thought about this morning when Anthony Barone talked about late style as a critical trope, because I think it it's an evaluative critical trope because it has an impact on the late works and how they're evaluated in time. But does late style, positively or negatively conceived, say more about the critic or the theorist's aesthetic values than about the composers? I mean, if you're a Zimmel, you think that synthesis is perfect, and therefore your favorite late style artist will have synthesis. If you're Adorno, it's rupture and otherwise. Just curious what you might think of that.
Yeah, I mean, the Adorno model is really powerful. And for him, it's not authentic unless it's rupturing. And I like the way that Edward Said talks about this and how, so Adorno stresses the unreconciled late style, right? There are other late artists who, as Michael Wood puts it in the foreword to the posthumously completed and published book of Edward Said's, there are artists who have settled their quarrel with time. And there you get these kind of serene later works. And it would be hard to imagine going into some work like that with Adorno's, hey, where are the ruptures? Where are the fissures? I didn't get poked by a single spine. What's going on here? So, yeah, I think we do approach late works. I don't know about you, but I always get a little buzz when I am made to understand that some work I'm interested in was the last work that this writer or painter or composer, or the phrase opus posthumous has a little aura to it, right? And I think it is because something that I think it was Abigail who brought up, that all of these late style approaches are to some degree dances with death, right? It's mortality. I once said somewhere that death is like a backstage prompter for all these kinds of views. And I also remember putting it that it's more about us engaging in late styling when we look at a lot of works like this. Even with the cases of, I think Anthony brought these up, Mozart and Schubert, right? Who didn't really get very old, right? What did you say? You were at the equivalent age, you were in graduate school. Me too. I share something with Mozart. Both Mozart and I were born in January 56. Only 200 years apart, which meant that for much of my young adulthood, I would look over and see what Mozart was doing, right?
We all have.
Yes. But for me, the day that I finally got over that was December 5th, 91, when I looked over and I noticed I was the only one still breathing. But when you think of how many years have passed since December 91, I mean, wow, had Mozart even lived one more year, anyway.
Your point about the personal nature of this struck me because of Edward Said in many ways, because he picked on Adorno's particular take for very passionate personal reasons. As you know, when he was working on this, he had leukemia, knew that his days were short, and was raging against time. And this comes through so strongly in what he values and which artists he values in his books.
I was also going to mention, and the whole reason I launched off on Mozart and Schubert is because Said also acknowledges a late style that doesn't necessarily happen with age, like with Cavafy. The poet Cavafy, he says, had an always late style. And you're right. I mean, there's something so touching about that Said himself knew he was dying. And I'm was so pleased that he was such a good friend with Michael Wood, who is the amazing Michael Wood, right? Amazing literary critic and human spirit, that he was able to publish that book and write that wonderfully eloquent foreword to it.
Thank you. Abigail, you have a question.
I do. Thank you both so much for two wonderful keynote presentations. And I just want to reiterate that I love this idea of Bach being more concerned with posterity than mortality. It makes so much sense, and it's really helped me conceptualize kind of a new path forward for possibly a more down-to-earth and less 19th century inflected path for late style criticism, which is really exciting. My question, I'm jumping in not because I think it's the best question among this amazing group of people, but simply because it relates to this question about what happened to the Missa Solemnis. And there's a kind of an interesting artifact that I think raises an interesting other set of questions, which is this Erinnerungsblatt from 1845, from after the Bonn monument unveiling. And I've forgotten the name of the artist, but it's in this sort of allegorical poster, essentially. There are various works by Beethoven on these ribbons held by cherubs. And so there's an interesting kind of cross-section or snapshot of the canonization of Beethoven's works in 1845 as they were conceived. And Missa Solemnis is draped on one side, Adelaide in another corner in its place of great prominence. And then in the middle are Eroica, all wrapping around the trunk of a tree. The Eroica, it says C minor, but presumably fifth, Pastoral, Fidelio, and Egmont. And so what I think is interesting there is my sense is that this is tapping into that summative idea that we were talking about with Bach, where we're seeing Beethoven as the master of all genres, or maybe sort of what you were referencing with Goethe as well, that we're seeing, his best representative of, his theater music being Egmont, and then the Missa Solemnis and the Adelaide is representing Beethoven as a composer of song. And so I guess my question is, at what point, when in the 19th century, do people stop that kind of summative idea? Is it Lenz who sort of, deflects everyone towards this sort of three style periods? And in other words, when does it shift from, admiring Beethoven as the master of all genres equally? So that's just a sort of a question out of curiosity.
I would say you answered your question yourself to some degree anyway, by invoking Lenz, because I think that the three style period did become a preoccupation. It's in that Russian guy Ulybyshev and in Lenz, well, it's interesting, the Missa Solemnis and Adelaide. At first, I'm like, what? But yeah, song, mass, sacred music. I guess they couldn't pick just one symphony. So,
true.
Yeah. I think that the style, but the style period thing actually arose during his lifetime. So it was there. And I think it also relates to the eras, and we still are beholden to the triad, things that come in threes, right? There's something satisfying about that as a way of classifying human endeavors that hasn't really been surpassed in some ways. So yeah, I would say that the rise of the style period discourse is one thing that maybe moves away from that master of all genres. But I'm not an expert on 19th century tropes of late styles. I don't know if someone else has another idea about that.
Well, curiously enough, Wellington Sieg was not there, so we already know that that tells us something valuable too. Thank you both so much.
Oh, Wellington, right. Well, A.B. Marx thought that was a good enough piece to include it. He called it the Battle Symphony, and he included it with an early essay about the other symphonies. So, no.
Thank you. Christina, you have a question. If you would unmute yourself, please.
Yes, I have a question. Maybe it's a bit weird. It's a question to Marshall. Robert, we both today talked about late works by Bach. My intention was to point out that the Klavierübung 3 was a very striking point in his career, and you pointed out all late works and life-changing things which happened when he was 40 and 50 and 60. What do you think? Can you think what could have happened if there wouldn't have been such life-changing disputes with Rector Ernesti or with Johann Adolf Scheibe or with the Leipzig Stadtrat? Can you imagine a kind of positive, life-changing perspective without these disputes? Is this imaginable for Bach?
No. No, it's like I was saying, every human being is a product of any number of influences, including, of course, his external life experiences, which include his connections, his relationships with superiors, with colleagues, with family, and they all impact on him. And at various points, there might be a crisis. I mean, I do endorse somewhat the notion that there are life stages and that there are critical moments. The crisis doesn't mean something terrible, but it means a turning point. And with Bach, there were any number of them. I had a gigantic, my paper was originally more than twice as long as what I gave today. And I had an enormous section on das Endzweck that Bach proclaimed when he was, der Endzweck, excuse me. My linguistic berater has corrected me. And at the age of 23, he said his great life's goal, my ultimate final purpose, is to write church music to the glory of God. And I spent a lot of time discussing what happened to that Endzweck of his. He gives it up at some point in the middle of his first couple of years in Leipzig because of new circumstances. And he realized he's already achieved it. And then other things, and of course, the unpleasantness with his superiors, the advent of the Enlightenment changes the comfort he had as a member of the Lutheran congregation and the Lutheran school, because music was being demoted in its importance. So these things did make him move in other directions. And yes, the Scheibe was a very important moment when he was criticized by Scheibe. And to a great extent, the Klavierübung 3 was a response to Scheibe's criticism. I think Gregory Butler already pointed that out, or something like that at one point, that Bach was responding to his critics with that. Yeah. But it was also part of this larger new program of publishing works in the various keyboard genres as representative works, and to represent his final lessons that he had to impart on each of them, including then the liturgical organ music of the Klavierübung. Oh, I think also one thing, I think Butler points out that the great fugue, the E-flat fugue, was also in a sense a response to a challenge that Mattheson once made to Bach about putting together a fugue with 3 subjects. And Mattheson said something almost like a direct challenge. He said, I wonder if the Herr Kapellmeister in Leipzig would be able to do that. And then soon afterwards, that was 1739 in the Mattheson Vollkommener Kapellmeister. But Bach may have seen an early part of that because it was published there. And then he might have been responding to that throwing of the gauntlet by Mattheson. So yes, a lot of what the composers do, what any artist does, is response to what happens in the real world, in its real life. I don't know if that's what you were getting to, but that's what I would say.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? And while you're thinking, if there are, I just call your attention to the chat where there's some very good references. I don't know if either Barbara or Evan want to speak to their additions, but any other questions for our 2 speakers? Our time is almost up.
I would just like to thank Barbara for that reference, because that it is 50 years old now, that article, but it does. I should have mentioned that one, that Warren Kirkendale's. Yeah, it's a good one to look at.
Thank you. Before closing the session and turning it back to Erin then to move on to the final one, I'd like to thank on behalf of all of us here this afternoon, both of our keynote speakers. These were amazingly thoughtful and engaging papers. And I also want to thank those of you in the audience for your comments and questions. And of course, Erin and the other organizers who've made today possible for all of us. So thank you all.
And thank you, Linda.
Round of applause for our group.
Okay.
Thank you for yet another wonderful session. As usual, when we take our break, we'll be coming back at 4 o'clock, but we'll also open up breakout rooms in case anyone wants to continue these discussions in small groups. Make sure that you make arrangements with people before you go into the breakout groups, because as Marie would say, you can't invite people once you're in them. It's like you're locked in a room. Just as a funny anecdote, I once had a student get in a breakout room and couldn't figure out how to get out. I had to rescue her. If that happens, just send an SOS and we'll help you. But have a wonderful break, and we'll see you all back in 15 minutes.
Thank you. All right. I don't know how to do this.
Bob.
Yes.
Fabulous talk, by the way. I was taking so many notes. I have whatever you call that. Do you remember, you said that I was struck by this idea of the Crucifixus being the oldest music?
Yes, without
Panelists this afternoon. Our moderator is Andrew Tall from Northwestern University. He is coordinator of the musicology program there. He also studied at Northwestern, earning a bachelor's degree in cello performance as a student of Hans-Jürgen Jensen, as well as bachelor's and master's degrees in linguistics. He was a PhD student at Harvard, earning master's and doctoral degrees in musicology. He also spent a year lecturing at Harvard before moving to Baltimore in 2004 to join the musicology faculty at the Peabody Conservatory. Dr. Tall's research focuses on musical culture in the time of Johann Sebastian Bach. He's published articles in numerous journals, including the Bach Jahrbuch. His current projects include a book about popular music in Bach's time and a collection of accounts of the city of Leipzig written by 18th century travelers. Let's thank Andrew for being the moderator for this wonderful panel.
Thanks. I appreciate the introduction. It's now my duty and pleasure to introduce two people that probably 95% of you already know at least as well as I do, but I'll go ahead and do that. So we'll begin with musicology in Oregon at the University of Massachusetts Amherst. He's a co-editor of J.S. Bach as organist, his instruments, music, and performance practices, and the editor of a volume also in Neue Bach-Ausgabe. His reviews and articles have appeared in the Journal of the American Musicological Society and Bach Perspectives and the Bach Jahrbuch, among many other places. At UMass, he served for 12 years as department chair and for 15 years as head of the faculty senate. He studied at Harvard University and at Princeton University, and also with Nadia Boulanger and André Marchal in Paris. So I will leave it to Ernie to deliver his talk, and I don't want to delay anything further. But I will turn it over now to you and mute myself. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, thank you very much, Andrew. My title today is Anything You Can Do, I Can Do Canonically, the Haussmann Portrait, Mitzler Society, and Bach's Late Styles. My purpose today is to locate and contextualize Sebastian Bach's fundamental identity theme, or narrative identity, analogous to what Linda and Michael Hutchin have accomplished in their studies of Verdi, Strauss, Messiaen, Britten, and others. I will also be keying off a 2007 article by Christoph Wolff on Bach and Newton, as well as his recent book, Bach's Musical Universe, and a formulation by Ernest Becker from his book called The Denial of Death. Quote, "What most people usually do is to follow one person's ideas and then another's, depending on who looms largest in one's horizon at the time. The one with the most authority and success is usually the one who gets our momentary allegiance. But as life goes on, each person tries to win a following for their point of view, because it is an immortality formula. In the interest of time, I'm boiling down my thinking to a basic outline of 8 points, plus 2 musical examples, and concluding with a question. First point, 17th and 18th century Europe was progressively dominated by the Enlightenment, in which the scientific revolution played a leading and catalyzing role. Central to enlightened thinking was the courage to use one's reason to think independently, experimentation, exploration, the questioning of authority, and the idea of progress. In England, Francis Bacon contributed to the experimental method, and Isaac Newton exposed the laws of the universe to the greater glory of God, and comprehensively summarized the state of scientific knowledge, including predecessors Galileo, Copernicus, and Kepler, in his Principia of 1687, a canonical landmark in the history of science. However, the Principia was a complex, difficult treatise in Latin and comprehensible only to a rarefied intellectual elite. Hence, the dissemination of its ideas required Newtonian interpreters. French philosopher Voltaire, born 1694, was apparently the inventor of the idea of progress, saw science and reason as driving forces, and adopted a virulently anti-clerical mindset. In Germany, the Aufklärung arrived somewhat later than in England and France, and remained more compatible with established authoritarian forms of religion. Important figures included Leibniz, born 1646, and Christian Wolff, born 1679. Leibniz's early education at the Nikolai Schule in Leipzig, like Bach's in Eisenach, was squarely in the tradition of scholasticism, Renaissance humanism, and Orthodox Christianity. Yet his conservative, pre-modern early formation did not define him or prevent him from becoming a central figure in the history of early Enlightenment science and philosophy, as co-inventor with Newton of the calculus and much more. Curiously, the University of Halle was a center of both religious pietism and the philosophical Aufklärung, as represented by Christian Wolff. The paradigm shift represented by Enlightenment science and philosophy, culminating in revolutions over time in virtually every sphere of human activity, did not occur without substantial turbulence, competition, and conflict, including bloody wars. In the oft-debated conflict between science and theology, some, like both Newton and Leibniz, struggled to show that the apparent conflict between religion and Enlightenment thought could be reconciled. Others, like Voltaire and the Frenchified King Frederick the Great of Prussia, were virulently anti-religious and disdained anything that smelled like the church. Second point, Sebastian's conservative, pre-modern early education in Eisenach and Ohrdruf, and his orphan status, did not define him for long. His actions and activities from Lüneburg onward reveal a great capacity for self-determination, self-instruction, independent thinking, questioning of authority, exploration, discovery, experimentation, overcoming of adversity, drive for perfection, readiness to engage adversaries, and a strong will to dominate any musical environment in which he found himself. Third point, Sebastian could be competitive, even combative, throughout his lifetime. One need only think of the Geiersbach affair in Arnstadt, the competition with Marchand in Dresden, the months confined in a Weimar jail following the acceptance of the Kapellmeister position in Kärnten without having procured appropriate release from the Weimar authorities, the so-called Battle of the Prefects with his superior at the Thomasschule in Leipzig, the protracted disputes with the town councils in Arnstadt and Leipzig, the public controversy with Scheibe, who had criticized him in print over his turgid, confused style, or his frosty visit with King Frederick the Great in 1747. While none of Sebastian's battles probably compares with Leibniz's protracted, bitter war with Newton over primacy in the discovery of the calculus, they demonstrate that Sebastian was no shrinking violet and could readily go to battle with adversaries who happened to get in the way of his life's work. He certainly did not win much of the time, perhaps illustrating the maxim that, quote, war is a series of defeats culminating in final victory. Third point, in Arnstadt, Mühlhausen, and Weimar, Bach imitated, experimented, emulated, and surpassed his predecessors and role models, both in keyboard virtuosity and composition in various genres. His revolution in keyboard playing by inventing the thumb-under technique and his assimilation of the Vivaldi concerto style around 1713 are examples of his capacity as a self-starter, experimenter, and innovator. The fact that very early works, such as the cantata Grieslagen Todesbanden, BWV 4, and the organ Passacaglia in C minor, BWV 582, remain, over 300 years later, very frequently performed masterpieces of the standard repertory, testifies to Sebastian's achievement of a mature compositional voice, as well as an obsessive drive for perfection from the age of 22 at the latest. Fourth point, in Kärnten, Sebastian had the great good fortune, fortune of presiding over a composer's laboratory of virtuoso performers under the sponsorship of a musically sophisticated and supportive patron, without any requirement to compose church music. The first movement of Brandenburg Concerto No. 5, as performed for a sophisticated modern audience at Tanglewood about 300 years later, nicely illustrates his mastery of the Italian concerto style, his eagerness to experiment, and his prodigious virtuosity. So Aaron, could we play musical example number 1?
We think that Bach was inspired to compose Brandenburg Concerto No. 5 when he received a fancy new 2-manual harpsichord from Berlin. It was much like this one here. And so in this piece, you can hear him experimenting with how to feature the harpsichord in an orchestra, something which had never been done before. The piece begins seeming to be merely a concerto for violin and flute, and the harpsichord in its traditionally subservient role. And then the harpsichord begins playing melodies. This was a new thing, in dialogue with the flute and the violin. And then later on, the harpsichord simply goes crazy, playing mad scales up and down the keyboard with no concern for anyone else. And then finally, everyone drops out and the harpsichord plays alone for a very long time. I just wanted to prepare you for it, but hang in there. The other instruments do return and it's worth waiting for them. Brandenburg 5.
I'd like to thank Apollo's Fire for the audio of that, and Lyman Spitzer, a former Princeton professor, for the video of Newton's Cosmos. My fifth point. In Leipzig from 1723 to 1730, Sebastian pursued his previously articulated goal of a well-regulated church music with phenomenal intensity, basically composing and performing a new cantata every week, except during Lent, for at least 2 consecutive years. However, the context within which this body of Orthodox Lutheran church music was created was not the ultra-conservative, pre-modern, small-town culture of his childhood in Eisenach. Leipzig was a prosperous commercial center, and it featured the largest university in German lands. Attendees at the Nikolaikirche and the Thomaskirche were mostly from the intellectually, socially, and financially elite class of the city, including many professors and staff from the university. The preachers with whom Bach's musical sermons were in weekly competition were intellectually and rhetorically accomplished university professors of theology. The superintendent and regular preacher at the Nikolaikirche was the dean of the Faculty of Theology. And even though the Enlightenment did not invade the University of Leipzig with full force until a few years later, the styles of preaching and cantata styles were evolving rapidly, and new challenges, such as the composition of Passion oratorios for Good Friday, presented themselves. The 37-year-old Sebastian mastered these challenges with zeal and perfection, even if others, such as Telemann and Graupner, composed a far greater quantity of more easily accessible works in the same genre. Once again, Sebastian was driven by infernal forces to dominate the musical culture into which he had been transitioned from Kapellmeister to Cantor and Director Musices, and the Bach cantata cycles, despite their dated texts, have withstood the test of time as fundamental constituents of the standard repertory, even as currently understood in 2021. My sixth point. In Leipzig by around 1730, the Aufklärung, which had been an undercurrent in the 1720s, arrived like a tidal wave, and the environment for Sebastian's compositional activity changed dramatically. This new environment created a crisis for Sebastian, and his extreme frustration and anxiety is documented in the short but most necessary draft for a well-appointed church music of 1729, his extended conflicts with the town council, and the very personal letter of 1730 to his childhood friend Georg Erdmann, who by then had become the Russian ambassador to Danzig, inquiring about the possibilities for professional relocation. In 1733, Sebastian's request to the elector in Dresden for the title of Royal Court Composer, which was accompanied by the Kyrie and Gloria of the Mass in B minor, also fits this pattern. He increasingly delegated formal responsibilities for the church music to his assistants in order to concentrate his creative energies on secular performances by the Collegium Musicum at Zimmermann's Coffee House and composing legacy works for publication. He seized control of his time and productive energy, but certainly got the attention of the authorities. In so doing, he was behaving much more like a university professor than a choir director or school teacher. Thus, Sebastian's identity of the 1730s and 1740s had evolved dramatically from the orphan raised in pre-modern Thuringia, whose adolescent goals were eventually realized in the composition and performance of virtuosic keyboard and organ music, chamber music, and rhetorically graphical musical sermons. Sebastian had been transformed as a response to cultural progress in society, which created a crisis in his career, much as Handel was similarly transformed by the demise of Italian opera seria in London at approximately the same time. Unfortunately, most of Sebastian's compositions for the weekly 2-hour concerts of his progressive Collegium Musicum were not preserved and have mostly been lost to posterity, although there are a few that survive. My seventh point. In the 1740s, it can be conjectured that the direct stimulus for another reorientation of Sebastian's fundamental identity theme came from his close association with multiple professors at Leipzig University. For example, Johann Heinrich Winkler, born 1703, was instructor, fourth colleague, at the Thomasschule from 1731 to 1739. And in 1732, he wrote the libretto for the Bach cantata composed for the reopening of the renovated Thomasschule, BWV 1162, the music of which is lost. From 1729, he also held appointments at Leipzig University, 1729 assessor, 1739 associate professor, 1742 professor of logic, 1750 professor of physics, and 3 terms as rector magnificus. He became one of the leading Newtonian scientists in Germany, particularly recognized for his experiments with electricity. He was inducted into the English Royal Society in 1747 and published in their proceedings. His treatise on physics was translated into English in 1757, as well as into French and Russian. Other professors with whom Sebastian had documented association include Ernesti, Sieber, Teller, Weiss, Wohler, Maskow, Gottsched, Mentz, Baudis, Rivinus, Korte, and Müller. Additionally, the grand home of Georg Heinrich Bose, located directly next door to the home of the Thomas Cantor Bach, served as the venue for demonstrations of electrical experiments conducted by their son, a professor of physics at Wittenberg University. All this evidence, plus the fact that as many as 60 of Sebastian's music students were also degree candidates at the university, demonstrates unmistakably the extent to which he increasingly moved in academic circles. By the 1740s, Sebastian had evolved into a quasi-professorial musical scientist, whose goal was the creation of new knowledge, as exemplified through practical experiments and paradigmatic solutions to compositional puzzles. In doing so, he was striving for success in a new cultural milieu, the university, despite the fact that he held no university degree. Was he perhaps implicitly seeking a university professorship? Should his late works be regarded as a portfolio demonstrating his qualifications as a candidate for such a position? His induction into the Society of Musical Sciences, to Mitzler's Society of Musical Sciences, whose explicit mission was the recognition of musical science as a legitimate academic discipline, was a somewhat belated confirmation of his standing in this aspirational academic musical community in German lands at mid-century. My 8th point. The everyday work of 17th and 18th century natural scientists and philosophers was aimed at exposing and resolving nature's puzzles through experimentation and theorizing, with the goal of creating new knowledge. Occasionally, the summation of this work resulted in what Thomas Kuhn famously has described as a paradigm shift, exemplified in Isaac Newton's Principia. Sebastian's late works similarly demonstrate exemplary, intellectually virtuosic solutions to complex musical puzzles. Particularly poignant examples include the monothematic late works, Goldberg Variations, Canonic Variations on Vom Himmelhoch, Musical Offering, and The Art of Fugue. Other collections, notably the Klavierübung series and second book of the Well-Tempered Clavier, offer additional supporting evidence. The Mass in B minor is a meticulously reworked summation of Sebastian's sacred music, integrating some of Sebastian's finest sacred music originally composed for the Lutheran liturgy into the structure and Latin text of the Catholic Mass. Parenthetically, in his Catholic demonstrations of the late 1660s, Leibniz had anticipated Bach's experiment by attempting to provide justification for the reconciliation of Protestantism and Catholicism. Newton's Principia is a theory of everything in the natural world. 334 years later, students in high school still learn Newtonian mechanics, and rockets are targeted according to Newton. Taken all together, Bach's late works can be regarded as summative examples or paradigms, or everything, in the universe of musical composition, especially the perfectly balanced integration of counterpoint with harmony. Even 271 years later, music students, from novices to advanced, learn the fundamentals of music from his legacy of pedagogical materials. And some of the most advanced composers craft new works derived from, or as commentaries on, his masterpieces. However, perhaps wisely, Sebastian left it to his university-trained son, Carl Philipp Emanuel, and several of his university-trained students, in particular Agricola, Marburg, and Kernberger, to publish in many volumes the prose theory that explains the paradigms of the Bach legacy. Sebastian's paradigm-shifting musical cosmology is beautifully demonstrated in our concluding excerpt, the Et Expecto section of the Mass in B minor, which Bob Marshall has spoken of, which is his musical depiction of the passage of the soul through death to eternity. The text translates, "And I look for the resurrection of the body and the life of the world to come." After contemplating this brief passage, I would pose the question, would you vote for awarding this composer, with no university degree, an appointment as full professor with tenure at a large, highly prestigious research university? Aaron, example, please.
Well, thank you, Ernie. Yeah, let's applaud properly. I'm not sure how we've been doing that at this conference. Great. Are there questions? Yes, there are. Who has a question they'd like to ask?
Andrew, would it be okay if we moved on to Richard Kramer's?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, of course. If you'd prefer that way.
Yeah, then we'll do questions afterwards.
Let's do questions afterwards. Good. Then I will introduce Professor Richard Kramer, who is the author of Distant Cycles, Schubert and the Conceiving of Song from 1994, which won the Otto Kinkledye Prize of the American Musicological Society and an ASCAP Deems Taylor Award. He's also written Unfinished Music from 2008, revised 2012, and Cherubino's Leap, In Search of the Enlightenment Moment from 2016. Professor Kramer taught for many years at Stony Brook University, where he served as Dean of Humanities and Fine Arts, and more recently at the Graduate Center of the City University of New York, where he is Distinguished Professor Emeritus. He served as editor-in-chief of the Journal of the American Musicological Society and also as vice president of the society. And Richard, I'll let you introduce your talk, your own title, and mute myself. Thanks. I think you want to unmute yourself too.
There we go. Thank you for that introduction. And Erin, thank you so much for the generous and daunting invitation to address the symposium this afternoon. It's going to sound like I haven't been listening very hours, but here I go. I begin with Brahms, with Opus 122, the 11 chorale preludes for organ composed in 1896, a year before his death, his very last work. In assembling ideas toward a broad definition of what has come to be known as late style, here is a work that has lateness, if not late style, written all over it. Two of the preludes are settings of the venerable chorale melody, O Welt, ich muss dich lassen, O world, I must leave you. The tune had special meaning for Brahms, who arranged it for the Frauenchor that he conducted in Hamburg in 1859, and for later performances that he directed in Vienna in the 1870s. The music of these preludes touches an aspect of Brahms's project that begins much earlier, and that has to do with a reverence for the music of Bach, not in the trivial sense of homage, nor in the nationalistic sense of Bach as an icon for the German nation, but as a deep well of inspiration for his own music, both as composer and as performer. Still, there is something revelatory in these astonishing pieces, as if Brahms were seeking to establish as a final act his place in a historical lineage that finds its source in Bach. In a sense, these works stand apart almost self-consciously from the rhetoric, the modes of expression that otherwise define style. They constitute a leave-taking and yet are devoid of self-pity, of bathos, of the sentimental. There's a quality of lateness, an aura of belatedness in much of Brahms's music, and this obviously has nothing to do with age or infirmity, but only with a longing for a sense of belonging to the past. The talk today is, however, about Beethoven and lateness. I begin with Brahms only because these chorale preludes, these final works shrouded in an aura of lateness, offer a convenient backdrop against which to contemplate Beethoven's last works. The very idea of lateness in works of art puts us before the classic conundrum, a very familiar one to those of us who've been here since 8 o'clock this morning, but nevertheless. We begin by asking whether an attribution of lateness is written into the work, inherent in its mode, its message, its style, or whether this attribution is a construct of the critical enterprise, an effort to write the work into a history, into the chronicle of a life that we know all too well in its documentation and never well enough in the obscure interiors of the creative mind, contemplating or refusing its lateness. Two ways of thinking about lateness these are that seem ever in dialectical conversation. This perception of an inherent lateness in the work is yet complicated by another condition, and one that Brahms exemplifies, as do Mahler and Strauss in rather different contexts. That is the notion of a corpus of works created in a climate of lateness, a sense of composing not against the past, but as a belated consequence of its legacy. For Beethoven, I will argue, the legacy of the past is apprehended as a challenge. Mozart is, of course, the prominent figure in this game, engaging Beethoven's earliest work as both the venerated model and the competition. Then, in 1809, Beethoven composed cadenzas for a performance of Mozart's concerto in D minor, about which I've written elsewhere at some length, cadenzas which in some measure overwhelm the fine dramatic interplay of Mozart's work, an intrusion into the very language, even the tonal ambit of the original text. The modulations in the cadenza go way beyond what you find in Mozart's concerto. For all his deeply felt admiration for Mozart's music, one senses very often in Beethoven an impulse to rewrite the past, to expropriate it as a fulcrum that would set in motion those robust concentrations of mind that re-engage the boundaries of music making. And that brings us finally to these last works of Beethoven and to the idea of late style. But then the very notion of late style is distinct from, though bound up in, a chronological, a biological, a physiological lateness and the frailties, physical and mental, and a postulated wisdom often associated with aging, seems to have been conceived in the 19th century as a means of coming to terms with the challenging, if often misunderstood music of Beethoven's final decade. With the completion of the Leonor Fidelio project in 1814 as emblematic of the exhaustion of a style, the so-called heroic style, the works of 1815, Beethoven at age 45, preeminently the piano sonata in A major, opus 101, and the two sonatas for piano and cello, opus 102, are commonly taken to inaugurate what came to be associated with late style. We could throw in An die ferne Geliebte, which was composed at the same time. The often intimidating originality, the quiddities, the turn to the extremities of fugue, and the touching sensibilities of song, the grain of voice. If the concept of a late style that is distinct and identifiable came to be associated with Beethoven, perhaps to the exclusion of nearly everyone else, a serious interrogation of it had to wait until the 1930s in a brief essay by Theodor Adorno. Spätstil Beethoven's late style, written with a brutal intensity and a linguistic apparatus not easy to parse, has become something of a classic, even notorious text, and a familiar one to us this afternoon. In Adorno's diagnosis, the symptoms of Beethoven's late music are to be heard in part in its appropriation of older conventions. Adorno names the trill, the cadenza, fioratura, to which he might have added such older formal devices as fugue, variation, motet, cavatina, even sonata. From within this fragmented landscape, Adorno intuits the impalpable presence of a subjectivity that acts on these objects, makes them speak, and illuminates them. The formulation at the close of his essay is memorable for its seizing of the impalpable play between the objective in Beethoven and the subjective. This is a familiar passage, but it's worth hearing again. The fragmented landscape is objective, while the light in which it alone glows is subjective. Beethoven does not bring about their harmonious synthesis. As a dissociative force, he tears them apart in time, perhaps in order to preserve them for the eternal. In the history of art, late works are the catastrophes. If we're puzzling over the notion of catastrophe, Edward Said's gloss on the passage may help, and it may not actually. Beethoven's late compositions are in fact about lost totality, Said writes, and are therefore catastrophic. I'm fully aware of the injustice that it does Adorno in the isolating of these concluding lines. There's hardly a sentence in Adorno that does not put its reader on trial. Have we grasped the convoluted grammar of a thing, the obdurate process of thought, the obscurity of meaning, a meaning further obscured in English translations that seek to unravel the profound density of Adorno's language? Captives of his riveting aphoristic prose, we are made to work hard, and that seems a crucial aspect of the Adorno project, as though to emulate the experience of parsing the music of late Beethoven in the profound density of its language. The cumulative effect of all these difficult sentences can be overwhelming, I'm going to isolate one further thought from its context. Death can certainly not be assimilated by the work of art as its subject. It is imposed on creatures alone and not on their constructions, and thus has always appeared in art in a refracted form as allegory. This follows from earlier passages equally well known in which Adorno repudiates the notion that we can learn anything of the meaning of the work from biography. Consequently, if the prospect of death is to play a role in the work, it is not from a reading of the composer's letters or his conversation books, but in a recognition of its representation as fiction, as mimesis, as theater, or as allegory. I want to dwell for a moment on Adorno's notion of subjectivity. What precisely is meant by it? However do we separate out in such works as the last quartets the objective from the imposition of an inner will, the creative force, the subjective imagination from which this music emanates? Are they even separable? In his Beethoven monograph, in a section titled "What is a Late Work?", Karl Dahlhaus closes in on the matter, writing, "The dialectical antithesis of subject and object appears to be resolved in a classic work, but in a late work it is a vigorous source of dichotomies." End quote. And then of the opening fugue of the string quartet in C sharp minor, opus 131, he writes, "The fugue is directed to be played molto espressivo, and its schematic and objective facet is countered by an affective and subjective one. The counterpoints of the exposition are not independent voices, but serve no other purpose than to accentuate the expressive quality of the chromatic theme." End quote. This, I think, confounds the identity of subject and object as textual properties. Surely the affective, the molto espressivo, is not the province of the subject being subjective, as though inhabiting the work as its fictional players. Adorno's subjectivity, on the other hand, as I understand it, is an effort to locate the inner presence of the composer's mind at play in the invention of a music whose surface, apprehended superficially at least, would seem mere convention. My current probings into the interiors of this mind at play in the last quartets have led me to rethink the very notion of lateness and the corollary of late style in this music, to ponder the contradictory signals embedded in its text and in those documents that capture the complex process of the mind busy at its work. Let me start with the two bars which open into the lento assai of the final quartet, opus 135. Now we're going to display my technological ineptitude. It's these two measures that I'd like to address. I'll play it in a moment, but I think everybody knows it pretty. Shall I? Could you hear that? Could you hear it?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, great. Nothing could be simpler. That isolated F in the viola with which it begins functions evidently as a tonal liaison with the closing bars of the vivace in F major that precedes it, so that the D flat that emerges as tonic will appear to have grown out of the F and the A flat, first as a triad and first inversion, and finally with the deep support of the root doubled in the bass. The calibrated exposition of the tones of the single harmony is carefully wrought, and yet the simplicity of the thing is something that we can imagine Beethoven finding on his mental keyboard in a matter of seconds. And so it is astonishing and revelatory, actually, to discover in the three surviving score drafts for the passage evidence of a process of trial and error, written in both pencil and ink, so densely convoluted as to suggest a composer at wit's end over these bars that apparently have so little to do with the thematic core of the piece. Here is the earliest of those drafts. I see. Okay. you can see that Beethoven began not with the F, but with D flat in the first violin, and that he was thinking originally of a 4-bar passage to introduce the lento assai. And that then comes the F in the viola and the A flat in the second violin. The cello part is something of a mess, but you get 2 rests, a whole rest here, a whole note rest in the second measure, and then you get the D flat doubled finally in measure 4, and then those last 2 bars are crossed out. So here is now the next stage in the process. It's a later one, not the latest, however. And here you can see that Beethoven has made a key signature and a clef, suggesting that maybe he had the delusion that this might be a final score. Of course, it wasn't. You see that the idea here originally in the first violin is 2 bars, the D flat here, which is later crossed out, and then the tie that connects it to that D flat in the last bar. And then Beethoven adds a measure here and a bar line here. The bar line here is very important because it now gives us the insight into this notion that the passage is going to begin with the F in the viola and not with the D flat in the first violin. And so the D flat here is crossed out. And still we're left with a 4-bar passage. And again, here the D flat is doubled in the cello. What is fascinating, though, is that beneath this system, you see here in pencil, Beethoven has written out a little sketch in viola clef, F, A flat, D flat. Can you all see that? Is that visible?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. A still later draft, which we won't see, shows additional probings toward the utter simplicity of the final version. While it is humbling indeed to witness a mind so locked into a discovery of that solitary F from which this initial triad will materialize, another train of thought suggests itself. From the complex dating of the surviving sketches and score drafts, it is evident that work on the finale of C-sharp minor quartet, opus 131, and early sketches for opus 135 seem to have overlapped. It was Robert Winter who first called attention to a page among the score drafts for the finale of opus 131 that captured the stunning revelation of an alternative close for the quartet. I'm quoting Robert here. Beethoven planned to conclude the quartet with a D-flat postscript, and this postscript used the theme later adopted as the basis of the lento assai of opus 135. Here, then, is that remarkable score draft. And you can see that the first system shows the end of the finale, what is now the finale of the C-sharp minor quartet, with those quadruple stops in the first violin and in the second violin and this deep C-sharp in the cello. Followed by, there's no double bar at the end of that, followed by a key signature, 4 flats instead of 5, 6/8, and then the theme that we know from the lento assai. It is clear from this page and from other entries preliminary to this point in the composition of the work that the D-flat music was conceived to play an essential role in the denouement of opus 131. What is equal, in other words, this passage, the D-flat music goes on for some 35 bars. It's not as variations in the sense that you find it in opus 135, but as clearly as a denouement. What is equally striking, baffling even, is the absence of any sign how, in this late draft, the music and its performers would negotiate between those massive chords in C-sharp major, quadruple stops fortissimo above the deep C-sharp in the cello, that were meant to close off the movement, and this new music in D-flat major, adagio and pianissimo, as we learned from ancillary sketches and drafts, and in 6/8 meter. This in a quartet, the C-sharp minor quartet, in which the liaison between movements is in each case so refined as to embody an essence of the quartet, each formulating the illusion of actual transformation from one state to another, from one movement to another. Can we permit ourselves then to imagine the impact of the postscript in D flat, a Nachklang to those final massive chords of Opus 131, continuing to resonate in Beethoven's inner ear after the hard decision had been made to repurpose this music for the Lento Assai of Opus 135? I wanted to just give a quick sense of what this might have sounded like. So, the end of the C-sharp minor quartet in the version that we know slows to a poco adagio 12 bars before the end. Sorry for playing that so roughly, but you get the sense of what I'm suggesting here, I hope. Another of those conjunctions that navigate from one tonal sphere to the next, these two bars function seamlessly, if enharmonically, as an extension both of the E sharp at the end of Opus 131, a transition that remained unwritten in the drafts, and no less seamlessly from the tonic F of the Vivace of Opus 135. This is, of course, an analytic fantasy, my own fantasy. Beethoven cannot have intended so blatant a textual contradiction, and yet the residue of a process convoluted and subliminal as it may seem is there to be pondered. Speaking of textual contradictions, I want to turn briefly to the two finales conceived and composed to conclude the string quartet in B flat major, Opus 130. The first of them would come to be called the Grosse Fuge, when in the months after its initial performances as the finale of the quartet, and in preparation for the publication of the quartet by the House of Arteria, Beethoven was persuaded to withdraw it and to compose an alternative finale. What can we learn of Beethoven's state of mind as he composed this surrogate finale, turning away from the sublime extremities of the work as it was originally conceived, not least in a final coming to terms with those fugal demons that seem to have pursued him for the length of his career? Beethoven now seeks a music that touches another sensibility, no less profound, if rather more accessible. It too toys with fugue, but more for the lightness and clarity of its texture and its fluid rhythm than for any deeper inquiry into the artifice that might be extrapolated from the extreme intervals of a fraught subject. There's a sensual delight in the new finale, a fluency in the writing that sweeps us up in its exhilaration, a palpable pleasure in the act of composing, a refusal to come to the end. The shifts of mood have a quixotic feel to them. It's a scena whose players seem mock-ups of the improvisatore in a commedia dell'arte of an earlier century. Hearing the new finale this way as an evocation of theater, of characters who take the stage, allows us to understand this remarkable music as a finietto. The quartet as a whole may be about other things, touching deeper wells of thought and emotion, but it is no comedy, even if the touching alla danza tedesca in the stammered confusion of its final phrases and the tearful cavatina might feel quite at home in a comédie larmoyante. At the same time, that massive fugal finale as finale, despite its formal exile to a life of its own, will not go quietly. I'm drawn to the thesis at the root of Klaus Kropfinger's notion of the gespaltene Werk, the cleft or fissured work, of the fugue as the fundamental idea of the quartet. And as I put it rather too brazenly in an earlier essay, severed from Opus 130, the sublime idiosyncrasies of the fugue are debased, made eccentric. It is a finale in concept. The permutations of its thematic material echo, and its tonal proportions ground the music of earlier movement. Can Beethoven have put out of mind the prominence of the fugue, both in the unfolding of the quartet as a whole and in the extended process of its conception? It is with this in mind that I want to pry a bit into Beethoven's creative subconscious. In that private, inaccessible inner world, we might conjure the personaggi in maschera of this dexterous, vibrant new finale at play against the fearful symmetries of the fugue, the two finales together figuring a world closer in tune with some Fantasiestück of E.T.A. Hoffmann in its extreme contradictions of the human condition and with the balanced sensibilities of Enlightenment drama. I don't, of course, propose this as a literal rendering of what might have taken place in a mind as profoundly complex as Beethoven's, but rather as an attempt to grasp how these two extraordinary finales and the quartet that they finalize might have coexisted in the mind, his and then ours, if only subliminally and with a twist of irony. In the new finale of Opus 130, we hear the exuberance of a composer in the moment, taking pleasure in the act of making music and reluctant to bring it to a close. As it turns out, this would be the last work that Beethoven lived to complete. The finale was delivered on 22 November to Matthias Ottaria from Gneixendorf, where Beethoven had been domiciled since the end of September. Beethoven returned to Vienna on or about the 27th, and about a week later fell ill. On the 7th of December, at the onset of this final illness and confined to his bed, he crafted a lengthy and touching letter to Franz Wegelach, a close friend of his from the Bonn days. And toward the end, he writes, "My motto has always been nulla dies sine linea, no day without its line, and if I let my muse go to sleep, it is only that she may be all the more active when she awakes." Not the words, these are, of a man who even in those grim circumstances thought that he'd composed his last work. No hint here of "O Welt, ich muss dich lassen," of a fading creative libido, of a stoic surrendering to the inevitable. If for Brahms lateness was a topos, a state of mind to be embraced in the music, for Beethoven it was an irritant. Art demands of us that we not stand still, Beethoven is said to have remarked to the violinist Karl Holz upon completion of the first three of the last quartets. You will notice a new kind of part writing, and thank God there is less lack of invention, of fantasy, than ever before. From this, one might theorize the condition of late style as a critical misreading of works conceived as so many ventures into new territory. If there's a touch of paradox written into this conclusion, I take some comfort in its assurance that the inscrutable nature of lateness will continue to bedevil us. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Wait until Richard unshares his screen.
Oh.
There we go. Good. Can we have some questions now for either of our two speakers? Feel free to use the chat or the whatever form is most suitable to you for any question.
Steve Whiting.
Hello, Richard. Thank you so very much for that. I just wanted to cite another passage in that letter to Franz Wegeler that I find tremendously moving every time I read it. Is when he says, "I still have some great works to get off of my chest. And then I want to retire like some old child to live out my life's course somewhere among kind people." That the great works that he still had in the hopper, so to speak, contemplated somehow. This is not a man who's ready to say goodbye.
Yes, I had those lines actually to read, but in the interest of time, I decided that they should go. But thank you for bringing them up.
Blowing your effort at economy.
Yeah. So, Stephen, I'll ask you since you're there. What do you make of this notion of those two bars before the Lento Assai in Opus 135 as still resonating a little bit with the function of a transition to this postscript at the end of 131. Does that make any sense, or am I?
I was going to ask you about that. Did you see in that draft brought to our attention by Robert Winter, did you see any trace of those two bars?
No. No.
I would like to hear it without those two bars, because I think that there's a sense of, and what's more, that the ringing heroic gesture is not the last word. What's more, here's the calm, reflective, and I want the calm, reflective to take you by surprise without mediating transition.
Yeah, well, I take your point, but when you think back to the C sharp, at the end of the first movement of the C sharp minor quartet, where the C sharp major triad vanishes, it just diminishes itself to the vanishing point, just to the octave C sharp, and then you get that octave D to introduce the was Allegro vivace, I think. Between every movement, there is a transitional moment that's quite memorable, and I just wonder whether Beethoven wasn't thinking of something similar at the end of this finale, where you think the damn thing is over, and then you get this transition to this postscript. But I take your point. It's hard to, but it is fun to think about the options that I mean, the other thing is that, speaking of options, that the very fact that Beethoven took so much effort to just find those two bars, the disposition of those pitches, seems to me, as I say, very humbling.
Just to the point about the end of the first movement, during the break, we were having a little chat with those of us who hung around about what I call Beethoven's habit of submediant side slip. And at the end of that first movement, that C sharp major seems to be more like the dominant of F sharp minor than anything else. Mm-hmm. And instead of that F sharp minor, he goes to the flat six of F sharp minor.
And of course, you get that again at the end of the piece.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's one of those passages over to the other side that calls it, that emphasizes its own non-transitionality, if you could, if that makes any sense at all. Mm-hmm. It is decidedly not a transition.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
Thank you both. Perhaps I could just broaden the discussion a little bit. One thing that hearing these two papers, wonderful papers back to back, made me think about is just the way that we, meaning musicologists, have generally conducted ourselves in terms of thinking about Beethoven and Bach, the historiography associated with these two composers. Bach's life tends to be viewed, or his developments in his compositional style tend to be viewed as circumstantial. That is, he moved to Curtin and therefore he started composing chamber music. He moved to Leipzig and therefore he started composing so many cantatas on a weekly basis. He moved, and being in Leipzig led him to publish because Leipzig was a publishing center. That is, Bach is sort of being buffeted by circumstances constantly. And the constraints on his career or on his creative output are often conceived in terms of external pressures. Whereas, and that's even true, I think, in the way you characterize things, Ernie, with your discussion of Bach aspiring to be a professor, right? I mean, he's in Leipzig, which is a big university town, and for that reason, he has these aspirations. That is, they're external to him, and he adapts himself to them the way he can. But there is a lot of external pressure. Whereas with Beethoven, I'm not a Beethoven scholar, but my sense is that we tend to think of Beethoven as captain of his destiny. That is, if his style changes, it's because in 1815, he just decided it was going to change. It was not some external pressure that was causing him to make that change. And this is even true, I think, Richard, you discussed the Grosse Fuge Beethoven being, quote unquote, persuaded to withdraw it. That is, he's still captain of his destiny, even if he's making a decision that seems circumstantial or might have been in some way inspired by concerns of a publisher or something like that. I'm just curious if either of you could reflect on that, because it seems to me, or that distinction, it seems to me that this is, that late style, in a sense, has the, in conceiving the idea of late style, it offers us an opportunity to rethink that paradigm, because here we are, I mean, both composers are subject to the ravages of time, right? This is an external pressure that is afflicting them both. And in a way, Bach at the end of his life becomes somewhat more Beethovenian, in that he, in the 1740s, he's doing kind of more what he wants to do. He seems bored with his job. He's withdrawing from his sort of scripted duties and writing the music we might imagine he would have composed all along if he'd had a more Beethovenian type career. Any thoughts about that? This just struck me as we were hearing your great talks.
Well, I'd like just to respond and ask Linda Hutchin too what she thinks. Beethoven, you approach it from the point of view of a close reading of the text, including the sketches. Beethoven was also responding to what the standards of success were in Vienna at the time. He became a hero in his own time, much more than Bach did. Bach became a hero to his coterie of students, which was quite substantial. And as a virtuoso, Beethoven went beyond that and became a hero as a virtuoso performer and a composer. His heroic status was far greater than Bach's in his own lifetime. So, but I'm not sure that that from the point of view of textual analysis, I mean, if you look at, I would make the proposition and see what Richard thinks, that Beethoven was also responding to the audience, to his patrons, to his vast audience in Vienna.
Well, I think it's more complicated than that. I think there are pieces in which he does play the political game around the Congress of Vienna. And that's a hot topic right now. But there's the other Beethoven who doesn't give a damn about that stuff and turns to these quartets that even his closest compatriots, those who were playing the pieces, didn't fully understand at the time. I mean, I think I guess it was a performance in the work up to the first performance, a private performance of the B flat quartet. It wasn't Holst, maybe Linke. One of them was said to have confessed that he didn't grasp the fugue. And so there was that misunderstanding. But the other thing about Beethoven, I think there were these two sides to his personality. So there's the public side, the Ninth Symphony, and to a certain extent the Missa Solemnis. But then there's another side where he surrounds himself only with those people, the conoscenti, who can understand these late quartets and for whom he composes. So I can't really answer the question very well, I'm afraid, but partly because I think it's very complicated and I'm not competent to really come to terms with it. But
one other issue is in these late works of many composers, they become much more contrapuntally complicated, as certainly in Bach's case, in Mozart's case, in Beethoven's case too. I mean, those late quartets are extremely contrapuntal. Well, it's that new part writing that he was talking about, that he's discovered this new part writing, and yeah, it's contrapuntal. Well, Mozart too, in the Requiem and some other works, yeah. Well, Mozart's, the allure of counterpoint and fugue was something that Mozart seems to have fell for in around 1780, 81, 82. There are all of those works that even the G major quartet, K387, which bristles with fugue. There's a lot of that. And then in the Magic Flute, I mean, there's a kind of... There's plenty of counterpoint, sure.
Well, yeah, of a different kind, though. Yeah. Okay.
Linda, what you wrote was more about I mean, what do you think of all this pre-industrial stuff? Because the people you studied were mostly post-industrial revolution.
Definitely chosen for that reason. Actually chosen because we thought that they had more control over their material, because we were working with opera composers. And I think that's different again, because if, early Verdi is handed his libretti, he doesn't have a lot of choice in this sort of thing. As he matures and has increasing power as a composer, he is allowed to choose. And if you're writing about this thematically with the form of opera, the choice of libretto is sort of relevant. But I have a non-musicologist question. As a non-musicologist, I sense something, and I want to know if this is true, and maybe it's my wrong vision of this or hearing of this. In the response to Michael Spitzer's talk this morning, I sensed a resistance to reading Bach affectively, even autobiographically, but affectively might be safer. And I've always had the feeling with Beethoven studies, on the contrary, and this, as again, I'm a non-musicologist, there's a strong self-overcoming emotional affective narrative about Beethoven, his work and his music. Is this a difference of period? Is this a difference of Bach and Beethoven studies in musicology as they've developed? I'm just standing back from this and curious about not just the two speakers, but if anyone else wants to intervene.
Well, in Bach's case, it's a question of the documents which he's left. Bach did not write letters, except for the letter to Georg or Erdmann, that revealed anything much of what was inside his mind. You have to look into the music to see that, and a lot of the music is fairly objective, so you can't tell whether this is him responding to the text he was setting as part of his duties, or whether it was autobiographical in any sense. So he left so little autobiographical material that the studies, that all we can say about him based on any kind of facts that's not mere speculation, is what it is. And I mean, it's unfortunate. We all wish we had conversation books or letters like Mozart wrote or whatever for Bach, but they just aren't there.
Right. Didn't even think about that. Thank you.
Your question is addressed in a recent book by Mark Evan Bonds called The Beethoven Syndrome. The impression that becomes so widespread after Beethoven's death that the true subject of all of Beethoven's music is Beethoven himself, Beethoven's soul, Beethoven's attempt to express his own vision of life, and this becomes incredibly widespread. We're still trying to root it out of our students' papers about Beethoven. And in the document that does this more than anything else is the Heiligenstadt Testament,
right,
discovered in the desk after Beethoven's death. And this caught the imagination of musicians throughout Europe. This sense of composition not as a livelihood, but as a calling. Beethoven's declaration that he would have taken his own life had he not been persuaded that he had things to say musically that nobody else could say.
Bach even declined to contribute his own autobiography even when requested a couple of times by Walther and by Matheson. So he was private, and not being university educated, I think he was reluctant to express himself in prose. He left it to other people. So Carl Philipp Emanuel, his son, and Agricola, who wrote the obituary, that is Bach's life story. He probably he said it out loud, but he didn't write it down. And so there's a lot of anecdotal evidence that his students recorded later, and that Carl Philipp Emanuel communicated to Charles Burney, and letters of one kind or another to Bokemeyer and other people that reveal we have to speculate what Bach transmitted sort of as myths or legends of the family. But, you know, we don't have it from Bach's own brain.
Linda, was that the sense of your question, or were you asking why the critical responses to Bach's music and to Beethoven's music take these different narratives?
It's more the latter, actually, but
I'm sorry?
it was more, sorry, it was more what you described there, why the critical dimension had gone,
Right.
why the musicology focus seemed so different to me. But I understand that we don't have the documents for Bach, but that doesn't stop the desire to do an effective reading.
Yeah.
Well,
and effective readings of Bach's music are not unknown. I mean, we have lots of them in the critical world, but
yeah,
I think it's just isn't it a matter of ethos and style? I mean, it's the music is about. Well, let me not go there.
Well, I mean, the sonata form is a more dramatic form than the forms that Bach was writing in, basically ritornello form. Anyway, Bob Marshall had something to say.
Yeah, it's interesting that it's the generation of Bach's sons that begin to develop the empfindsam style and talk about music as a way to express their feelings.
Yeah.
And, actually, I didn't talk about it, but the title of my talk was Spätstil, what is it? That is, of course, a play, as I assume everybody knows, of what Rousseau wrote about the sonata Que me veux-tu? And that was because there was a debate at that time. What does this music tell us, right? This is instrumental music, the instrumental sonata, which basically was a product of the mid-18th century, a little too late for Bach. And it was causing aesthetic problems for observers and for listeners. And Bach, as a matter of fact, was too early for that. In the collection of essays I brought out a year ago, I have a page of epigrams at the very beginning. And I meant it as a contrast between what Bach said about himself and what Mozart said about himself. And the quotes from Bach are things like, I want to produce a regular church music to the glory of God. This is for the use and profit of the students to learn. But Mozart says, I want to express my thoughts and feelings in music by means of tones. And music must please the listener, or else it's not any longer music. These are totally different attitudes. Often saying that this is objective. I have a purpose in terms of teaching and of proclaiming the word of God. Mozart is saying this is subjective. I am going to express my thoughts and feelings. I'm going to entertain my listeners so that they are having pleasure. So it happens just about at the middle of the century between Bach and Mozart, and the children of Bach are pretty much in the vanguard of that, especially Philipp Emanuel with his Empfindungen and Empfindsamkeit and all that.
That's true, but then there's Telemann, and is Stephen Zone here, still here? I don't know, because Telemann was much more popular in his own day and wrote 3 times as many works as Bach, and was considered the the first choice for Thomas Cantor, and in many ways was much more popular than J.S. Bach. So, Stephen, did you want to enter this conversation?
Well, I don't know how much I have to contribute, but of course, Telemann was more of a self-promoter, happy to contribute autobiographical essays to Mattheson and Walter. So he did have a role in shaping his legacy in a way that Bach did not, or at least he let others do that for him.
So,
Steve, let me, as long as you're there and engaged in this conversation, I was curious to know, do you feel, as someone who knows the Telemann documents better than anyone else alive today, do you feel that Telemann was also more sort of effusive or more emotional in his discussions of music than Bach was. I mean, some of this is, as Robert Marshall was saying, is just tied to the era, right? I mean, we can't expect Bach and people of his generation to sort of emote or be as effusive as people of Mozart's or Beethoven's generations. And this is also paralleled in literature. I know that, like Adam Berndt, the pastor at the Peterskirche in Leipzig, he wrote an autobiography published in 1738, I think, where he was unusually honest about having, say, suicidal thoughts and about having, suffering depression and different setbacks. It's actually a wonderful book to read. It was really inspirational for Goethe and for later 18th century writers, because it was they were looking for sort of antecedents for the type of writing they wanted to do. And they found it in Berndt. I'm just curious to know, I can think of an example or two of people writing about Telemann's music, and particularly opera, and really swooning and being emotional about it. What about Telemann himself?
That's a good question. I can't think of documents where Telemann is expressing his desire to sort of pour out his emotions and his life experiences in music, as Bob Marshall was saying of Mozart. I think it is a generational thing in that sense. You might expect Telemann to have done that, but I don't think you talked about music if you were in that way, if you were of that generation. And yet, he lived long enough to be writing empfindsam music. I think some of it we would call by that name. And so at least musically, what we call, sentimental style, it's there in his later works. And certainly people reacted to it in those ways. But I think, there's a great quote from when Telemann was 84, and he mentioned something like the bluster of contemporary symphonies, a rare instance of him showing himself to be, sort of get off my lawn, you young kids kind of thing, where he's not having that kind of thing. I think he probably would have described his music in ways similar to Bach's. But interestingly, he lives longer, and he writes the kind of music that we associate with the next generation.
We still didn't talk about it.
Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
If I may, to Linda's question, I have a pedestrian thought, but maybe it's useful. The issue of, the question about the difference between our readings of Beethoven and Bach as historians might have less to do with any effective aims of the composers themselves than with the effective literacy of the historians. In other words, it's the difference between most of us reading Coleridge versus Homer and Greek. We can readily grasp the effective qualities of 19th century British Romanticism in a way that most of us are less able to do with, Homeric epic. I think it's, fairly well understood and believed that the congregation of a Lutheran church in Leipzig had an effective experience, a very deep effective experience upon hearing a cantata. And those of us familiar or who've become familiar with the rhetorical language of the early 18th century can sense some of that effective experience. But I think by and large, most of us are much more able to grasp the affect of 19th century music. So the difference between, Richard alluded to the Brahms chorale preludes, that kind of romantic adaptation of Baroque gesture, Baroque genre is probably easier for us to grasp. And the example that I would always point to is, what are the emotions we get out of Bach's prelude on Ich ruf zu dir, Herr Jesu Christ? The emotions we get out of that are the emotions we hear in Busoni's arrangement of it. It's the 19th century reading of the piece. So anyway, it's a thought.
Thank you. That's really interesting. Other questions from anyone?
Could I ask
Yes,
something?
go ahead, Elaine.
It actually was just stimulated by what Tony said about thinking of something through Busoni. There's that famous anecdote about the Mendelssohn family playing Haydn quartets. And at one point, Mendelssohn Père starts weeping during the Largo e Mesto of Haydn's Opus 76 number 5, which is a really dark piece in F sharp major, but it has lament basses and everything. And the kids are the Mendelssohn young people. And this is the 1820s or 30s. They're not that young. And they're thinking, what's he on about? And so they've lost access to what would be a powerful strain of emotion in a Haydn Largo, which a member of the older generation grew up in it. I mean, in a way, it's this apocryphal conversation between Beethoven and Schindler. Back then, everybody knew what I meant. Now they don't anymore. And I have to go write in the words, which is all those things we wish he would have said, but didn't. But the idea of what we have access to in the music then also says a lot about what we think is late style. If we find something naughty and strange, then it must have been something biographically and historiographically based. And in a way, I think both Richard and Robert Marshall were working against those understandings, which we think we understand, but probably don't. Forgive me if I've misconstrued.
I see Michael Morrison is on. Do you have any comment on this conversation, Michael, if you're there?
I'm off duty, man. I'm just, no, it would take way too long. I mean, I guess what I would say just in like 10 seconds is that this generation shift that you're describing, it's also partly religious too, in the sense that the older community that Bach is part of, the notion that you would be expressing your own emotions would not only be unlikely, but it would be considered sinful. And what they're interested in, the strong affect of the cantatas has to do with the community, not to do with individuals. So it's the whole affective world is communal, not individual. So the idea like that C.P. Bach's piece, C.P. Bach's Empfindungen, be completely unthinkable to J.S. Bach to write a piece called Johann Sebastian Bach's Empfindungen. He just wouldn't do it. It's unthinkable.
But you just sent out an email with a link to a very affective explication of a particular Bach aria, which I thought was very expert. So that the rhetorical power of an individual Bach piece could be very great.
Indeed. That's what I'm saying. That aria is was die Welt in sich hält, muss als wie ein Rauch vergehen. That's not a personal observation. That's a group. That's an attitude towards the world that the entire community has. That's why it's so powerful to them. It's not Bach's own feelings about the world. It's what he thinks it's what he thinks about the world and what everyone else thinks about the world together. It's not Bach's view of the world. It's the Lutheran community's view of the world.
Well, that may be true, but I mean, there's the deathbed chorale for Deinen Thron, and then Anthony just referenced Ich ruf zu dir. The word Ich occurs not infrequently.
Sure, I mean, the Lutheran chorales are sung all the time. The whole congregation sings together Ich. I mean, the Ich, but it's not. There's a real shift from the J.S. Bach to the Sons that I think Bob was talking about before. That's a really major shift. And I think it's captured well in this idea of the Empfindsamkeit. It's really hard to imagine, as I said, I'm just repeating myself now, Bach writing a piece called J.S. Bach's Feelings.
How about the Pietists, though? Didn't they emphasize the personal experience?
That's a whole can of worms to me. As you know, Bach wasn't a Pietist.
But he read that Pietist text.
What can I say? We can't do this in 5 minutes.
Okay.
In fact, we may be out of time as it is. Is Erin here? Why don't
Yes.
we hear from her? Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say, to wrap this up, that this has been an absolutely fantastic day. I want to thank all of the presenters for their wonderful papers and their thoughtful ideas about late style and Bach and Beethoven. I also want to thank all the moderators for facilitating the discussions, for my teaching assistants who helped me out today, Marie and Sarah, and especially for my co-organizer, Ernie May, and my colleagues, Evan and Emiliano, who've given ideas and feedback on the technical aspects. And finally, I just want to say thank you to the audience members who have come, who've contributed comments, for all of your thoughts, your ideas, and for being here today to talk about Bach and Beethoven. So thank all of you. If you'd like to continue the discussion after we end the meeting, that's perfectly fine. I'm sure some people want to sit around and talk, so we'll keep the room open. But other than that, I know it's been a really long day, so the rest of you, especially those in Europe, might need to get some rest. It's quite late there tonight, and it's been a long day. So thank all of you. And let's give one last round of applause to all of our presenters.
And thanks to you too.
Well, thank you, Erin. Yes, Erin really has produced a wonderful conference. Yeah.
So thank you all, and hopefully you can come back in 2 years for the next Bach Symposium.
Thank you.
Bye.
Congratulations. You.
Okay. All right, people are leaving.